The Rules Committee will come to order. We are meeting at a time when our nation has passed a devastating milestone. This week, it was announced that 500,000 Americans have now lost their lives to the COVID pandemic. It is hard to fathom such a number, but we all know someone whose life has been lost. This institution lost a member, Congressman Ron Wright from Texas, and member-elect Congressman-elect Luke Letlow from Louisiana. And the former communications director of this committee, Kyle Anderson, lost his father, Cody Anderson, on Saturday. Cody was an institution on Philadelphia radio for decades. He encouraged those in the Black community not only to follow the ins and outs of local and national politics, but to get involved themselves. He became a friend to his listeners who are grieving a tremendous loss. I know I speak for all of us when I say that our thoughts are with Kyle and his family right now. As members of Congress, we can do more than just stand with people in their grief. We can do something beyond sending our thoughts and our prayers. We have the ability to crush this virus and get more resources where they are badly needed, to prevent more loss, more devastation, and more economic carnage. That is what the American Rescue Plan is all about. It is a life-saving bill to get more vaccines into more communities, safely reopen schools, put direct assistance in people's pockets, and help state and local governments on the front lines. Our bill also finally gives the 27 million workers the raise they have deserved for quite some time. Sadly, it seems likely that Senate rules might cause this provision to be removed when it is considered there. But I want the American people to know this: we will not stop fighting to make a minimum wage increase a reality. No one who works full-time in the richest nation on this planet should live in poverty. This bill is the culmination of more than 100 hours of committee debate and consideration of more than 400 amendments. And that's before this committee starts its work this morning. We'll hear more from our witnesses today about the good things in this bill and why it is so badly needed. The Rules Committee can get a little technical sometimes. I understand that. But I want to make sure right from the start that we do not lose sight of why we are here today. This is about more than just numbers on a page. We are here because people are hurting and communities are struggling. This is our moment. This is our chance to act boldly and help them, and I hope we seize it. We started this process a month ago. Once this committee finishes its work today, I hope we move quickly to get this bill to the Senate and on to the President. Now, let me turn to our ranking member, Mr. Cole, for any remarks he wishes to make.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to start today's hearing with a quote from you. "A lousy process leads to bad legislating." That statement is as true today as the day that you said it. Today's hearing covers a deeply partisan process and product. A product that was referred to 12 committees, 9 of which marked up legislation. 3 committees failed to mark up their legislation for reasons which remain unclear. Republicans offered 245 amendments on topics ranging from giving additional resources to the NIH, making the child tax credit permanent, providing an additional $1 billion to make sure all teachers have the opportunity to receive a COVID vaccine, and the list goes on and on. Yet of these 245 ideas offered by Republicans, only 2 were accepted. That's not even 1%. And on top of this, the one amendment that was adopted on a bipartisan roll call vote will be removed from the bill by the manager's amendment. That means only one amendment offered by Republicans will have been included. The majority wonders why Republicans oppose this package. So it should come as no surprise to you, Mr. Chairman, that I say we're meeting on a deeply partisan budget reconciliation package. While Democrats will continue to bill this as a COVID-19 relief measure, it's filled with items completely unrelated to the pandemic, demonstrating that the majority is using the current crisis and budget reconciliation procedure to fast-track a wish list of their progressive policies into law. Of course, the reason for using the budget reconciliation procedure in this way is clear. Democrats can use this special procedure to avoid the filibuster in the Senate, which means they only need 51 votes. And that means that they can try to pass this measure with only Democratic votes. Sadly, but not surprisingly, this tool requiring only a simple majority in both chambers has resulted in a very partisan process in which Republican voices have been completely shut out. It's unfortunate that the majorities decided to proceed this way, especially after Democrats and Republicans worked together 5 times last year to deliver bipartisan COVID-19 relief packages for the American people. Moreover, President Biden has said he wants to work with Republicans on bipartisan issues. Why the majority would choose to reject that stated vision only a month after the president's inauguration in favor of going it alone on a matter as important as pandemic relief is mind-boggling. The result of that decision has been an overly expensive and deeply misguided spending package. There are many problems with this massive bill, all of which could be resolved by an actual effort at bipartisan legislating. First and foremost, today's bill covers $1.9 trillion in new federal spending. Put in context, $1.9 trillion is roughly half of what the federal budget spent in 2019, the last year before the pandemic. Put in a different context, last year, Congress passed and the president signed into law 5 bipartisan COVID-19 relief packages that appropriated around $4 trillion. Not all of that money has yet been spent. But if the majority has their way, within 1 year, we will have appropriated just shy of $6 trillion for COVID-19 relief packages. This is 1 1/3 times the amount of money the federal government appropriated for all of 2019. To make matters worse, of the previous COVID-19 relief packages, there remains nearly $1 trillion in unspent funds. Before we leap ahead into another gigantic spending package that drives the American people further into debt, shouldn't we at least spend down the funds already allocated and see if new money is actually required? Of course, not every spending provision in this package is unwarranted or unnecessary. Some, like an extension of the highly popular and successful Paycheck Protection Program, would garner bipartisan support on the floor if offered as a standalone bill. The same is certainly true of measures related to vaccine development and distribution. But instead of choosing to negotiate a bipartisan package that both Democrats and Republicans can get behind, the majority's instead chosen to go it alone. And what do they hope to achieve by going it alone? Tacking on a slew of unrelated progressive policies that could not become law without using reconciliation. These include items like a $15 per hour minimum wage, which would be a disaster for employers and employees alike in a rural district like mine. The hiked minimum wage, incidentally, is ultimately going to come out of this package since the Senate will not consider it. It also includes completely unrelated measures like a federal takeover of the multi-employer pension fund, included at the expense of additional unemployment payments for the very people Democrats claim they want to help. It provides for bloated contributions to state and local government. It funds mass transit projects and the national endowments for the arts and the humanities. None of these have much to do with the pandemic and will not provide any additional direct relief to the American people. When the majority puts forward a package like this, it's unlikely it will garner much, if any, support from Republicans. But what is most shocking about this package is how the majority rejected all attempts by Republicans to improve the bill. 9 different committees marked up this package before it went to the Budget Committee, and the majority used their power to reject amendment after amendment. These include common sense ideas like a requirement that relief funds only be used for pandemic-related expenses, amendments to ensure that local school districts do exactly what Dr. Fauci has suggested they do, open up and offer in-person K through 12 education for all our children, all our nation's children. It's astonishing to me that these ideas and dozens of others were flatly rejected by the majority. Instead, it's clear what we need to do. We need to unleash the power of the American economy by opening it up, not by continuing government lockdowns and policies that incentivize people to stay home. We need children to return to school as opposed to remaining beholden to teachers' unions. Just looking at children's suicide rates over the past year is crushing. Mr. Chairman, children as young as 10 and 11 are contemplating suicide. In Indianapolis, for example, the hospitalization of children and teens after suicide attempts increased by 250% over the previous years. Prior to the pandemic, many of these children had access to at-home and in-school services, all of which have been suspended. I agree with you, Mr. Chairman. The time to act is now, but not on this bloated $1.9 trillion package. There was and still is an opportunity to put together a bipartisan relief package. There are still areas in which the two parties can come together and do real good for the American people. But as long as the majority insists that it's their way or the highway, and as long as the majority insists on ramming through controversial, partisan, and unrelated provisions, that cannot become a reality. I urge my colleagues to turn back, return to the negotiating table, and work with Republicans, like they did 5 times before, to pass a real bipartisan relief package that ensures federal dollars are spent where they are needed the most. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Let me just say in response, the only place this is a partisan issue is here in Washington. 70% of the American people, including a majority of Republicans, favor this package. You want to reopen schools safely, then you should be thrilled to get behind this package. And let me just say something about the process. This is a good process, and this is a good bill. This is good news for the American people. I'm proud of the process that President Biden, Speaker Pelosi, and Chairman Yarmouth and others, chairs here have put together. Let's just review the facts for the record. President Biden released his plan the day he took office on January 20th. Under the Speaker's incredible leadership, we passed a budget resolution on February 3rd to set up a process that would help get relief to the American people as soon as possible. Since that time, committees of jurisdiction have marked up legislation within their jurisdiction. There were nearly 100 hours of deliberation across 9 committees. Hundreds of amendments were debated. There was another 6+ hours of debate in the Budget Committee on the package. This has been a transparent, professionally run process from the start, which will result in life-saving legislation reaching the floor today. And let me just say, because I hear this all the time about we should do nothing. We should let all the money dry up before we do anything. The suggestion that Congress do nothing and let the relief run completely dry before taking any additional unnecessary action, I think is reckless. The funding Congress has provided so far has either been spent or is making its way through the pipeline as planned. And some funds have already been spent, but slow reporting processes give the illusion that they have not. Other funds spend out more slowly, but they are obligating on schedule and as planned. And that's how all this works. And everybody knows that. Anybody who works up here knows that. The bottom line is that the resources Congress has provided to date are being put to good use, but they are not nearly enough. And we have to act swiftly. And again, you know, my friends can talk about partisanship all they want and about Republican versus Democrat, but the American people get it. And just because you happen to work here in Washington doesn't mean you know what's best. Actually, listen to the people. People have been hurting. They have been frustrated over the previous administration's lack of response and denial, which has been deadly. They want action. They need help. And this is not a Republican or Democratic issue. It should be an American issue. I would now like to welcome our first panel of witnesses to provide testimony on HR 1319, the American Rescue Plan. Chairman Yarmouth and Ranking Member Smith from the Budget Committee, Chairman Pallone and Ranking Member McMorris Rogers from the Energy and Commerce Committee, Chairwoman Waters and Ranking Member McHenry from Financial Services, Chairwoman Maloney and Ranking Member Comer from the Committee on Oversight, Chairwoman Velasquez and Ranking Member Lukenmeyer from Small Business, Representative Delbeni and Representative Smucker from Ways and Means. Without objection, any written materials you submit to rules, documents, at mail.house.gov before the conclusion of this hearing will be entered into the record. I want to tell all of the chairs and ranking members and members of this committee that we expect a series of votes to begin at 10:30 or a little shortly after that. And so I would just urge everybody, I would just suggest everybody, you do not need to give the War and Peace version of your testimony. The Cliff Notes are just fine. So I would hope everybody could be as succinct and to the point as possible. With that, I would now like to yield to Chairman Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Chairman McGovern. Ranking Member Cole, nice to be with you to talk about HR 1319, the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. This bill that's before us today has the power to save lives and save our nation's economic future. We began this reconciliation process when I introduced the 2021 budget resolution 25 days ago. From the start, we have been upfront that the sole purpose of the budget resolution was to provide the option of using reconciliation to deliver critical relief and enact the American Rescue Plan. It was always Plan B. Plan A was always to come up with a bipartisan solution. When the determination was made that that was not going to be possible in time to provide desperately needed urgent assistance to the American people and the American economy, we embarked on this process. And we are in a race against time. As the chairman mentioned, this week we passed the 500,000 death mark from coronavirus. More Americans have died in the last year from this disease than died in World War I, World War II, and the Vietnam War combined. So while debate is important and deliberation is important, we also need to get on with it. We have the plan to beat the virus, to safely reopen the schools and quickly and equitably distribute vaccines. We have the plan to deliver immediate relief to working families and small businesses and support communities struggling with the economic fallout. As the chairman mentioned, the polling on this is overwhelming. 76% this week of Americans support this plan, including 60% of Republicans. There are validators across the spectrum. The U.S. Conference of Mayors overwhelmingly in support of this legislation. Chairman Jerome Powell of the Federal Reserve strongly in favor of this legislation. Just this week, 150 top CEOs from around the country strongly support this legislation. The list goes on and on and on because virtually everyone recognizes how critical this is, not just to stop the pandemic right now and to get us returning to normality, but to provide for the foundation for an economic recovery, which is going to take a long time. Once the virus is over, we're going to have serious costs and ramifications of this virus to deal with. So we're going to pass this legislation. We're going to turn this pandemic around. The American people will support us and will be grateful to this Congress for doing its job. And that's for accepting the responsibility in a national natural disaster to provide relief for the American people. Before I conclude, I just want to comment on a couple of the objections that are being raised to this bill because I think they need to be stated. Chairman McGovern addressed one of them, that's the issue of the money being spent. Let me make it clear, all of the money in this proposal will be available immediately when it is passed in a few weeks. It will all be available immediately. And there are processes, waivers that can be granted to make sure that it gets implemented and deployed as quickly as possible. So that's important. What are the common arguments? This bill needs to be more targeted because people will be getting the money who really don't need it, and states and cities that really don't need it will get it. That's undeniably true. I don't think we will argue that there are people who will benefit who probably could get along without this assistance. But consider what that would take. Everyone in this hearing understands how long it takes to set up a need-based operation, no matter what it is. We'd be into the fall or winter of next year before we actually could deliver any assistance if we actually tried to set up the huge bureaucracies and systems that would be needed to do that. And finally, the question of whether this is too much money. Again, Chairman Powell says it's not, many others say it's not, but some of the arguments that are raised against it just don't reflect an understanding of how things work in this economy. I saw Minority Whip Scalise the other day talking about the proposal to raise the minimum wage and that it would create a $54 billion deficit over 10 years, and that would be $54 billion of reduced economic activity. It's actually exactly the opposite. $54 billion of deficit to the government is $54 billion of injection to the American economy and the American people. It would be a stimulus of economic activity. That money would go into the people's pockets, go into the economy, we'd be churned many times over. So you have to understand what we're doing here. And I think we have made a strong case. The American people understand our case. And I look forward to providing this much needed relief in a couple of weeks and passing it in the House later today. With that, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Ranking Member Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here before the Rules Committee today. This bailout package represents the work of 9 separate committees. I'd like to say the bipartisan work of 9 separate committees, but we all know that's clearly not the case. In fact, during the debate within those committees, only 2 or less than 1% of amendments offered were in fact accepted. This has been nothing short of a partisan circus meant to do really 3 things: enact a radical agenda, do so quickly to notch some wins for the president's buddies, and do it with as little transparency as possible. This is really the urgency here. Remember the old saying from Speaker Pelosi, "We have to pass the bill so you can find out what's in it"? That's the case. That's what you need to poll after this bill passes with the American people. You won't get 70%. Well, we know that's what's in this one. The president and our colleagues want to push this bailout through Congress before the American people have time to realize what's in it. That less than 9% of the bailout actually goes towards crushing COVID-19 and putting shots in people's arms. Or that this bailout would destroy job after job and increase the cost to put food on the table, clothes on your back, or heat in your home, hurting over 31 million senior citizens on fixed incomes. Or that roughly $1 trillion in COVID funding remains unspent from the 5 prior bipartisan packages. Or that the economy is estimated to return to pre-pandemic levels of real GDP this year without any further so-called stimulus spending. In fact, the highest GDP in 15 years is predicted. And when all is said and done, if this massive spending bailout becomes law, CBO has confirmed it will cost $36 billion in cuts annually to Medicare, $36 billion in cuts to Medicare starting next year, the maximum level allowed under pay-go sequestration. Mr. Chairman, this is the wrong plan at the wrong time for all the wrong reasons. So let's do the right thing. Let's pitch this plan, put the political agenda away, and let's do something bipartisan, which actually puts America's working class first and does not destroy America's working class. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Pallone.
Well, thank you, Chairman McGovern, and thanks to the ranking member, Mr. Cole, for having me today and to talk about the energy and commerce provisions in the American Rescue Plan. I just wanted to stress, I listened to what Tom Cole said, and I have a lot of respect for you, but the problem is that what we've done so far, and I agree, we did a lot so far with the CARES Act over the last year and the various legislations that were bipartisan, but it's just not enough. People are still hurting, and there's a need to act quickly. And so what we put together today is a very bold and robust plan, because as much as there's been progress, particularly now under President Biden in terms of crushing the virus, it's still out there, and we still have a long ways to go. And so I would argue, as much as we've done a lot, the need is much greater. And I know, if I could just reference, Mr. Cole, what you said, you talked about state and local, and that's not under my jurisdiction. But the reason we need to send out money for state and local aid is because is the same. In other words, these states and towns and counties have put out a lot of money to crush the virus, and they need to be essentially reimbursed for it. I was meeting, I know that, being from Oklahoma and being a member of a tribe, I met with the NCAI, the National Committee for American Indians, the other day. And, they all talked about how the casinos are closed, the revenue is down. They have to supplement what they get from the Indian Health Service with their local revenues in order to deal with the virus. And so they're broke. And that's why we have, I think, $20 billion in direct aid to them. I don't want to take away from Carolyn, but I want you to understand that when we talk about this aid to the towns, it's because they've had to recreate their health departments and spend a lot of money to crush the virus, just as an example. And I know you said, well, the economy won't improve unless we open everything up. Well, you can't open things up unless you crush the virus. I mean, when I go home on the weekends, or even restaurants here in Washington, in New Jersey, there's still 25% capacity in a restaurant or a retail store, but there's nobody there. So it doesn't matter if you open everything up because people aren't going to go because they're afraid of the virus. You have to crush the virus first in order to open things up. And that's what we're doing with this American Rescue Plan. We're basically providing the resources and the support to crush the virus and relief for people who are facing this public health and economic crisis. And one other thing I would say too is that, I was very disappointed with the Trump administration because President Trump kept saying, well, this is not a national problem. This is something that the states have responsibility to deal with. I never agreed with that. I would tell him constantly, we have to have a national plan. You have to coordinate this at a national level. You got to get the supplies out to the states. You can't have them competing amongst each other. And now under President Biden, we finally have a national plan, coordination nationally, getting the supplies out nationally. And that's what this is. This bill is the tools and resources to implement a national strategy so we're not constantly competing state to state, hospital to hospital. Now, let me just say briefly, if I can, because I heard about your Cliff Notes, Mr. Chairman McGovern. In the energy and commerce provisions, we provide funding to ramp up the vaccine, the testing, the contract tracing. We have $14 billion to speed up the distribution and administration of the vaccines. We invest over $47 billion in a national testing strategy with funding for testing, community-based sites, more lab capacity, a contact tracing plan. We have $7 billion to mobilize up to 100,000 new full-time public health workers to administer and get the vaccine and get the testing out. We also have $25 billion to address health disparities to protect vulnerable populations. And a lot of that goes to community health centers, because we know that minorities, whether it's Latinos or African Americans, they're not getting the vaccine in the right proportion. They're not being tested in the right proportion. In addition to that, I know Mr. Cole mentioned also mental health and opiate. There's $4 billion for SAMHSA and for opiate programs because of people that are under so much stress, and so many, to help them with treatment and preventative care. We also encourage states to expand access to health coverage for vulnerable Americans through Medicaid. So this plan says that states will get a bigger FMAP for their programs. We're trying to get all 12 states that have not yet expanded Medicaid to do so, because that would bring another 2 million people that would gain healthcare access. And finally, Mr. Chairman, we have assistance for struggling families to help keep their lights on, the heat working, and the water running by providing $5 billion for critical utility assistance programs and $7.6 billion to expand internet connectivity to help students and teachers without home internet service. That's a summary, and I'll just say again, we need a robust plan. What we've done is not enough. This is the way to have a national strategy, crush the virus, and give help to the states. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I'm now happy to yield to Ranking Member McMorris Rodgers.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Mr. Cole, and to all my colleagues. I want to join in thanking you for the opportunity to appear before the Rules Committee. At the very top of the hearing, Mr. Chairman, you said that Americans support this bill. The reality is Americans don't know what's in it. There's been no hearings. It's still a moving target. Even yesterday, the majority was changing the bill. On the Energy and Commerce Committee, the Republicans have demonstrated that we are serious about working on a targeted, timely package to crush the virus, to improve health and wellness in our communities, get kids back to school, people back to work, and a vaccine for everyone who wants it and needs it. The Energy and Commerce provisions failed to provide the targeted and timely relief. Although the manager's amendment does take out some of the extraneous provisions Republicans raised concerns about during the committee. Unfortunately, though, it's still not timely. According to CBO, of the over $120 billion spent in this title, only a little under $27.5 billion will go out the door in the next 7.5 months. It includes partisan priorities, such as funding for Planned Parenthood, when there's no funding for the Provider Relief Fund, It includes funding for historically bipartisan priorities, but the money still won't go out the door quickly enough. Community and mental health mobile crisis units. Only 16 states have programs, leaving the majority of the states unhelped by this provision in the short term. It includes bipartisan priorities that can and should be considered through regular order to address any potential unintended consequences and allow for permanent policy. There's an option for states to cover maternity care. But instead of the permanent policy that the full House passed last year, it provides funding for 7 years. Republicans have offered amendments in the Energy and Commerce Committee to make this bill more targeted and more timely and provide increased real direct relief. Many bipartisan, historically bipartisan solutions, whether it's more funding for NIH research or to start important research, were sidelined that had been sidelined by COVID-19, were not included. More vaccines, more transparency on vaccine allocation, rejected. More vaccinations for teachers so that we can open our schools. Our kids are in crisis, rejected. More testing for the workplace to restart the economy. More help for frontline healthcare workers through the COVID-19 Provider Relief Fund, rejected. More relief for mental health and suicide prevention, rejected. Sending more funding to states to help combat the opioid crisis. Another health epidemic made worse by COVID-19. Many refer to it as the epidemic within the pandemic, rejected. Upholding Hyde, rejected. We also offered amendments to protect our workers from President Biden's recent executive orders that have worsened the economic crisis, which would have reauthorized Keystone and stopped the ban on fracking. The majority struck down every single one of these, every single one. Yes, I'm disappointed. I hear things at the markup like, quote, "This is a good idea in theory," or "I support the premise of this amendment." Well, then I ask, what are we waiting for? People suffering and begging to get back to work and for their kids to be in school isn't a premise or a theory. It's reality today. We have filed many of these again, but I'd like to talk about one in particular. Representatives Fox, Volorsky, and I have filed an amendment co-sponsored by almost all of our Republican colleagues applying the Hyde Amendment to this bill. And I urge bipartisan support. All 5 of the previous COVID relief packages were bipartisan with the protections for the Hyde Amendment, which simply states that federal taxpayer dollars cannot be used to fund elective abortions or health insurance coverage that pays for elective abortions. The Hyde Amendment has applied to all bipartisan healthcare spending going back over 40 years. Democrats have refused to answer basic questions on why this has been rushed. How many jobs will it help create or maintain? When will our kids be back in school full time? And by full time, I mean 5 days a week in person, not 1 day a week. How many additional shots will it help get into people's arms, and how much sooner? It doesn't help the recovery effort when accountability is lacking and when trust is broken. Republicans, especially my colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee, we remain eager for bipartisan work for timely and targeted relief. People are hurting, our kids are in crisis, and I'm disappointed that this hasn't been the case with this majority or the continued abuse of power by Speaker Pelosi. I hope that we return to regular order to ultimately work together, crush this virus, and restore hope in the American dream again. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Although I got to tell you, let me just say, I have a difficult time getting lectured about regular order from my friends on the Republican side. But in any event, I'm now happy to yield to Chairwoman Waters.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, and members of the committee for inviting me to testify on H.R. 1319, the American Rescue Plan of 2021. This bill includes several provisions led by myself and members of the Financial Services Committee, including Representatives Vargas, Axney, Presley, Scott, Cleaver, and Green. I strongly support the committee's efforts to advance this bill to provide much needed relief to medical personnel, struggling renters and homeowners, and people experiencing homelessness, struggling small businesses, and airline workers. Nearly 1 in 5 renters are behind on paying their rent, and collectively, renters owe over $57 billion in unpaid rent, utilities, and fees. The pandemic has worsened housing insecurity as homeowners and renters struggle to stay afloat. Many small businesses have closed their doors, and many more are at risk of closure. And with limited travel, airline workers also remain at high risk of layoffs. The American Rescue Plan will support each of our communities with essential resources to revitalize the economy, defeat the virus, and help working families make ends meet. Under my committee's jurisdiction, the bill would help medical personnel by providing $10 billion to boost the production of emergency medical equipment. The bill would help renters by providing $26.2 billion for rental assistance, including more than $20 billion for emergency rental assistance and $5 billion for emergency vouchers. This bill would also help people experiencing homelessness by providing $5 billion for homeless assistance and address the needs of homeowners by providing $10 billion in direct assistance for mortgage payments, property taxes, property insurance, utilities, and other related housing costs. The American Rescue Plan would also support small businesses with $10 billion toward a renewed state small business credit initiative, that is the SSBCI, and $15 billion to fund payroll support for airline workers at risk of layoffs. People are losing their jobs, standing in food lines, and desperately seeking vaccines. We must address this crisis now. Therefore, I urge this committee to advance this legislation to the House floor and request the committee provide an appropriate rule for its consideration. I would like to thank so very much President Biden and Speaker Pelosi for their leadership and for the tireless efforts of the members of my committee for helping advance these provisions. And for those members who think that there have been no hearings, we had hearings. We had 2 hearings. And so as I close, I think it's important for me to state my absolute and unequivocal support for a $15 pay increase for nearly 31 million people. With that, I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ranking Member McHenry.
Well, thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. Look, the Speaker of the House said the economic crisis is accelerating. Specifically, she said this to pass this mammoth spending bill. That quote's simply not true. The preferred narrative by my Democrat friends is simply not the case in America today. The statistics do not bear it out. The Congressional Budget Office projects the unemployment rate, which currently stands at 6.2%, which, by the way, just as an aside, that's a lower unemployment rate than under President Obama's first 5.5 years in office. That rate will continue to fall this year and reach its pre-pandemic size by 2022. And that's without congressional action. That's without a cent more spent by Congress or additional changes. Additionally, personal income actually increased at the end of last year, and the personal savings rate stands at over 13%, a level not seen in 4 decades. The Bureau of Labor Statistics just updated these statistics this morning. And in their release, they said that the personal savings rate is now at 20.5%, or nearly $4 trillion. That is the highest rate in quite a long time. The savings rate was 13.4% in December. These are significant things. In fact, a 10% increase in personal income is directly related to the economy reopening and to the aid we provided last year in a bipartisan way. So what I think we need is targeted temporary relief directly related to COVID. No one's arguing to do nothing. What we're arguing for is to target that relief, not have a grab bag stimulus like 2009, which my Democrat friends have replaced the term shovel-ready project now with COVID in order to pass a similar big spending bill. But look, the facts don't line up to the Democrats' preferred narrative. To be clear, we know there are Americans that are suffering. For a year, we've been working to reach those in need, and that's who we should be focused on in helping in this bill. Instead, we've used committee time and resources to debate a bill that only dedicates 9% of this $1.9 trillion price tag to actually combating the virus, which we all believe we should do. Americans know this bill, this progressive payoff, can't replace a steady paycheck and a return to in-person schooling. This bill is not going to safely reopen our economy. That's going to be done by the American people and getting shots in the arm. It won't get Americans safely back to work, kids back in the classroom, or vaccines in our communities. Those funds were already put in place last year in a bipartisan way. During our markup in the House Financial Services Committee, Democrats rejected nearly 40 amendments that would have made this bill better and more targeted at providing targeted aid towards communities who work to reopen their schools, getting vaccines out so businesses can reopen, and ensuring this relief is getting out the door now rather than spending a decade of, spending the money out over a decade when it's no longer necessary or appropriate. Members of our committee, our Financial Services Committee, submitted some of those amendments to the Rules Committee for your consideration. Chairman McGovern and Democrat majority and Ranking Member Cole, I believe that if President Biden is serious about working with Republicans, this Rules Committee can remedy the harm that was done in all the other referring committees to this reconciliation bill. We could truly have a bipartisan result if it's the will of the Democrat majority, if it is the will of President Biden, and if they're willing to actually work with us on providing temporary targeted relief to those most in need. So with that, urge the inclusion of our amendments, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Chairwoman Maloney.
Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, and members of the committee, it's an honor to be here to present the work of the Committee on Oversight and Reform on the American Rescue Plan. Our instructions included $350 billion to help state, local, tribal, and territorial governments vaccinate their citizens, rebuild Main Street economies, while also saving the jobs of first responders, frontline health workers, and other providers of essential services. We received around 100 letters of support from all levels of government across the country, including letters from more than 400 mayors in our districts and the districts of our Republican colleagues. The funds the Oversight Committee approved must be used to respond to or mitigate the pandemic. Importantly, this can include replacing revenue lost, delayed, or decreased as a result of the pandemic. States in the District of Columbia would receive about $195 billion, with each receiving a minimum of $500 million. The rest of the state funding, approximately $169 billion, would be allocated based on unemployment rates, a widely understood and reliable indicator of need. For local government funding, the bill contains about $130 billion divided equally between cities and counties. The National League of Cities report documented that cities face a revenue decline of 13% and a cost increase of 9%, giving huge budget losses in these cities that will result in people being laid off and making it harder to recover. Cities with more than 50,000 residents would receive their allocations based on a modified community development block grant formula. Allocations for counties and for cities with populations of less than 50,000 would be based on population. Finally, territories would receive $4.5 billion, while federally recognized tribal governments would receive $20 billion. Our legislation also provides funding for emergency paid leave for civilian federal employees and postal workers, so they don't have to choose between their jobs or caring for loved ones who've been infected with coronavirus. Finally, the legislation includes $117 million for the Government Accountability Office and the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee to fund robust oversight of federal coronavirus relief efforts, which is key to guarding against waste, fraud, and abuse. I am grateful to all of our committee members, to President Biden, Leader Pelosi, for all of their hard work on this legislation, which will make an enormous difference in the lives of each and every American. The relief in this bill will mean recovery instead of recession for our economy and cannot come fast enough. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to welcome Ranking Member Comer.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. We're here today to consider not a COVID-19 relief bill, but rather a $1.9 trillion economy-crushing Democrat slush fund. Congress has already enacted 5 separate COVID relief bills totaling $4 trillion. Roughly $1 trillion remains unspent. Yet the Democrats want to push out another $1.9 trillion, including an additional $350 billion in funds for state and localities. Why? This is not about providing COVID-19 relief. It's about shoveling billions of dollars to partisan pet projects. This bill does not provide targeted COVID-19 relief for struggling American families, workers, small businesses, schools, and communities. The money for schools can't even be spent until 2022. After we're going to make our kids, are we going to make our kids wait that long? There are no guardrails to ensure the funds are temporary and tied to COVID-19 relief. This will dramatically increase the likelihood of fraud, waste, and abuse. Under this bill, states and localities will now have the authority to transfer funds outright to private, nonprofit organizations for any use. The Democrats are giving federal employees $570 million in paid leave. Federal workers have kept their job throughout the pandemic, which is more than can be said for the private sector. Under this bill, if you're a government employee, you can stay home because your child's school is virtual and still get paid. Let's safely reopen schools instead of paying folks to stay at home. In the Oversight Committee, Democrats refused all 35 Republican amendments. Amendments that would prevent waste, fraud, and abuse, require states and localities receiving funds to safely reopen schools, require fair and direct distribution of funds to both rural and urban areas, and prevent funds from going to states and cities with lockdowns that exceed CDC recommendations for small businesses. I'm offering a common sense amendment today that will assure any money distributed by the federal government to states and localities can only be used for expenses directly related to the ongoing COVID-19 national emergency, exactly as we intended in the CARES Act. Federal money should not be used to bail out poor state budgeting or mismanagement. My amendment also strikes the bill's inappropriate authority allowing states and localities to transfer these taxpayer funds to third-party groups with no oversight. COVID-19 relief cannot be an endless slush fund to benefit political leaders' interest groups. It's clear where Democrats' priorities lie. Sadly, their priorities do not include our kids, women, small businesses, or even pandemic recovery. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Chairwoman Velasquez.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. I'm here today to discuss the small business provisions of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. Since the onset of this pandemic, Congress has worked to get business owners the aid that this crisis demands. Under the initial CARES Act, Congress enacted the Paycheck Protection Program, an economic injury disaster loan and advance program to provide relief. Over the course of the year, my committee worked diligently to make easier for small businesses to access and use this program. We hear from small employers every day about the difference these programs make. They say these programs have given them hope for the future beyond this pandemic. But after suffering through COVID for nearly a year, millions of businesses are on the brink of collapse. 400,000 small businesses have already closed their doors for good. For every business that has closed, there is another holding on for dear life. This is especially true for very small and underserved businesses, including minority and women-owned businesses and those located in LMI areas. We must act to protect all Main Street institutions. That is what the American Rescue Plan does. The bill creates a $25 billion program at SBA to support the bars and restaurants that COVID has disproportionately devastated. The bill appropriates an additional $50 billion into the targeted EIDL advances to help those who applied for relief in 2020 but didn't receive the full amount, or in some cases missed out entirely, and creates a path for additional assistance for the most hard-hit businesses. The bill will also allocate an additional $1.1 billion for the Shutter Venue Operators Grant Program. This money will be critical to maintaining beloved community entertaining business venues. It also expands PPP eligibility to 501c nonprofits and permits nonprofits with multiple locations to apply for assistance. This aid will help organizations like Goodwill and the YMCA to protect their employees and ensure they can continue to offer critical services to all our communities. And finally, the bill appropriates $1.5 billion in administrative expenses to SBA. These funds will help the agency run these programs effectively and get aid to small business owners as soon as possible. I am proud of all the work our committee put into this bill, which garnered bipartisan support during our markup, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting it. I will be happy to take any question. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. I'm now happy to welcome Ranking Member Lukemeyer.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole, and thank all of you for the opportunity to testify this morning on the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. Mr. Chairman, I strongly oppose this rule and the underlying legislation. Our nation's small businesses are hurting. The challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic have continued to mount for them. Despite these circumstances, they have tried their best to move forward, adapting to constantly changing state and federal guidelines, mandates, restrictions, and shutdowns. They are suffering severe financial hardship, and many have been forced to permanently close their doors. Sadly, the data shows that if we had been able to responsibly reopen, as my home state of Missouri did last May, they would have reaped extensive benefits. Before COVID-19, small businesses were projecting confidence in creating jobs. Pro-growth policies expanded our economy and resulted in historically low levels of unemployment. But this administration, from its executive order eliminating the Keystone Pipeline to reestablishing old regulatory obstacles, has saddled small businesses with new burdens that will last far beyond the pandemic. We now find ourselves here today, considering yet another massive COVID assistance package of additional spending, even though recent data shows that as much as $1 trillion in the previous coronavirus relief funding remains unspent. Shouldn't we first have an accurate accounting for what has and hasn't been spent? In fact, many of the small business programs enacted in December's COVID relief bill have not even been activated by the agencies. We should get the reforms and improvements in these programs implemented first, instead of irresponsibly spending more money on programs that we don't even know will work. I also have concerns about the bill's current expansion of the Paycheck Protection Program beyond the original congressional intent by removing the SBA's important affiliation rules for nonprofits that prevent Planned Parenthood and their affiliates from receiving federal small business assistance. Our focus should be on ensuring that only true small businesses qualify for PPP loans. I must echo the many concerns about the controversial and rash inclusion of the federal minimum wage mandate that will simply devastate small firms. And there's even a NFIB study out there that shows this, a CBO study that shows this, and yet we go forward ahead with this irresponsible mandate. Alarmingly, this package also continues down the path of inviting fraud into these vital programs. Report after report by the SBA's Inspector General and Government Accountability Office have cited concerns with fraud. We should be considering responsible oversight measures, that ensure only eligible small businesses receive funding while also protecting taxpayer dollars. And finally, I must express my utter disappointment with the process this legislation has taken. From the House majority's employment of reconciliation to its absolute refusal to consider many minority ideas, discussion, or even a single one of our many constructive amendments we offered at markup in our committee, this process has turned our committee's tradition of years of bipartisan collaboration on its head. This is a shame and a disgrace. It is truly a sad day when the issues that should be most bipartisan in Congress, assisting the engines and job creators of our economy, turn bitter and divisive. So, Mr. Chairman, I strongly oppose this rule and the underlying legislation. Our nation's most innovative and agile companies, small businesses, are under attack and are literally fighting for survival. And this irresponsible legislation by edict will only add fuel to the fire. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now yield to Representative Del Bene.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. As the Vice Chair of the Ways and Means Committee, it's an honor to be here presenting on the urgent need for provisions that are under the Ways and Means title. It's responsible for half of this $1.9 trillion package, and the Ways and Means Committee is once again responding to this crisis with aggressive, sound, and proven policies. Millions remained out of work and millions are going hungry. And even more don't know how they'll pay next month's rent and fear eviction. Their pain is our pain, and we can't expect them to ride this out without our help. This landmark and life-saving legislation is not a partisan wish list. It's an American wish list. An overwhelming majority of Americans, both Democrats and Republicans, support our work, and to delay any longer puts lives at risk. Our blueprint, as laid out by President Biden, was simple. Build on the programs that have already been helping to keep Americans afloat since they were first included in the bipartisan CARES Act last year. Our plan takes meaningful science-based steps to improve the administration of vaccines, stop the spread, and expand people's access to and the affordability of quality healthcare. For the millions of jobless Americans, we make it even easier for them to afford their health insurance. Working in tandem with COBRA subsidies, we will be able to better capture the most vulnerable Americans who typically don't receive employer-based health coverage. We ensure jobless workers and families can afford life's necessities and survive until the economy rebounds with another round of economic impact payments and extended pandemic-related unemployment benefits, while also increasing the weekly benefit so they can pay their bills. We will also enhance and expand refundable tax credits for low and middle income workers and families. This means making the largest expansion of the earned income tax credit for workers without children since 2009, and both increasing the child tax credit and making it fully refundable and advanceable. And we made a significant commitment to childcare access now and in the future, because we know both workers and employers that for them, being certain of their future childcare is critical before parents can return to work. The Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy estimates that such expansions, along with direct assistance, would provide an average income boost of 33% for the poorest 20% of households. This will be a major tool in lifting millions of children out of poverty, and it'll change lives. What we're bringing before you today is a critical bridge that will allow those who are hurting to stay safe and pay for essentials until the pandemic has retreated. Experts agree that now is the time to go big. And if we've learned anything from prior recessions, it's that we have to deliver both immediate relief Americans need now and sustained support for better days ahead. The Ways and Means Committee acted boldly because that's what this moment calls for. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. I now am happy to yield to Representative Smucker.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole. As a new member of the Ways and Means Committee, it's certainly an honor for me to come before the Rules Committee representing the Republican members and Ranking Member Brady. We've heard much about the Democrats' choice to go it alone on this bill, and it's unfortunate because in so doing, they've lost sense of the priorities that brought us together in the past. We all agree that we have to crush this virus. We agree that schools need to reopen, and we agree that helping people return to the workplace is critically important. Yet the bill before us today isn't a stimulus. If it is, then where are the jobs? I joined my Republican colleagues on the House Committee on Ways and Means to ask the Biden administration for an estimate of how many jobs their proposed $2 trillion package would create. Weeks later, here we are in the Rules Committee, barreling towards passage of this bill, and still no answer. In fact, I worry that we do have an answer, not in words, but in actions. First, as part of his first several executive orders, President Biden canceled the Keystone Pipeline, eliminating 11,000 jobs. His executive order ending oil and gas leasing on federal lands will eliminate another 120,000 jobs by 2025. On top of this, Democrats' efforts to mandate pay for small businesses would eliminate 1.4 million jobs, according to CBO. Fortunately, the Senate parliamentarian may prevent that from happening in this bill. It's one thing to provide relief to families that need it, but it's another thing altogether to empower Washington to kill jobs in our rural communities. Since January of last year, the federal government has spent approximately $3.5 trillion to provide assistance to families, to healthcare providers, schools, and our communities. Those bills were bipartisan. Republicans supported aid where it was needed, and we continue to support aid where it is needed. Sadly, Democrats have opposed any targeting that would have made this bill work better. In the Ways and Means Committee, they opposed any amendment that we offered that would have improved outcomes for poor families, unemployed workers, and struggling industries. This bill just simply sends money to places where it doesn't need to go. Ways and Means Republicans released an analysis that found that there's still $46 billion, nearly 1/3 remaining in the total $150 billion coronavirus relief fund that have been provided to state and local governments to deal with the pandemic. Yet Democrats think that we should run ahead and pass another $350 billion for state and local governments. Another example, we want to help Americans who have been without work and wanted to get back to work. I offered an amendment to encourage employers to hire long-term unemployed individuals. A good idea we should all agree on, I would think. Democrats rejected that amendment. My Republican colleagues on the committee offered amendments to ensure money to support kids in poverty would be distributed equitably. Democrats said no to that one as well. Democrats rejected amendments to protect Americans from fraud, amendments making it easier for small businesses to open safely. They rejected taking money from unnecessary policies and putting it towards distribution of the vaccines. They even rejected an amendment ensuring that the victims of domestic abuse don't have to go through their former abusers to get their checks. Look, I respect my Democrat colleagues. I believe that we can provide support for American families, but I believe we should be doing this and could be doing this together. But Democrats have chosen a process that excludes reasonable fixes that have been offered by Republicans. I urge my colleagues, rethink your approach. Do a bill that we can all agree on. It's not too late to do that. Do a bill that crushes the virus and creates jobs. We will certainly work with you given the opportunity, but the question is, will you work with us? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just thank all the panelists for their testimony. Let me just say a couple of things. The gentleman from Pennsylvania just said we're barreling towards passage. Well, yeah, we are, because this is a crisis and there's an emergency. The previous administration denied that there was a crisis, delayed acting, and quite frankly, it was deadly. And it did severe damage to our economy. That is just a fact. And the only place where this seems to be partisan is here in the halls of Congress. I mean, I'm looking at an article in the Washington Post entitled "Biden is winning Republican support for his $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief plan, but just not in Washington." Quotes the mayor of Oklahoma City. quotes the mayor of Fort Worth, Texas, both Republicans, quotes other Republicans saying that this pandemic has been devastating on local economies, that there are severe cutbacks in cities and towns, not just in blue states, by the way, but in red states as well. They are desperately in need of help. So yeah, we can stall this, install this, and make believe like the previous administration did, that somehow this will magically all go away, that we don't need to act, or we can act. And when people talk about opening schools up safely, this is the package you should get behind. When people talk about jobs, we got to protect the jobs. I mean, businesses are shutting down in the middle of this this pandemic. People need help right now, and individuals need help right now. Somebody mentioned food security. I find it somehow astounding that people, my friends on the Republican side, are talking about food insecurity when every chance they get, they vote to gut programs to make sure that people get a decent, have decent access to nutrition. I go right down the list of roll call after roll call on cuts in SNAP and other nutrition benefits. Bottom line is this bill actually helps provide additional assistance to the tens of millions of people in this country who are hungry. Medicare was mentioned. Let me just say, my friends are saying that somehow this will cause Medicare cuts because of statutory pay-go. However, the Statutory Pay-As-You-Go Act cannot be addressed through reconciliation. My friends know that. Congress has always stepped in to prevent statutory pay-go sequestration from occurring. And I hope my Republican colleagues will work with us to avoid a sequestration after we take this urgent action to help the American people, just as we work with them to avoid sequestration after they shoved forward a tax cut bill for millionaires, billionaires, and big corporations at great cost to those in the middle class and those struggling in poverty. So, that's just, more political rhetoric. But in any event, having said that, I am proud of this process. I am proud of this bill. To those who are watching, the American people who are watching, please know help is on the way. We are going to do this. This is the right thing to do. We are listening to Democrats and Republicans all over the country. I'm sorry that Republicans here in Washington prefer to stall. I have no questions. I will now yield to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, for any questions or comments he has. And before I yield to him, let me just explain what we're doing here. So the bells just went off for a vote. We are going to continue questioning until about 15 or 20 minutes before the end of this vote. And then we will go and vote on this amendment and then the very next one and come right back. So with that, I yield to Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for clarifying how we'll be operating going forward. That's very helpful. I can't, frankly, let everything he said go unrebutted. Look, if you want to lecture people on speed, then you shouldn't have drug your feet from July till after the election for transparently political reasons, keeping aid from getting to the American people. You had more than $1 trillion on the line. President, by the way, that you said did nothing, signed those 5 COVID bills last year. The president was stopping people from coming from China with the disease when our current president was calling that a xenophobic act. It was the president that put through Operation Warp Speed that has this vaccine in record time in human history, So please don't tell us what the last administration didn't do and what this one did, but the last administration managed to do it in a bipartisan way. You've been unable to do that. You've been unwilling to cooperate in any way, shape, or form. There are lots of things in this bill that we all know could pass in a bipartisan fashion. But the decision was made, and I disagree with my good friend Chairman Pallone, deliberately to move forward in a partisan way. It's a charade to think this was ever going to be anything different. If there was any sincere effort at outreach, there's been absolutely none. And that's just the fact. There are 3 critical components that we should, in my view, should be part of any COVID relief bill. Reopening the economy, reopening schools, and targeted relief. And that's how I'm going to judge the bill before us today. Let me go first to Mr. Luetkemeyer, to you. I want to start with the issue of PPP. You actually touched on this in your testimony. We know that has been a critically successful and bipartisan and good program that's helped thousands of businesses. I've talked to many business owners in my own district who were extraordinarily grateful for the help and couldn't say enough good things about the program itself. Could you describe the changes the majority have made in the current PPP program, and whether or not you think those changes will actually be helpful to Main Street businesses when they try to begin reopening the economy?
Well, thank you, Ranking Member Cole. Yes, they've added $7.25 billion to the PPP program itself. However, what they've done is open it up to some nonprofits, including Planned Parenthood, which is, as you know, is very problematic for lots of Republicans and even should be for lots of Democrats. They've put another $15 billion into the EIDL Targeted Advanced Program, which is fine. The interesting part of this is they have segregated out another $25 billion for the restaurant program to help restaurants get up and running, which I'm not necessarily opposed to. But if you use any sort of available information, I did this within about 5 minutes, just went and Googled the number of restaurants in the country that could qualify, and took a percentage of that could qualify for this. This $25 billion is going to be a drop in the bucket to what they're going to need. So we're going to have to come back after they've established this program, a grant program, which is this isn't a forgivable loan. This is a grant to be able to start this program up, which is fine. The restaurants obviously is a targeted group that we could argue really needs the help. But the amount of money here is not even enough to fix this problem. And what we did in committee was to try and target some of the other dollars in this program away from other things, because there already is a lot of money in these programs and it's not being utilized. At this point, only half the PPP money in the December allotment is even being used. So we try to put some more additional money in here to actually fill this thing up the way it needs to be if you're actually going to structure this thing correctly, and that was defeated. So this is a poorly designed program with regard to the small business portion of this. It's poorly structured, it's poorly funded, and we tried to fix it in committee and were unable to do that because every single amendment we had was defeated.
Well, I think you probably just answered my next question. Was there any bipartisan effort to address any of these kinds of issues? Because you are, as you pointed out, on an historically very bipartisan committee in Congress.
No, we tried everything, and as I said, even acknowledging that this is a pretty good a program that they wanted to start here, but if it's going to be there, let's structure it correctly. We tried to improve the bill and still got turned down. And as you know, Ranking Member Cole, the minimum wage in this is devastating because there's a NFIB new study out there as of January 25th that says 1.6 million jobs are going to be lost, as well as a $2 trillion hit to our economy. The CBO has got some numbers out there of 1.4 million jobs being lost. There's no doubt the minimum wage is a devastating blow. It's still going to be included in this package, even though the Senate now apparently is not. But it shouldn't even be in here, shouldn't be a discussion point when you know how devastating it can be to small businesses, the economic engines of our country.
Couldn't agree more, particularly when states can, on their own, or localities, if they feel the need, act on their own. The idea of a one-size-fits-all, that it's the same cost of living in New York City that it might be in a small town of rural Oklahoma is just ridiculous on its face. And so it's again, one of the many flaws in the bill. Let me go to Ms. McMorris Rogers. I share the belief, I think we probably all do, that eventually we want to reach herd immunity through a combination of vaccines and sadly some people who've already been infected. And that'll be the key to unlocking our economy. Did Chairman Pallone work with you to create a bipartisan solution that would get vaccines to those who need it the most effective ways possible?
First step, unmute. Okay, Mr. Cole, I appreciate you asking that question. And the Energy and Commerce Committee has a rich history of plowing the hard ground necessary to reach that bipartisan agreement. And the Republicans were anxious to go to work to make sure that everyone who got a vaccine would be able to have access to that vaccine or needed a vaccine. And unfortunately, everything that we offered was rejected. And the process has been really terrible. It's been a very partisan approach. And the Republicans offered amendments that would make sure that our teachers were vaccinated. Our kids are in crisis. And you look at any of the numbers, they were, whether it's substance abuse, addiction, suicide attempts, we need to get our kids back in school. And we offered that amendment. It was rejected. We offered an amendment to ask for transparency of where vaccines are being distributed among the states. And again, that was rejected. I have a county in Washington State, Whitman County, that has done a great job of getting people vaccinated. And when they wanted to prioritize the teachers, the governor actually came in and said, no. You know, this is where Republicans are a bit frustrated that the go it alone approach actually results in worse outcomes. We would have a better outcome. We would get better results. More people would get vaccinated if we work together.
Thank you very much. Let me, Mr. Pallone, give you an opportunity to respond. Can you tell us why you didn't think those were worthy amendments?
Well, let me start out by just saying in general, as you know, the Republicans in the House, the leadership, as well as the committee Republicans, were opposed to the reconciliation process, Mr. Cole, and you know that. So, I mean, from day one, when we said we were going to go the route of reconciliation, that made it so that they were not going to cooperate with us. But in terms of the specific amendments, look, I think if you look at the things that I discussed today in terms of the additional money for testing, vaccines, contact tracing, for the health, for the public health workforce, for SAMHSA mental health, for disparities, there really wasn't any dispute with the Republicans over any of that. A lot of this was, I don't want to say on the edges, but it was things like Planned Parenthood, Hyde, saying whether teachers should be vaccinated first. I mean, there was disagreement there, but I didn't really hear any disagreement from my Republicans about the basic things that I talked about today to crush the virus. I don't remember any Republicans saying they disagreed with what we were trying to do in energy and commerce with the vaccine, the contact tracing, and the testing. So I mean, did we work with them? Did we not? I think there was largely a consensus over most of what I presented today in terms of the particulars in the bill that came out of our committee.
I see that. I think Mr. Morris Rogers wants an opportunity to respond to that.
Well, to the chair, thank you, Mr. Cole, and to the chairman. I would just highlight to the members that we received the text at 10 p.m. on Tuesday. The markup started at 11 a.m. on Thursday. There was no conversation at a member level or a staff level. There was no effort to reach out and actually talk about these issues from a bipartisan perspective.
Thank you. Let me go, Mr. Yarmouth, or Chairman Yarmouth, excuse me, to you. Obviously, we're talking about, this is literally, I think, the second largest bill ever passed by Congress. Only the CARES Act would be more substantial. And there is considerable debate, actually, on the Democratic side about the potential impact of this bill overall on the economy. I read with great interest former Secretary of Treasury Larry Summers' article warning of the potential inflationary impact given the size of the bill and its untargeted nature. And by the way, Mr. Chairman, I would ask that op-ed be presented or be included for the record, if I may.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So, and I actually noticed another, I think, leading Democratic thinker on the economy, person I have a great deal of respect for, actually, Steve Ratner, expressed, again, very similar fears about the sign. Did your committee consider in any way the possible impact of that something this large and untargeted might have in terms of sparking inflation?
Well, thank you, Mr. Cole. First of all, the role of the Budget Committee in this process really doesn't get to those types of questions. Our job is to take the product of the 12 committees and assemble it into a package and bring it to the Rules Committee. So the committee itself has not considered that. I would respond, though, by saying that Mr. Summers is kind of an outlier here. Any of us can pull individual names. I would say if you look at Jerome Powell and two of the other regional heads, or two or three of the regional heads of the Fed, of whose whose chief responsibility is to worry about inflation as well as job growth. Those are the statutory obligations of the Fed. All of them have said that clearly that the risk of going small is far greater than the risk of going large. And clearly, when you're spending money in the economy, there's always the risk of some inflation. But most economists have agreed. And again, you can look at Goldman Sachs, you can look at Moody's, you can look at the 150 CEOs who came out for this plan this week. All of them said they think this is an appropriate level of spending, a required level of spending, and well within the fiscal space of the economy to absorb. So again, we all know that there are always risks of independent to spending large sums of money. But again, I defer to those people whose responsibility it is and whose expertise it is to worry about inflation, to make those judgments. And they've all said, for the most part, the vast majority of them have said this is not a concern.
Let me go to your ranking member on that, Mr. Smith. I'd like to get your views as well. Do you see any risk here in terms of just the size and the untargeted nature of the package?
Thank you, Ranking Member Cole. I absolutely do. What you're seeing done here is devastating to the U.S. economy. You take the advice from Larry Summers, Obama's former economist, Treasury Secretary for Clinton. He says that it's unnecessary for $1 additional. The CBO has made it crystal clear that without an additional penny being spent, that by towards the end of this year, we will be at a higher GDP than what we've been in 15 years. 15 years, with also unemployment going down. Counting the $1.9 trillion being spent in this budget with the five prior bipartisan COVID packages, you'll hit almost $6 trillion. That's more than the GDP of every country in the world but China and the United States. That comes to be roughly $17,000 per every American. Mr. Cole, I would ask any American, have you received $17,000 in benefits from your federal government in the last year? Absolutely not. But guess what? You got $17,000 worth of debt. That's unacceptable. And whenever the chairman talks about 150 CEOs support this, of course they do. Because this bill destroys the working class and it rewards the elitists, the corporate elites. Guess who has benefited from the lockdowns and the shutdowns? Amazon, Walmart, all these big companies, because every small business was shuttered by these blue state governors. Over 100,000 small businesses were destroyed. And who benefited? Amazon and Walmart, because they kept their doors open. But these little mom and pops that you and I represent, more than 90% of the United States, got destroyed by liberal governors. Liberal governors. And this bill only rewards those liberal governors that destroyed these small businesses. It's about time we wake up as citizen legislators and defend the American working class, not the global elites.
Mr. McHenry, you obviously in your capacity think a great deal about the Fed and also the role of inflation. What are your thoughts on this general topic, and how do you see things playing out?
Well, first, in testimony from my friend from Kentucky, he said that Chairman Powell endorsed this package. He explicitly did not. The Federal Reserve does not endorse legislative proposals, nor does any previous chair of the Federal Reserve that I'm aware of endorse particular pieces of legislation. And so the question of how the Fed responds, the Fed has said they'll respond, because the democratically elected folks will make their decisions. They will then have to respond based off of those new facts. What I will tell you is the baseline for employment for the Fed is very similar to what I outlined in my opener here. We have a great deal of folks that have left employment, most particularly women. Childcare has been one of the key needs for reopening the economy, getting people back in employment. reopening schools, helps people get back into employment. Those things all rest on the vaccine. And so as the Fed has outlined, the vaccine is the most important thing. It is not a matter of additional stimulus dollars. It is a matter of getting shots in arms and getting people confident to reemerge in their life safely. And so I believe that there is a substantial concern by economists from both the left and the right about the unintended consequence of this $2 trillion, which is rising inflation, what that does to savers, what that does to those that are on fixed incomes, that are retirees or have exited the workforce. There is significant concern, but we've not seen inflation in real substance in almost 40 years. And so most of our policymakers don't take these inflation concerns seriously, but inflation is quite nefarious and is quite painful, especially to those that are on fixed incomes. So I think this package will have severe negative consequences in the medium and long term that we will have to contend with in a responsible manner in future Congresses. It's unfortunate.
Thank you. Mr. Yarmouth, again, you're sort of I know you put the bill together, so you probably know more about all the different pieces of it than just about anybody. You and Mr. Smith, probably saw it in its whole more. So let me address this question to you, but others may want to deal with it as well. There's obviously a substantial amount of money in here for reopening schools. I think that's something we're all in favor of. But is any of that money, are people forced to be the wrong word, are required to actually reopen the school in exchange for the dollars? And let me say, I see this in my own state. My own son's a public school teacher. He's been teaching full-time in an urban suburban district since August. This idea that schools can't be opened and that there's not, number one, already a considerable amount of money submitted, but if we're going to put more in there, are we requiring that in order to receive the money, schools actually be open 5 days a week?
No, we're not. I'll let Chairman Scott respond more specifically, but.
And I would have gotten to Chairman Scott too, and so I will go to him next.
Yeah,
thank you.
Right. One thing I would say is that one of the reasons we're approaching education this way is, first of all, we can't tell state schools when to open and when to close. They control their own systems.
Well, but isn't it true we condition money all the time? We can't tell them what their speed limit is either, but we certainly condition highway dollars on what they do. And so this idea that, look, it's pretty powerful incentive when you're talking tens of billions of dollars.
I would say that from the Republican Party, which always talks about local and state control and they knowing the best about what's right for their citizens, I think that's the position we would take with regard to schools. They know when they're capable of reopening safely and what the situation with transmission rates in their communities and their states are. One of the other things, however, is that some of this money is intended not to go just to the physical structures of the schools. One of the things that we know well is that there are going to be ongoing costs, remedial costs to make up for the lost educational opportunities that so many students have had over the last years, mental health situations, because we know that there's been a heavy toll on the mental health of kids. So this money is not all designed just to renovate HVAC systems and provide for social distancing. There's a programmatic aspect to it as well, and a longer term aspect to it.
Well, that's certainly true, since most of it's not even spent in the next year. But let me go to Chairman Scott as your recommendation to get his thoughts on that, and then I'll go to Chairman Fox, Ranking Member Fox next. Chairman Scott, is there anything is he not? Yeah, he's not on the panel. That's correct. They're on the next panel. I'll save that question and tell him that you punted to him, Mr. Chairman. Just one or two other quick things. Actually, I think I know time is short, Mr. Chairman, so I'll hold my questions and yield back to you.
Thank you. Let me ask unanimous consent to insert in the record the statement of administration policy in support of this bill. And since Mr. Cole introduced articles to the record, I want to make sure I introduce the Washington Post story. Biden is winning Republican support for his $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief plan, just not in Washington. Again, it shows the overwhelming support of Republican mayors and governors all across this country. And my Republican friends may want to characterize their Republican local officials as somehow being out of touch or ignorant or not capable of understanding what we're doing here in Washington or reading the bill. But I think what they're doing is they're reflecting the will of the people they represent. People are going through a very, very difficult time, and cities and towns need help. And I would just say to the gentleman from Missouri, I deeply, deeply am offended every time you come up here and try to pit this argument in terms of red states versus blue states. I think one of the reasons why Joe Biden is president is because people all across this country are tired of that characterization. This COVID pandemic has impacted Democrats and Republicans, everybody across the country. And it's about time that we set an example in this country that we care about all people, whether they vote for us or they don't vote for us. So let's stop this polarization of, that this is,
Mr. Chairman, can I respond to that?
Yes, you can when I finish, please.
Okay.
Because I'm the chairman of this committee, and when I'm finished, I'll yield to the gentleman.
You got the power.
Yeah, well, I do. And one of the reasons why is because people are sick of this polarization. So, and by the way, some of the mayors that I quoted, Republican mayors, are from red states. So I guess you can blame governors in blue states for their problems, but they're having challenges too. And I yield to the gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Probably why you see so much frustration from our side is because we've been completely closed out to make any modifications to this. But the issue that we have about this rewarding the blue states over the red states is the formula that you all changed in this package on how you allocate the state and local government dollars, roughly the $510 billion. And all the other prior COVID packages, we used a bipartisan formula. Under this one, you changed it where it's not just on population, how it's always been. You put other factors in it. And by doing that, you rewarded California by having an increase of $5.4 billion. You rewarded New York by having an additional $2.1 billion and punishing all the red states except for two. Every state that Donald Trump won lost in this package because of your new formula. For the first time, this formula has been used except for two red states. So, Mr. Chairman, you are attacking the red states in this proposal. That's what the numbers say.
Yeah. Well, I get with I don't even want to say with respect, but the bottom line is this is why people hate Washington. Is
absolutely
a diatribe like you just gave. Maybe this is what you get from a QAnon webpage, but the bottom line is the fact.
I've never been on a QAnon webpage. Maybe you have.
Well, you sound like it. You sound like it.
I'm just speaking the truth, and I'm fighting for the working class.
You're out of order.
And maybe Ms. Maloney, at some point, I don't want to take the time out now, can explain the formula. But I have to say that whether you agree with this package or you don't, the time has come for us to understand that this is a national problem. And the constant polarization, the constant pitting red states against blue states, people have had it. I now yield to the gentlelady from California, Mrs. Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, it's a new day in America. It's a new day where the President of the United States, Joe Biden, and his Vice President, Kamala Harris, care about all Americans, not red Americans, not blue Americans, but all Americans. You know, if we want to talk about paying your fair share of taxes, you know, you can talk about Donald Trump's taxes, his failure to pay for taxes, and your failure to address that issue. If we want to talk about fairness for small business and hard-working families that continue to work through this pandemic. We can start talking about today, right now. President Biden has given those little businesses, that little guy, 14 days where they can reach out and apply for PPE. Unlike the former president that allowed corporate America that had to be shamed into paying back and returning the money that they stole from the little guys that you claim to represent. Let me tell you, the devastation of the coronavirus is real. And some states like California and New York are feeling the brunt of it. Not because we're blue states, but because we are giants. We are giants that pay our bills and more than our fair share of taxes. We donate to you. You should be thanking us. I'm a proud California, and I am proud to provide welfare to your communities. But you should thank us. You shouldn't be ungrateful for what we do for you, to feed your families. But here we are with a group of polluters that are more focused on continuing to funnel our natural resources, our hardworking taxpayer dollars, into their friends with deep oil pockets. That's not what this administration is about. This administration is about helping every family, every hardworking individual out there. The devastation that was caused by this pandemic is all around us. If you took off your QAnon glasses, maybe you would be able to see what I am witnessing every single day in my community. Look around you. Food bank lines that stretch for miles, months of missed rent payments, families struggling, waiting on Congress to send a lifeline that you have refused to send them, fighting over $200, $600, when the minimum rent is nearly, in my community, is nearly $1,800. So stop your QAnon political theater and start doing your job. Stop pulling the fire alarm because you're unhappy like a spoiled child, because you didn't get your way. Small businesses have shuttered. Worst of all, more than 500,000 people have died from COVID because the former occupant of the White House refused to send the help that they needed. In my community, essential workers have long commutes. Many of them work multiple jobs. This leaves their children with very little support. Many tender-age kids are going to work with their moms, and too often spend hours in broom closets playing Nintendo because they cannot go to their classroom because it is not safe. Our continued inaction will impact students for the rest of their lives. And that is what Joe Biden is trying to address in this bill. The American Rescue Plan responds to this call and provides $130 billion to save lives by delivering vaccines, testing, contact tracing, and funds many other resources that are necessary to reopen our schools and our economy. It doesn't just demand that our families pay with their lives to get back to work. It incentivizes life over greed, corporate greed, your greed. And it will do much more. It supports state and local governments so that they don't have to lay off public safety officers. Imagine if Texas had to lay off their firefighters and their rescue officers in the middle of this winter storm. I encourage my colleagues to vote to pass the American Rescue Plan and stop playing deadly games that have cost too many American lives. You see, it's not enough to stand at the steps of the Capitol holding a candle and praying for this pandemic to go away. We have to act. We have to protect ourselves by doing basic things like washing your hands, helping our families survive this pandemic with real money, not words. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burgess. Dr. Burgess.
Mr. Chairman, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
Is it appropriate to call members greedy or accuse them of being members of QAnon or that sort of thing? I think that's really beneath the dignity of this committee. And I would just urge that we refrain from that. We're usually very good at being civil to one another and certainly not calling any of our witnesses or affiliating them with the fringe groups or nuts. So I would hope we could do that here going forward.
Dr. Burgess.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just before I start with questions on it, unrelated note, but it does affect all of us because it has a question about security. And I've asked the speaker several times, I sent her a letter. We need a general briefing, classified in nature, to understand what the threats to the United States Capitol are. We're here under lock and key, as it were. The public's not allowed in. So I didn't receive a response to my letter from the speaker. So I sent you, Mr. Chairman, a letter along with Leader Hoyer. And I don't know if you've had a chance to see that, but I really would appreciate a response because I think it affects each and every one of us, our staffs, constituents that might try to come to the Capitol need to know what the outlook is and how long this might endure. So if you haven't seen that letter, I urge you to get your staff to let you have a look at it. Now look, we're here considering a bill today, and the thesis that the speaker has espoused is crushing the coronavirus. So we heard a lot in the Energy and Commerce Committee, and Energy and Commerce Committee is appropriate because we are one of the main authorization committees for issues surrounding public health, issues surrounding medical care. Thoughtful amendments were submitted. None were allowed into the base bill. And even going a little bit further, there is a group, you may not be aware of it, it's called the GOP Doctors Caucus, significant number of members, and they very thoughtfully convened and came up with a slate of 9 amendments. And for those of you who are looking at your list, that's number 202, number 62, number 63, number 176, number 97, number 162, 163, 210, and 134. And I don't know if I will have a chance to offer each of those amendments individually, but I encourage you to look at them if we're serious about crushing the coronavirus. Now, one thing that has come up this morning in the discussion, I just feel obligated to mention it. Number one, Mr. Chairman, I don't know where everyone else was, but last January, a year ago, January of 2020, I was sitting in a briefing room over in the Capitol Visitors Center, and it was bipartisan. There were a number of members there. We had all of the public health figures, so all of whom have become celebrities, and you might recognize them if you were to see them again. But I don't recall, they did not soft pedal. I remember being concerned beyond concerned about what we were facing. And every news interview I gave in late January through the month of February, we have to do something to prepare ourselves for what is coming. We never have a hearing in Energy and Commerce, Mr. Pallone or Chairman Pallone. We went the whole month of February. We did all kinds of hearings. We didn't do any hearing on anything about this. And then we found ourselves in the middle of it. And Chairman Pallone, you'll remember, you and I were sitting here at the Rules Committee March 11th of last year, and we didn't have any. The bill that was before us was, again, a very partisan exercise. And we, at the time, as I brought out, we didn't have any idea about the number of ventilators, our surge capacity in ICUs. We hadn't done the basic inquiries in our authorization committee. And in fact, the next day, the bill was pulled down that night. And to Mr. Cole's credit, as an appropriator, it became quite bipartisan at that point, which really is the intention of our exercise today.
Dr. Burgess, will you yield for 1 second?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so I've just.
I was on a roll. I wish you hadn't interrupted.
No, and I don't, and I want, you can finish your roll. But I just want to say that when you're done with your roll, we can come back to you after the votes, but we're gonna have to recess. And we're gonna vote on this amendment and then the next amendment and then immediately come back. So you just finish this, but you can have time when you come back as well. So just if you can finish your thought, and then we can then go to tell people to go vote. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just before we break to go vote, I do feel obligated to mention, because it's been brought up several times today on the issue of vaccines. There is vaccine hesitancy in this country. I live in a part of the world where there's vaccine hesitancy. It is incumbent upon each and every one of us to speak against or to get people to think in other terms rather than vaccine hesitancy. And one of the amendments that I probably won't have time to offer today, but it's a very thoughtful one from Dr. Bouchon, was that people who have people who spoke against this virus last fall and last winter really should come forward and do public service announcements that the vaccine is in fact okay. Because some of those people who spoke against the vaccine during a political campaign were some of the first ones to take it when it became available to them. And that's what I think is just, you talk about it's unfortunate why people hate Washington. That's one of the reasons people hate Washington, because they talk out of both sides of their mouth, and then their actions are completely at odds with what the statements that they've made previously. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back to you, and we can recover this thought when we come back.
Thank you. And when we come back, we will go back to Dr. Burgess. Again, we're going to vote on this amendment and then the next amendment immediately following it, and then come right back. With that, without objection, the Rules Committee stands in recess subject to the call of the chair. come to order. We left off with Dr. Burgess. We will return to Dr. Burgess's questioning.
Good deal. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do want to point out, I will have a number of amendments at the appropriate time. I'm going to confine myself simply to questions for our witnesses while they're here, also being mindful of the tight turnaround we may have on the next series of votes. So let me start with Ranking Member Smith. And Ranking Member Smith, let me just say what a pleasure it is to be also on the Budget Committee. I never once thought in my earlier life that I'd ever aspire to be on both the Budget Committee and the Rules Committee, but here I am nevertheless. So I certainly enjoyed our markup the other day, but I wanted to go to you because I felt like you didn't have adequate time given to answer some of the issues that were brought up in the previous exchange. But I also want to ask you, we're all familiar with our former colleague Randall Manuel and his statement, you never want to let a good crisis go to waste. We're also familiar with the comments of our speaker several years ago, you got to pass the bill to find out what's in it. And I feel like we're on the verge of a third iteration of that now. You don't want to let the crisis get solved before you have a chance to pass a massive bill that you won't know what's in it till you have a chance to read it. Because I look at the Wall Street Journal this morning and household incomes are up 10% in the month of January. I think we should all it should be cause for a celebratory mood. Doesn't mean every problem is solved in the country, but clearly that is going in the right direction. I've also got an article, and Mr. Chairman, I'll submit this for the record, from the New England Journal of Medicine that suggests that between the vaccines and the number of people who encountered the illness during the various surges of illness during the past year, we're very likely to be at herd immunity, possibly as early as April or May. And then, of course, we've all heard that the outlook from the CBO and beyond the second quarter of this year is for the economy, excuse me, is poised to make a robust rebound. So, Chairman Smith, let me just ask you: do you think there is a risk that this problem resolves before we can pass a $1.9 trillion bill? Jason, you may have to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah, I think it's pretty reckless right now just moving this bill forward when we know after the ruling in the Senate yesterday that the Washington mandate's not even acceptable. And so this bill is clearly being rushed through without clear and open debate. If it's truly imminent and the money that needs to be there, we'd make sure that the legislation we're passing out of here could actually pass the floor of the United States Senate. We know that it can't. So, I mean, instead, we're going to have a vote on the floor that eliminates 1.4 million jobs with a provision and also that makes sure 31 million seniors who are on a fixed Social Security is going to have a more difficult time deciding whether to keep their lights on, to keep their house, put food on the table, or clothes on their back. And also there's numerous working disabled who are in sheltered workshops that this provision could put them out, close their doors. It's just a bad bill, and I don't understand why it's being pushed through just because a few folks on the progressive wing of the other side of the aisle are demanding that it happen.
Well, again, I thank you. I did find it odd earlier to hear the comments that we're not really economists on the Budget Committee. I know I'm not, but I do wonder if there is an economic theory that deals with pumping vast amounts of money into an economy that is already in a recovery, and you do worry about the effect, that the unintended consequences of that. But I thank you for your answer. I thank you for your forthrightness. Chairman Pallone, again, I referenced some of our interactions on early iterations of bills during the previous year, during the calendar year 2020. I'd like to go back for just a brief moment, if I could, to 2009, when another stimulus bill, the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, passed. You'll recall there was a portion of that was marked up in our committee. And one of those portions dealt with electronic health records. And there was $30 billion for electronic health records included in that 2009 bill The ironic thing was that none of that $30 billion was going to be spent until 2011. So it didn't really seem to fall into the category of a stimulus. And then I was interested to find just the other day, there's been a look back at how the passage of that electronic health records title in the ARA bill, in the stimulus bill of 2009, and an article from EHR Intelligence, February 17th, following the passage of the HITECH Act in 2009 and the subsequent increase in EHR adoption, clinicians and healthcare experts significantly underestimated the degree of clinician burnout. Boy, the number one complaint that I've heard from docs over the past 10 years is that we turned them from clinicians, from healers, into data entry clerks. Just a continuing complaint I have is we never look back at what effect our actions have had. And this was clearly very deleterious on the very people that we now claim are our heroes, and we elevate them in our discussions as appropriately we should. At the same time, we need to be mindful of the fact that some of the things we do have real world consequences for real people. Now, with that in mind, in the Energy and Commerce Committee, we had reconciliation instructions that totaled $188 billion. Is that correct, Chairman Plone?
I didn't hear what you said, but 186 billion instruction to Energy and Commerce. That's the only thing I heard you say, though, Mike.
Okay, all right, good. Well, you missed a brilliant discussion ahead of that. And I'll follow up with you offline and be sure that I make those points to you. But of that 186 billion, how much was obligated in the Energy and Commerce markup?
We were short of that. We didn't fully use the 186. But part of that, Mike, was because of what happened in, with the parliamentarian, like they ruled out the congregate housing and some of the things with the prisoners that we had.
So there were, we were under our cap or whatever you call it.
Only because of the what happened with the Senate parliamentarian, I believe. And we did try to put some of that in other pots. So I don't think we were, even now, I don't think we're short much, if at all, from the 186.
But you had 20 Republican amendments that were offered. Why oppose all of those amendments if, in fact, you were under the targeted amount?
Yeah, but Mike, we weren't under the targeted amount, except what happened with the parliamentarian after the markup, and a lot of that was reprogrammed in the manager's amendment. But what I want to stress to you is, remember, your amendments and the Republican amendments were mostly to things that you guys wanted to add, or it wasn't like you were going. You remember earlier when in response to Mr. Cole, I said that the basic things that we had in terms of vaccine testing, disparities, you guys didn't touch any of that. This was most of your amendments were were things like Hyde and Planned Parenthood and things of that nature. So I don't know.
Well, Mr. Chairman, one of my amendments, I'll remind you, was the Helping Moms Act. It's actually a bill introduced by Robin Kelly. We passed it the floor of the House last year in a bipartisan fashion. It was offset. It was making available to states the state plan amendment option.
Right, we actually added to that. That was one of the things that we actually added to. It's now 7 years. So we were cognizant of what you said, and we added some more money to that. So it's now 7 years. If you want to make it permanent, then it becomes terribly expensive and you'd have to cut something else.
Which of course we did in a bipartisan fashion in the last Congress. Unfortunately, didn't pass the Senate. The problem with the 7-year cliff, and you well know this, those 7 years go by extremely quickly. And we're talking about an interval that is for the patient. There's the length of the gestation itself, and then the 1 year postpartum.
Right.
So
Mike,
it gets difficult for people to plan.
Mike, I'm just trying to say that I and the Democrats were sympathetic to what you wanted to do, but we just couldn't go as far as you wanted. I mean, this is not like a big disagreement here. We added as much as we could, and we want to work with you to make it permanent. I'm 100% in favor of it. But you know, how is, you know, you guys are all complaining about money and how we're spending too much money. And now you're telling me to add more money. I mean, I did
Well,
the best I could.
Mr. Chairman, reclaim my time. What the argument is, if your thesis is we're going to crush the coronavirus, simply focusing on that is, I think, where we should have been. And you know,
But I don't disagree
Scalise
with you. I'm just trying to say that within our committee, we're trying to crush the virus. Yes, would have liked to make it permanent? Sure. But we made it as long as we could within the confines of the money that we had. And I guess look, I'm not trying to be critical of you, but I just think it's ironic that you're asking me about adding money. I don't have a problem adding money. It's most of the Republican attacks though have been that this is too expensive. Not that we should add, but yeah, I added more, and I'd like to add more in the future.
Came in under 40 billion under your target. Well, look, Representative Scalise had an amendment requiring a report to Congress detailing the plan to distribute and inject 2 million coronavirus vaccinations per day. National Public Radio had said the U.S. is currently administering over 1.8 million vaccinations per day, so it really didn't seem like a very heavy lift. Seems actually possible to put forward a plan to ensure that we're efficiently vaccinating 2 million people a day. So, but you oppose that amendment. Can you tell us why?
Because again, I don't want to overpromise. You know, obviously Biden is vaccinating a lot more people than was anticipated by the Trump administration. Not that Trump wouldn't have, but you know, he's done a good job, Biden, in trying to expand this and get more vaccine out. But as you know, when you're at home, you know, you don't want to overpromise and say we're going to do all these great things and then we don't have the vaccines. So I just don't want to be promising people that we're going to have all these extra vaccines if we don't. But the bottom line is that Biden has done a good job and expanded the number of vaccines that were anticipated by the Trump administration.
Right, because the rate limiting step was the number of vaccines, and as manufacturers have been able to ramp up their capabilities. We heard that last Tuesday in our hearing in your committee. So during our energy and commerce markup, you said that your understanding was that there was substantial funding left in the provider relief fund over at HHS. I think it was Representative Guthrie who had offered an amendment to plus up the provider relief fund by $35 billion. That amendment's been supported almost unanimously in the Senate. American Hospital Association believes there's only $4.4 billion remaining in undistributed funds. You actually indicated to several of us that you could provide the documentary evidence that there was significant money left in the provider relief fund. I think $24 billion was the figure. I've not yet seen that. So if it has been made available, I really would appreciate having that information, because, as you know, the provider relief fund, something we did on bipartisan fashion and really did go a long way. Didn't help everyone as much as everyone wanted to be helped, but it did go a long way towards providing some respite for our hospitals and doctors and people on the front lines.
Well, again, I don't think we disagree. The only reason that we didn't expand the money for the provider relief fund is because the administration said to us, and I do have some documentation, I don't know if it's going to satisfy you, but I do have some, that says that they still have $24 billion left, but there's no money left for the testing or the vaccine distribution to the states, or very little. And so I didn't want to say, when you have one pot with 24, to give more to that as opposed to giving more for the testing and the vaccine, which we know is either dry or almost dry. So it's just a question of priorities again. I mean, I'd love to add more money to the provider relief fund, and hopefully we will. But it was hard to justify that when the administration is saying there's 24 billion left. And I don't think that the Trump people would have disagreed, because there was at least that much money left when Trump left office as well. It might have even been like 30. So a question of not giving more money when there's a pot available and giving it to something like testing and vaccine where the pot is dry or almost dry. I mean, it's just, again, a question of priorities.
And yet there were dollars available under your targeted amount. Well, I guess here's the bottom line. At some point, I really would like to see your data. I'll be happy to provide the data that I have from the American Hospital Association, that the till is empty, that the well is dry. I do think we need to resolve this as we talk about it from an esoteric or a theoretical standpoint. Our hospitals, our doctors, our frontline medical personnel are the ones who are having to deal with even yet another pause on elective procedures early this year as the number of coronavirus cases surge. And as we all found out during last March and April, when you put on hold your elective surgeries, your elective cases, that's the cash flow that practices and hospitals depend upon to keep their doors open. And we had a very uncomfortable situation where hospitals were having to lay off personnel in the middle of a pandemic simply to keep themselves solvent, to keep their doors open. So it's not, again, this is not just an esoteric or theoretic discussion. We need to get this right. So I would appreciate seeing your data. I will provide to you the data that I received from the American Hospital Association. And clearly, this is not the end of this. This bill is going to go over to the Senate where it can't survive. We've all heard that. So we'll be back talking about it some more at some point in the future. And I do hope we can figure this one out. Just one last word on the postpartum coverage under Medicaid, extending that to a full year after delivery, making it an optional activity for the states. The 7-year budget window, and I appreciate the fact that you heard what I said in committee and you extended the time frame for 5 to 7 years. What I'm hearing back now from folks at the state, people in hospitals, is their budgetary cycle doesn't run 7 years. So while I appreciate the fact that you heard what I had to say during the committee markup, obviously we still need to work on that. There's additional work that needs to be done. To our ranking member, Ms. McMorris-Rodgers, we spent a considerable time talking about your amendment in committee the other night. You addressed it in your opening statement. Is there anything else that you would like to add as far as maintaining those high protections in this legislation?
I thank the gentleman for the question, and what I would highlight to this committee is that this is really precedent setting. The Hyde Amendment has been the law of the land for 40 years, decades. Republicans and Democrats have come together to include the Hyde protections, and in all of the COVID relief packages that have been passed to date by this Congress, through the House, through the Senate, signed by the President, these Hyde protections have been included, and it's consistent. That even, so we're dating back to 1976, and it's always been supported, even by President Biden. And so my hope and our appeal to you is to continue these important Hyde protections as we move forward. And we really believe that this should be an area for bipartisan support. And to the chairman, who was saying that we didn't offer, almost suggesting that we didn't offer amendments in good faith, Mr. Chairman, I would just remind you, and I want this committee to know, that we started with a series of amendments that have long enjoyed bipartisan support. And we appealed to you to work with us as Republicans. The fact that there's no money in this legislation for NIH, no money for NIH. Important research to restart the important research that's been sidelined by COVID-19, money for more vaccines, money for transparency on the allocation, money for vaccinating teachers so that we can get our schools open. We believed that these would all enjoy bipartisan support, that these are shared goals. And I think I'm just really concerned that the approach taken right now by the majority is one to do it alone and not to include the Republicans. We're being, our voices are being stifled. We are duly elected representatives of the House of Representatives, and we'll get better outcomes for the people that we represent when every voice is heard in this competition of ideas for better outcomes.
Well, Dr. Burgess, could you just yield to me? I'll be brief.
Yes.
Well, I wanted to assure our ranking member that I would never suggest that she was not acting in good faith. I mean, all of the amendments that she and other Republicans put forward were certainly in good faith. So please don't misunderstand. I was not suggesting that in any way. What I'm trying to say is simply that those amendments, the amendments, to some extent, as Mike said, we're trying to extend some of these programs. And the problem with that was there wasn't enough money without cutting something else. And then, of course, with things like Hyde and Planned Parenthood, I mean, of course, myself and I think all of the Democrats, we just, don't agree. In other words, we don't think that the provisions in the committee print were directed to abortion services. And I think for the most part, we just don't, I'll certainly speak for myself in saying I just don't agree with Hyde. And so I don't want to expand it. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Dr. Burgess.
Right, thank you, and reclaiming my time. If I could go back to Representative Smith and perhaps Chairman Yarmouth for a moment, Ranking Member Smith. Although we are here today, you in the capacity as the Budget Chairman and Ranking Member, and we have a number of Chairman and Ranking Members from committees. When we marked up the bill in the Budget Committee, we hadn't heard from Foreign Affairs, Science, Space, and Technology, and the Natural Resources Committees. So where are they going to fit into this this total budget reconciliation? Presumably, they're going to have to be added at some point. It will likely be as a self-executing part of the rule, which means that no committee member had a chance to be able to weigh in on this. So that really doesn't seem like an open and iterative process to me.
I'd be happy to answer that, Dr. Burgess. The product of those committees, response to their instructions is in the manager's amendment. That's actually the main part of the main reason for the manager's amendment. And you can ask the chairs of those committees, but the amounts that were involved in the instruction to each of them, one was 750 million, one was 10 billion, and I think the other one was around 10 billion as well. And it was pretty cut and dried as to what the limited provisions that they were dealing with. And so I think they didn't feel like you need to mark up, but you'd have to respond to, ask them as to why. But their provisions are in the manager's amendment.
Right, so that manager's amendment will be a self-executing part of the rule that we pass on the floor, or that you pass on the floor later today. And again, it just cuts the members of those committees out on both sides, Republican and Democrat. And I assure you that I will ask of those members when they're part of the second panel, but it just doesn't seem reasonable to prevent those members from having any part of the discussion. Representative Smith or Ranking Member Smith, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Mr. Burgess, I would just point out that the manager's amendment is 194 pages. And to me, that's it's almost like at least a third of the entire reconciliation bill. So it tells me that there's a lot more than just those three committees that's being added. So it's a pretty substantial rewrite that Speaker Pelosi and the Rules Chairman decided to do and bypass not just those three committees, but the other 9.
Thank everyone for their.
The vast majority of the provisions in the manager's amendment involve technical corrections to the language so that they didn't run into jurisdictional issues in the Senate. If you write something in a legislation, in a piece of legislation under reconciliation that implies jurisdiction for another committee that may not have been instructed, then that loses the privilege of reconciliation in the Senate. So the vast majority of those that material in the manager's amendment are those corrections.
So it reminds me from the advice of an old general surgeon that I knew, please go slowly, I'm in a hurry. If you don't have time to do it right, when are you gonna have time to do it over? So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Everyone's been very kind with your time. I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. Let me just say a couple of things. First of all, I just want to say that I take exception to the statement that voices are being stifled. Seems to me that people are doing a lot of talking on both sides, and that's perfectly fine. The second thing, Dr. Burgess, in response to your opening question about security briefings, I appreciated you raising it. I just been shared a tweet that you put out today expressing exasperation over the fact that I haven't gotten back to you. Well, we just got the communication from you on Tuesday night, it's been a busy week, in case you haven't noticed. But I also took note of the fact that the Republicans actually did a security briefing that included the Sergeant at Arms Office, the Capitol Police, and the DC, National Guard, amongst others. There are hearings going on right now in the Senate and the House, looking at what happened on January 6th. General Honore has been charged with doing a top-to-bottom review, and I'm sure that we will all be briefed. But I will, I will get back to you in writing, and I again appreciate you raising the issue. Don't appreciate the tweet. The response may be a little bit more snarky than it normally would be because of that. But I'm anxious too. We all are, to find out what happened here. We have questions, including questions about people who may have been supporting efforts that took place on January 6th, who work on this campus. So lots of us have questions, and we will get to the bottom of this. And just one final thing. Again, the question was raised. Why are we moving on this bill? Why are we moving so quickly? If anybody really has that question, I suggest that you go out into the real world. There's a lot of suffering going on in communities, in urban areas, in rural areas, and suburban areas all across this country. And people are clamoring for us to do something. So that is why we are doing this. And yeah, this is, we are spending some significant resources on trying to respond to this, but it is a little bit strange to me to hear the complaints about that when the same people didn't complain about the $2 trillion that was spent on tax cuts that went mostly to people who are well off and well connected. At this point, I'd like to yield to Mr. Perlmutter.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I was going to answer that basic question. The physical, emotional, and financial health of America is at stake. That's why the Biden administration has put forth the American Rescue Plan. That's what we're dealing with, the physical, emotional, and financial health of America. So I wish Mr. McHenry were here, because he only told you half of the story, and the chairwoman in financial services can chime in as she chooses. But what we heard from Chairman Powell is that we are down 10 million jobs. And Mr. Luke DeMeyer, you can jump in if you choose. 10 million jobs from this point last year. 10 million, greater than at any time in the Great Recession of 2008, 9, and 10. We're down 10 million jobs. There is a lot of slack in the economy. That was the testimony of Jerome Powell when asked about the American Rescue Plan. So there is, countless restaurants, countless businesses, countless associations have failed or are on the verge of failing at this point. And our job is to get people healthy and to get the economy healthy. And that's the purpose of the American Rescue Plan. We know that it is a lagging situation for bankruptcies, foreclosures, and evictions. And I'll let the chairwoman jump in here, because we know there is ready to be a lot of evictions and foreclosures if we don't do something. So, Madam Chair.
Absolutely, and thank you for yielding time to me. First of all, I wish Mr. McHenry had stayed because he, gave out information about what Chairman Powell is thinking and tried to describe the formal way that he did not, in a formal way that he did not support what we're doing. And that is not true. As a matter of fact, Chairman Powell and Secretary Treasurer Yellen have both said, go big. This is not a time not to consider that the more that you put into the economy by helping people will help to stimulate the economy. The people who are getting this money are in desperate need, and they're not going to, run to the stock market or put it in the bank. They're going to spend it. They're going to buy food. They're going to make sure their cars are running. They're going to pay for gasoline. They're going to make sure that the children, have decent shoes on their feet. And so This is extraordinarily important to understand that the top people in our government, the Fed chair and the Secretary of the Treasury, have said this is the right way to go huge, go big, because this is how we stimulate the economy. And of course, in this bill, I pay special attention to rental assistance. And I think you all realize that not only do we have millions of families who have not been able to pay their rent, but in addition to that, our landlords, our small landlords who basically have this income as retirement income, our small landlords who need money to repair the units that they have. All of this is extraordinarily important, not only to support the people of this country who expect their government to step up, to give them support in a time of need. And many of them are desperate. And so I would ask the Republicans to consider, even though you describe this as nonpartisan, bipartisan, etc., the people in your towns and in your cities and in your rural communities are supporting this $1.9 trillion bill advanced by the President of the United States because they need it everywhere. I yield back.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I knew I would get the testimony I wanted by the presentation just then. So, you know, let's get back to basics. And Mr. Cole, I couldn't disagree with you more about the Trump administration's efforts with respect to this virus. We are over 500,000 people have died from this virus, millions of people infected by this virus. More people have died from the virus than all of the folks we lost in World War I, World War II, and the Vietnam War. And Mr. Smith, you and Mr. Cole were talking about reopening the economies and, you know, the blue states and the red states. Well, quite frankly, your states have made a very difficult trade-off. Compared to Colorado, compared to Washington, Ms. Rogers, two blue states, we have the lowest of these 5 states. Colorado is the lowest cases per 100,000, and the lowest deaths per 100,000. Washington is the next lowest. Pennsylvania, which is mixed between a Republican legislature and a Democratic governor, is next. Missouri, higher still. Oklahoma, the worst. It's a terrible trade-off between the economy and deaths. And I would just say to Mr. Smith, you know, I'd rather live in Colorado. So
is that a question for me?
No, it's a statement to you. I would say to you, I would rather live in Colorado. So there are a lot of things. I wish Mr. McHenry were here, and I appreciate the desire for bipartisanship. That's what I would like to see. And, you know, it takes 2 to tango when it comes to bipartisanship. Any of you can choose to support this bill, and then it would be great. You know, and but I think that that's not going to be the case. Obviously, you've all taken a position that, you know, it's too big, or it's not timely and temporary and targeted, or it's whatever. But America needs this. America wants this, and they're going to get it. This administration is dedicated to the health and the welfare of America. The physical, emotional, and financial health of America is going to be rescued by this plan. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Reschenthaler.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate it. And I do want to point out that it's interesting when there's talking about red states and blue states, when my colleagues across the aisle do it, they're engaged in factual argument. But for whatever reason, when we do it, we're being divisive. I just wanted to point out that double standard. Chairman Waters, Republicans on the Financial Service Committee offered amendments to target relief to rural communities and small businesses that sustain them. For example, Representative Andy Barr offered an amendment requiring at least $1 billion in Defense Production Act vaccination funding to be spent for use in rural areas. Additionally, Representative John Rose offered an amendment to set aside $1 billion for small businesses in rural communities. Chairwoman, can you explain the committee's thought process in blocking aid to help rural areas and our nation's smallest businesses?
First of all, what you just stated is incorrect. We haven't blocked anything. The American Rescue Plan also supports small businesses with $10 billion toward a renewed state small business credit initiative that is a SSBCI, and $15 billion, of course, to fund payroll support for airline workers at risk of layoffs. And so I want to tell you, even though you talk about rural areas and small businesses, the one thing that I come to realize is that on both sides of the aisle, there is support for small businesses. We've seen that demonstrated through the PPP, and we have $100 million again for rural renters in the bill. And so we have always been sensitive to the needs of the rural communities in this country. And it shows up in the work that we do. And when you talk about small businesses, that's one area that we agree on. And so I don't know why you try to pluck out something to make it seem as if we don't support small businesses. Number one, we lead on it, and we join with you on it. I'm reclaiming my time. And so we have demonstrated in every way.
And I wanted to ask,
we have demonstrated in every way. Is it your time? Then you got it back.
Okay, so it is my time. So okay. I'm reclaiming my time. So
okay,
am I
you got
mistaken that? Okay, thank you. So am I mistaken? Do I have bad information that? So did Representative Barr's amendment for the $1 billion for Defense Production Acts for vaccines? Did that get passed? Did you pass that amendment in your committee? Or do I have bad information?
What we did was we supported DPA. As a matter of fact, we started supporting.
Chairwoman, it's a yes or no. It's a yes or no.
Oh, no. You can't dictate to me how I answer. And so if you don't want to hear my answer, reclaim your time. But I'm telling you that for the DPA, we're the ones who got it started under your president, President Trump, who was not going to use the DPA to support anything, including all of the equipment and supplies that were needed for our hospitals. And so we're big supporters of DPA. And so don't try to pick out some area of DPA that we did not allow to be used for what was absolutely necessary.
Okay,
now
so the answer, you're so generous. The answer was no. From my understanding, Barr's amendment was not passed. It was not adopted. What about John Rose's? Again, yes or no? Did his amendment for $1 billion for small businesses, specifically for the rural communities you're claiming to help, did that pass? Yes or no?
Well, it wasn't needed. We supported small business for every community in this country, whether it was rural or whether it was urban. We have big support, and I just identified the $15 billion that the rural community certainly is going to advantage itself from.
All right, so again, the answer was actually no. Representative John Rose's amendment did not pass your committee, and that would have been $1 billion for small business and rural communities.
You fail to recognize when we cover everybody.
Chairwoman, it's my time. I'm stating a fact. Those two facts: Barr's amendment did not pass. Rose's amendment did not pass. It's irrefutable. It's a fact. Okay, Chairwoman Maloney. Under this legislation, two new funds have been created: a state fiscal recovery fund and a new coronavirus local fiscal recovery fund. Yet neither fund follows the current distribution method established under the CARES Act. I believe Ranking Member Jason Smith actually alluded to this earlier today. Why are we already departing from such a recently implemented formula? Are you to you?
We accept.
Chairwoman, are you there? Chairwoman Maloney?
Your question. What did you say? Would you repeat the question, please? Am I unmuted? Can you hear me?
No, I'm trying to see you. Okay, so this was the question. And again, Ranking Member Smith alluded to this. Under the legislation, 2 new funds have been created. Specifically, there's a fiscal recovery fund, a state fiscal recovery fund. There's also a new coronavirus local fiscal recovery fund. Neither of these funds follow current distribution methods that were established under the CARES Act. Why are we departing from distribution methods that were just passed recently, specifically last year with the act? I'm just curious.
Well, we were listening to economists that changed the formula to make it more targeted to rural and urban areas to guarantee the relief that they so desperately need. And economists believe that unemployment, as opposed to other measures like population or infection rates, is the best approximation of need and of the hardships faced by a state's personnel, of inhabitants. And every state will receive a guaranteed minimum of 500 million regardless of population, something that benefits rural states. And states will also receive aid based on unemployment, which is really, most economists say it's a better proxy for hardship of people facing the challenges of the coronavirus. State fiscal conditions are more directly shaped by employment patterns than by population. That was also a part of the formula. And when people lose their jobs and struggle to put food on the table, their income and consumption declines, pushing down income and sales tax revenue, the 2 major sources of revenue for states. And that's one of the reasons why the states and cities, in addition to the tremendous burden that they're carrying, there are over 500,000 have died. So many of them were in New York. 10 million people are out of work. There's tremendous burdens on these states and local governments. And furthermore, the aid for local governments will be divided evenly between cities and counties, with county fund distribution based on population, and city funds distributed according to a modified community development block grant formula, which takes into account both population, poverty, and overcrowding. So the formulas in the bill represent a strong, equitable balance celebrated by governments of all sizes and geographic areas. We reached out for input from the cities and the hamlets and the counties across this country. We received over 400 letters of support from mayors in both rural cities and urban cities. And I have a stack of these things that you can look, probably your cities have been writing in, saying that they need desperately.
Yeah, Chairwoman, just color me skeptical that we had a formula that was set up in CARES that, again, we just passed that literally months ago, and we passed in a bipartisan way. And now we have a new formula that was passed in a partisan approach that just happens to favor blue states over red states. So color me a skeptic here. I'm going to ask Representative Lukenmeyer if he has an additional thought that might appease my skepticism on this issue.
No, I think you're exactly right, Representative Reichenthal. It seems, the numbers, we've talked about the numbers of amendments that have been offered, to how basically only 2 and actually only 1 is going to be included in the final package. They're driving this thing through on a partisan basis. A while ago, they were talking about, the problems with the economy. And I was in a hearing yesterday with Chairman Powell and listened to his discussion. And yes, he did say that, our economy is not fully healed yet. He didn't say we needed to go big. I think that's what Secretary Yellen made the comment about. He just said that we need to continue to support the economy and that the package would be helpful. I think, Ranking Member Smith is correct with the way he has framed some of the budget discussions. So I'm pointing out that CBO has indicated that if we do nothing, that the economy is going to probably recover to the point where we'll be down around a little over 5% unemployment and get close to where we were prior pandemic with regards to the growth in the economy. And those are CBO's numbers, those are not ours. 1.4 million jobs that we can grow. So, it's unfortunate that we are getting bogged down in some of these things when we need to be focusing on and targeting the dollars rather than trying to do these other extraneous things that are they're nice to do if we had the money to do it. Number one. Number two, if we could have a separate discussion on those issues, such as you're having with Representative Maloney. If we could have a separate discussion on those issues alone, that'd be fine. But when you wrap it all in this package so they can pass it, that's the only way it's going to get through. It's unfortunate because those are things that the American people do not want. Whenever the chairman, McGovern, talks about the studies that show that people are supported, yeah, they support the part that's there for helping the COVID problem, but they're not there to support the rest of this nonsense. Those are you can cherry pick those polls all you want, but that's what they actually show. So it's very frustrating to see that they go through and they misrepresent some of the stuff. And again, Chairman Powell's discussion was, there's a couple of points that I'd like to make with regards to inflation. The comment was made a while ago. I think there's some economists on both sides of this, and I think they're both right from the standpoint that if the COVID situation continues to drag, I don't think you'll see inflation because there won't be the demand out there to drive the economy to a point where you'll have inflation. But you fix the economy to where everybody's going to open up again, where you'll see ball games, stadiums full, you'll see NASCAR full, you'll see conventions across the country, you'll see all of these restaurants opening up. Yes, the amount of money that's in the system, you will see inflation again. So it's a matter of at the point where we get ourselves back on track from the standpoint of being able to live our lives more normally, that's the point where inflation is a real factor. And I think you have to differentiate between these two things in order to get the right answer. And I appreciate the question, Mr. Ranking Caller.
No, thanks for the information, Representative. And Representative or Ranking Member Smith, just briefly, do you have any additional follow-up?
Absolutely, and thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. I do want to point out that every one of our Democrat colleagues on this panel right now, under this new formula, their state will benefit based on the changes, except for one, and that happens to be the gentle lady from North Carolina. It so happens to be a state that Donald Trump won. Your state's going to lose $581 million from this formula, so I just want to point that out. I also want to make a comment from the gentleman from Georgia that I didn't get to respond, where he was talking about my state. I mean, the gentleman from Colorado, when he was talking about my state, I think Missouri's done pretty well. We have one of the lowest unemployment rates in the country. However, his state in December had the 4th highest unemployment rate in Colorado. The death rate in our state is way better than more than half of the United States. Per capita, it's 136. That's 136 too many, but the state of Colorado is 105. So I think that our governor and our state's done a pretty good job for not shutting down the world and locking down. However, you go to the state of New Jersey, they've locked down everything. And guess what? They have the highest death rate in the nation. The state of New York has locked down everything. They have the 2nd highest death rate in the nation. Look at states like Florida, Missouri. We've done a good job. The lockdowns don't work. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks, Ranking Member Smith. Ranking Member Comer, I just wanted to talk about the transfer authority. From my understanding, the transfer authority allows the recipients of these funds to transfer money to nonprofit organizations. But the issue is the definition of nonprofit. So, for example, nonprofit in this bill precludes any faith-based organizations. Yet at the same time, the definition does not exclude nonprofits that work for political purposes. So, Ranking Member Comer, with my understanding, and if I'm wrong, let me know, but my understanding that during this markup, you actually offered an amendment that would have resolved this issue. Under this authority, what would preclude a governor from bypassing the Hyde Amendment and giving money to Planned Parenthood? Additionally, do you see issues with money not going to faith-based organizations, but going to political activists or groups involved in political activity? With that, I yield to you, Mr. Comer.
Well, thank you very much for pointing that out. That's one of the worst parts of this bill. And you're exactly right. It does allow states and localities to transfer their funds to any private, nonprofit entity and with zero accountability. There are no strings attached and no time limits. It doesn't even have to be COVID related. So we did offer an amendment in the committee to try to tighten this up. We offered several amendments, amendments which would make the money have to go to COVID related expenses. And every time, every single Democrat on the Oversight Committee voted against this. And it's a shame because the Oversight Committee's role is to prevent mismanagement, waste, fraud, and abuse. But here, the majority, the Democrats, are turning a blind eye to what will undoubtedly lead to waste, fraud, and abuse. So I appreciate the point. That's one of many flaws in this bill, and you're exactly right.
Thanks, Ranking Member Comer. Just one more topic. From my understanding, you during the process, you had an amendment that you offered that would have helped the Capitol Police officers. Specifically, your amendment, and correct me if I'm wrong, but your amendment would have extended to the members of the U.S. Capitol Police the enhanced emergency leave benefits provided by this bill that other federal employees receive. Were you blocked from? Was your amendment blocked from consideration? What you just want to opine on that?
No, the Democrats just voted it down, and in this bill they extend benefits for paid parental leave to a lot of different federal employees, including post office employees, but they excluded the Capitol Police officers, many of whom have children doing remote learning, just like the rest of us. Actually, you're right. The chair did overrule it on technical grounds. That is, you're right. We were set to vote on that, and the members didn't want to vote on it. So you're absolutely right. So that was unfortunate because the bill does offer a lot of federal employees extended benefits, but it does not include the Capitol Police. So Republicans for the last year, we've tried to support law enforcement, especially at a time when the Democrats, many of whom are on the Oversight Committee, have led the defund the police movement. And there are several. Even one spoke out, Representative Bush from Missouri, spoke out against law enforcement in many times during the committee hearing, implying that there was excessive racism and a lot of negative comments about our law enforcement at a time when we're very thankful for law enforcement with what happened on the Capitol last week. So you're right, the chair lady did overrule it on technical grounds, and that was one of the, because we were supposed to vote on 36 amendments, we only voted on 35, but you're exactly right. It's very unfortunate, and it was just shocking that they wouldn't want to extend benefits to Capitol Police when they're doing it to just about every other federal employee.
Yeah, thanks, Ranking Member Comer. I really appreciate it. And with that, I would yield back to the chairman. Thank you.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, I yield to the chairwoman. Chairwoman Maloney, I believe, is.
Well, it was outside the jurisdiction of the committee. Was it Capitol Police? Of course, everybody supports the Capitol Police. We support them wholeheartedly. They saved the lives of many people that day, but it was not within the jurisdiction of the committee, and therefore could not be considered by the committee. It violated the Byrd Rule, and so that's why we could not do it at that time. I yield back.
So what? So Chairwoman, so would you would support an amendment that would do exactly what? So if Mr. Comer were to be able to add the amendment on the floor, would you support it?
It's not in the jurisdiction of the committee. And also I want to respond to the comments of the gentleman on waste, fraud, and abuse. The bill includes $117 million for the Government Accountability Office and the Pandemic Response Accountability Office to continue the important work of overseeing and auditing the funds. So we were careful to have safeguards to combat any type of waste, fraud, and abuse. We did move it forward. I represent a city that was the epicenter of the epicenter. It's true, we lost many people. Unfortunately, it first hit us, but what we learned in New York with our doctors and our hospitals helped save lives in other cities that were hit by it. And because the president did not centralize response, we had to rely totally on our city. We went deeply, deeply in debt for the city and the state and saving lives. We were overwhelmed. We had to come up with innovative, everything from tents and trailers for morgues and for services to people. We had people out in the halls and practically out in the street needing help, and we were fighting to make sure that we lost no life because we did not provide the medical attention that they needed. And we went deeply in debt. There was a study done by the League of Cities that showed, it's revenues and it's what you receive from your tax revenues. And it's what, and cities lost so much in terms of aid, in terms of tax revenues. We are battling just to stay alive. Our governor and mayor have told us they will have to lay off thousands of people if we don't get this aid to the cities and states. Now, my Republican colleagues are rightfully concerned about economic recovery. Well, this bill will help us have a faster economic recovery. If these cities, states, and hamlets in both red states and blue states have to lay off thousands of people, it's just going to create even a greater crisis. And to me, they have been the epicenter where their populations is where you have more of an outbreak. And we had to rely totally on the leadership of our city. We had to turn certain hospitals into really crisis centers only focused on COVID. Other hospitals moved everybody out so that the overflow went to those hospitals. We had tents out in our parks. We took over our stadiums to fill them up with people that were sick. And we didn't spare any expense in trying to save a life and have the medical attention. All of our doctors, our nurses that were retired came back in. People across the country came in to serve as volunteers to help us meet this overflow. And I'm proud of the research that came out of our teaching hospitals. Many of the trials that led to these vaccines were initiated and led in New York. Many of the treatments that helped us save more lives were discovered in New York because we had so many people that were suffering. And right now, we need this aid. I have a meeting later on with the mayor who is pleading with us to get this aid out the door into our schools, into our hospitals, into the people that need it. Otherwise, we will have to face extreme more suffering by laying off essential teachers, essential emergency responders, our fire department. Everybody is on the chopping block right now. So please, I implore my Republican colleagues to have a heart and vote for this bill so that we can get it out the door and into the lives of healthy people.
Could I respond to that?
Yeah. If you don't, Chairman McGovern, do you mind? I was trying to yield back my time, but then do you mind if I continue my time? Okay, I just I want to keep laser focused. I appreciate it. I really want to keep laser focused on the amendment regarding the police. So if I yield to Ranking Member Comer, do you mind, just so for the sake of time we can keep moving on? And with that, I yield back to you, Ranking Member Comer.
Well, thank you. And I just wanted to comment also on the fact that the Democrats on the Oversight Committee rejected Republican efforts to provide certificate of need requirements for the money. And we've stated the facts that so many of these cities haven't even spent the funds that they received in the CARES Act, and started naming off like McLean, Virginia, where Gerald Conley represents, and New York City, where the chairwoman represents, still are hoarding money. The Colorado governor, Jared Polis, our former colleague, former member of the Rules Committee, stated that they really didn't need the money in Colorado. They were going to use it probably for roads and bridges. That's why if you are serious about waste, fraud, and abuse, one of the best amendments you can do is to say the money has to be spent on COVID-related expenses. And then you wouldn't have to worry about the transfer authority and all the other issues that we know are going to create waste, fraud, and abuse. And with the Capitol Police, if the chair lady is supportive and if the Democrats on the Rules Committee are supportive, I would love to offer an amendment on the floor to include the Capitol Police in the efforts to extend the paid parental leave for federal employees. So I think that's something that maybe we've agreed on in this committee hearing today. And I yield back.
I agree with that. And with that, I yield back. Thank you for the generosity of time for everybody. And with that, I yield back to Chairman McGovern.
Just so we're all clear, thank you very much. Just so we're all clear, I think we all want to do everything we can to help the Capitol Police. This is a reconciliation process. And I'm happy to provide anybody with all the rules and regulations that govern this process. And so in the appropriate vehicle, we will do all that we can to support the Capitol Police, including holding those accountable for what happened here on the 6th, no matter who they may be, number one. Number two, I just want to state for the record, I and all of my colleagues on this side of the aisles are members of the Democratic Party, right? We are not a member of the Democrat Party, we're the Democratic Party. I know that's difficult for some people to be able to comprehend, but I just want to state that for the record. The final thing I want to say, and I think Mr. Lukemeyer referred to this when he talked about how the polling may be off in terms of what the American people think about this package. I just refuse to believe that the American people are clueless on this. I refuse to believe that they can't comprehend what we are doing here. Yes, they do support more additional money for vaccines, but they also support money for our first responders. They also support money to reopen our schools. They also support money to help our small businesses, to help our restaurants. They also support, and so did many of my colleagues on the Republican side, the survival checks that are going out to individuals, plus the enhanced unemployment benefits. And there are a couple of Republicans who I think maybe even support the boost in SNAP, which is incredibly important given the fact that 50 million people in this country are hungry. So I trust the American people, and I've been listening to not just Democrats, but to Republicans. And I've been reading and listening to what Republican mayors and town managers and city managers and governors have been saying. They need help. And the question that remains is whether we're going to respond to that or whether we're just going to delay this and delay this and delay this. I now yield to, and I think I've just been told that we are going to recess to vote.
On this one.
We're going to reset. We're going to vote on this and then stay on the floor to vote for the next one and then come back. With that, the Rules Committee, without objection, the Rules Committee is in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Mr. Chairman. And as the members gather after the vote, I thought I would just take a second to thank you for that important point about bipartisan civility you made right before we broke. We don't call ourselves Democrat members and Democrat bills and Democrat plans. The proper adjectival form of our party is the Democratic. We are the Democratic members who have Democratic plans and Democratic bills. So I thank you for that. And I hope that we can correct that odd political speech impediment, which some of our colleagues seem to have affected. It would be as if we pronounce the name of their party in the adjectival form, the Banana Republican Party, and say that Banana Republican member with his Banana Republican bill did such and such, and you would see how that would grate on your ears a little bit. So thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. It is great to see this remarkable legislative package put together, the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. It's great to see the government working again in the interest of the American people. We are seeing the triumph of a vision of government as the instrument of the common good and the public interest, rather than the government as an instrument for private money-making and private self-enrichment of the president and his friends and family. So I'm amazed that we don't have unanimous bipartisan support on this, at least in Washington. We almost have it out in the country where we see commanding majorities of not just Democrats and independents, but Republicans supporting this legislation. $130 billion to help schools take the steps recommended by the CDC to ensure that teachers and students can return to the classroom safely. We see gradually increasing the minimum wage to $15 an hour by 2025, $16 billion for SNAP benefits, tens of billions of dollars for all of the COVID relief measures that we need. America is still in crisis. We just lost 500,000 of our people to COVID-19, as we were the world's leader in case infection, the world's leader in COVID-19 deaths, and of course, unfortunately, the world's leader in COVID-19 propaganda and obfuscation by the leading people in the government. And so, of course, we need a plan that is going to meet the magnitude of the crisis that we're in. And of course, that's why the vast majority of the American people support this plan. We are finally moving away from the lethal recklessness and indifference of the last administration, which hawked quack miracle cures and promised us that COVID-19 would disappear by Easter and so on. It's great to have real government and public policy controlled by science and reason and logic, rather than by all of the unreason and conspiracy theory that dominated us for 4 years. So I just wanted to respond to some of the things that came out from some of our colleagues. One that I thought was interesting was from Ms. Rogers. I don't know if she's still there, but she confessed that there were bipartisan priorities in this legislation, which is why the vast majority of the country is supporting it. But then she said, but the money won't go out fast enough. And that reminded me of the guy who goes out for dinner at a restaurant and he's asked how it is. And he says, well, the food wasn't very good and they didn't give you enough of it. There's something that is in tension between saying, well, you've got great bipartisan priorities, but the money's not going to go out fast enough. Look, you can always nitpick if you've decided that for partisan reasons, presumably, you don't like a plan. And we're hearing so much about partisanship, it does make me a little bit suspicious about where all of this is coming from. Some of our colleagues have said, well, why could we get together on the last 5, but we can't get together on this one? I think we've got to return that question, that volley, to our colleagues. Why all of a sudden, when President Biden is in the lead, can they not support a plan which the vast majority of the American people want and need? I think that's the real question. Mr. Smith, and I don't know if he's back, but I have a lot of questions for him. He said this legislation destroys the working class. Said it destroys the working class. This legislation, which has been endorsed, and I saw him on TV, the president of the AFL-CIO, it's been endorsed by the AFL-CIO, it's endorsed by every working people's union in the country, as far as I can tell. And he says that it's going to destroy the working class, despite the fact that it's got the increase in the minimum wage in there. It's got a rescue package for pension funds, which have been so hard hit. It extends unemployment benefits. It's got unemployment benefits for people who've been laid off. It assists people with health benefits. It's all about the working class. And he says it destroys the working class. And it's for what he calls mysteriously the global elites. Well, I wonder what global elites Mr. Smith had in mind who are being benefited by this plan. What one global elite that he might be referring to is Steven Schwartzman, who's the CEO of BlackRock, the private equity billionaire who's given tens of millions of dollars to Donald Trump, another New York billionaire who's never had any kind word to say for unions and has backed nothing but union busting legislation and has thousands of lawsuits from working class people like plumbers, like my grandfather, and painters and electricians who he hasn't paid in his private work life. And yet somehow Mr. Smith wants us to believe that this legislation, which is supported by all the unions and the vast majority of the American people, is somehow aimed at the destruction of the working class and serves mysterious global elites, which he has not elucidated. And I wonder, is he talking about people like Steven Schwartzman, who put so many millions of dollars into dark money that a lot of it trickled its way down to the people who came and attacked the US Congress and American democracy, and has gone out to politicians who refused to honor an American election just because it didn't go their way, even though it was won by more than 7 million votes by Joe Biden and by a margin of 306 to 232 in the Electoral College? Are those the kinds of global elites he's talking about? If not, I wonder what kind of global elites he's got in mind and why he thinks that this is somehow targeted at the working class when all of the unions and organizations of the working class support investing in America after the devastating recklessness and indifference of the Trump administration after 4 years. So I'm just curious about what he had in mind. But let me ask Mr. Yarmuth this question. Am I right in my assumption that unions and the representatives of working people are supporting this legislation?
Well, of course they are. Of course they are, because so many of them have lost their jobs, for one thing. And secondly, because they know that when you put money into the economy, everyone does better, and that incomes rise in general. I think the CBO report said if you raise the minimum wage, yes, they said that, and by the way, they did not say that 101.4 million jobs would be lost. They said that's the average of the range of possibilities that in terms of job outcome. It could be as little as few as 0 jobs lost. But they also said there would be $330 billion of increased income to individuals over that 10-year period, which is why everybody who thinks about the prospects of working men and women would be supportive of this bill.
Well, thank you for that. And I don't know if Mr. Pallone is still out there. I was curious that there's been some suggestion that there's some kind of power grab going on for the states and the cities, for the mayors and the governors. I had understood that we were getting resounding bipartisan support from Democratic mayors, Republican mayors, Democratic senators, Democratic governors, Republican governors, that everybody at the state and local level is saying, we have been wounded by this. And of course, in the wake of President Trump's determination to say this is a local and state problem, and the federal government is not going to play its preconceived constitutional role of trying to coordinate a response, we're just going to leave it for the people out in the states and cities to do it. But am I wrong in thinking that we're getting powerful bipartisan support at the state and local level, Mr. Pallone?
I'm here, Jamie. I'm sorry. I just got back on. You want to just repeat your question again?
I'm just wondering, is this legislation being supported by just Democratic mayors and governors, or are you getting Republican?
Oh my God, Jamie, just the opposite. I just was on the phone during the time when we were voting with some of my mayors, and they're all, I mean, look, I haven't surveyed every one of them, but I have a lot of Republicans mayors, and they're all looking forward to the bill because of the shortfall in local aid. I mean, you understand, I don't want to take up too much time, but these because of the fact that we didn't have a national plan to fight the virus, right? They all are competing now for vaccine. Their health departments have no people. One of the towns just got an order of vaccine and is using their local health department to put it all together, and they don't have any people to do it. So, I mean, this is, and many of the towns have major revenue shortfalls. So there's no question that this is supported by a lot of Republican mayors and elected officials and county officials, no question. In my
All right, well, then I guess I would just close with this question. I mean, given that the polls are showing commanding support for this investment, given the fact that we've lost more than 500,000 Americans, more than we lost in World War I, World War II, and Vietnam combined, why are we not acting like this is World War II and getting together on a bipartisan basis? But suddenly, at least here in Washington and the House of Representatives, it's the occasion for a lot of partisan heckling and carping when the country knows what we need to do. And I don't know if any of you have a thought about that. Maybe Ms. Del Bene, maybe you've got a thought on it. I don't know.
Mr. Raskin, this is John Yarmouth. If I could,
please, Ms. Yarmouth.
If Susan wants to, if she's around, but I wanted to add something about this whole question of state aid and the point that Jason Smith tried to make. And Jason's actually trying to be very selective in the data that he uses. What he's doing is taking the CARES Act, when all of the money allocated for non-federal sources went to the state, and none of it went directly to city and county government. He's comparing that to what the state governments would get under this bill. And in many cases, it is less. But meanwhile, every county in those states is getting money, and it's being allocated strictly on the basis of population, which he wants. And every city and town is getting money through this bill. So if you add the total going to Missouri or Kentucky or New York or wherever it may be, you're going to find that the states, whether they're red or blue, are really satisfied with the amount of money that's coming into their jurisdiction.
And if I get you right, Chairman Yarmouth, you're saying that the money will be distributed to counties and cities, like in my district, some are red and some are blue, but totally according to population.
No,
is that right?
No, the three different formulas. The state formula is a combination of population and unemployment. Well, I shouldn't say population. It's everybody in every state gets a minimum of $500 million, every one. And you take a state like Wyoming, they would not get $500 million if it was straight population allocation. So everybody starts with a baseline of $500 million, and then it's added to depending on what your unemployment rate is. And obviously that makes sense because states have had significant demands on their individual unemployment funds, and this will help to bolster them. Then counties get their allocation strictly based on population. The county percentage of the population of the United States in every county, they get a piece of the pie. It's about the county and local piece is about half of the $350 billion. The state's portion is the other half. Then the cities are allocated based on a modified CDBG formula, which incorporates population and poverty and some other factors. So all of these formulas make sense, but for Republicans to try to make the point that we're changing the formula in some way to benefit blue states over red states is not what the reality of the impact of this bill would result in.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. And Mr. Chairman, I'll just say,
Can I just wanted to jump in and follow up to your request, and basically something you were alluding to. Actually, our Nobel Prize winning economist, Paul Krugman, wrote an article, and he said that the risk to the economy associated with not going big here is far worse than the risk of doing too much. He said we can't repeat the mistake of the past, and he likens this battle to a war. And simply put, he advises that we spend what we need to spend to win the war. And that's why this bill is so important.
Well, I appreciate that. And I think that, with the Biden-Harris administration, we've got the opportunity to unify the country around a program that will actually crush the disease finally, make that our number one priority, to put America back to work and to meet the needs of our people. And this incessant effort to inject partisanship into everything we discuss, I think is really dangerous. And we saw the fruits of that kind of mentality in what happened on January 6th, where some of our colleagues continued to refuse to accept the certified results of the presidential election. And then we saw this terrible attack on American democracy. And even now, we cannot get a full-throated denunciation of the president's incitement to violent insurrection against the union. That is a terrible price to pay for partisanship. Terrible. All of us come here, we caucus with our parties, and there's certain things we will get together with on our parties, but we know how to do nonpartisan work. When someone calls our district offices and asks for help on Social Security or Medicare or VA benefits or Medicaid, we don't ask them, are you a Democrat or Republican or independent? We just go to work for them. We know how to do nonpartisan work. We should be doing nonpartisan work right now, rather than constantly trying to inject partisanship into the issue. And I'm very proud to support the American Rescue Plan of 2021. And I'm thrilled about the work that all of these committee chairs and vice chairs and members have done. And I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Fischbach.
There we go, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. And I would just like to add that I think this has been a very partisan and divisive process from the very beginning. I think that was evident, especially to the Republicans in committee, while they continued to offer amendments in good faith and continue to have them voted down on partisan lines. But I am disappointed that the proposal is not the targeted kind of relief that I've been talking about, and really getting to those folks that really need it the most. But I just have a couple of really quick questions. Chairwoman Velasquez, there she is. Under this legislation, the Small Business Administration's administrative efforts would receive $840 million. The SBA's Office of Disaster Assistance would receive $460 million, but the SBA's Office of Inspector General would only receive $25 million. And Ranking Member Lutemeyer submitted an amendment during the markup that would have provided an additional $25 million to the IG's office, but the amendment was rejected. And it's my understanding that last year, during a hearing before the Subcommittee on Investigation, Oversight, and Regulations, that there were findings of fraud within the SBA's existing pandemic program. And so, Chairwoman, in light of that, can you explain why the majority decided to underfund the Office of the Inspector General when they have done commendable work throughout the pandemic, auditing, identifying, and investigating the allegations of waste and fraud, abuse in the SBA's program? Because, we are the stewards of these tax dollars, and we certainly should be concerned if there is fraud involving those dollars. So, Chairwoman?
Well, thank you so much for that question. In the previous CARES Act, we provided money, funding for the Inspector General. This amount was in consultation with SBA and the administration. So they believe that with the money that they received previously and the 25 million was enough, but also the fact that we put guardrails into the legislation so that we prevent publicly traded companies from ineligible companies to access the money that has been appropriated, but for real small businesses.
Thank you. In another area of serious concern for Republicans can be seen in the additional $1.25 billion provided to the Shuttered Venues Grants program, a program that has yet to be launched. And so why was there a need to add that additional 1.25 billion when when we haven't even found out if the program is necessary or if it's being used?
So it has been my pleasure as chairwoman of this committee to work in a bipartisan way. And that is exactly what we did in the CARES Act. And we added money, but it wasn't it was not sufficient. So at that time, the ranking Republican in my committee, as well as Senator Rubio, we all agreed that we needed to add more money to the program, and that is exactly what we did.
And Chairwoman, so there was an agreement to add money to a program that hadn't started yet. That's the way I'm understanding.
There was an agreement. No, there was an agreement that we needed to add more money in case that we revisited legislation to add more funding. So it is based on the needs that are out there, and that is exactly what we did this time around.
And I guess I would just like to ask Ranking Member Smucker if he has anything that he would like to add to what we're talking about.
Thank you. I'll just say, you know, I'm a new member of the Ways and Means Committee, and one of the reasons, not only for the policies that this committee is responsible for, tax policy and trade, so on, and the impact that has on my constituents, but I've also been told that the Ways and Means Committee is a committee that works generally in a bipartisan way. And so I got to tell you, it was disappointing to me to have the very first markup that we've done as a committee, which lasted 2 full days, where there was literally not one Republican amendment was adopted as a part of this bill. And you know, I'd like to remind Mr. Raskin that working in a bipartisan way would be led by those in the majority, and the Democrat Party is in the majority. Had the opportunity, could make the decision whether or not they were willing to work with Republicans to come up with a bill that we felt really addressed the needs of our constituents during this pandemic, just as we had done in the previous 5 bills. So it was frustrating to me to not have the ability to impact a bill. And some of the amendments that we were proposing, we believe that it is important to get people. We believe it is important to get people back to work and to incentivize
I'm done then. Okay.
Going back to work. And so we had a number of amendments that address the Democrat proposal that made it. We believe my constituents in my district want to get back to work. I don't understand why we would put them in a situation where they have to make a decision about going back to work, and it would give them less ability to provide for their families. They would earn less going back to work than when they are on unemployment. And it can be done. It was raised earlier today, I forget by whom, but the idea that we would maybe like to do that, but aren't able to do that because it would take time to implement changes like that. One of the amendments that the ranking member, Brady, introduced would simply have tied the federal unemployment supplement to the rate that is being paid by the state. That's something that could be done pretty quickly. So I don't think that it would be shouldn't be too difficult to implement changes to ensure that everything we have here is incentivizing not only businesses to keep the jobs, but also incentivizing workers to return to work. And so, again, it's been interesting to be part of this process. It could have been done in a much better way. And I regret that we haven't had the opportunity to really engage in a constructive process to arrive at real solutions that we all believe address this crisis in the way that it should.
Well, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yarmouth, thank you for your explanation about the assistance that we're going to be getting for our state and local governments. I know, like many of you, I've been hearing a lot from my mayors and borough managers, et cetera, about how cash-strapped they are and how difficult it has been for them to provide basic services, including setting up vaccination sites, et cetera. Was there anything else you wanted to add about the state and local government funding? I wasn't sure that you finished.
Well, I thank you for the question. There are I want to reiterate, I think, how this proposal not only responded to changing circumstances, but really responded to the input we've gotten. One of the things that happened under the CARES Act, when all the money went to the state, is that every city and every little town and every county had to go begging to the state for money. And they were basically prostrating themselves trying to get support. And that was a very unfair position to put them in, because then you had the potential for the governor favoring just either on a partisan basis or on a personal affinity basis, certain jurisdictions over others, which again, we were getting constant complaints about that. And then I know my friend Representative Comer was worried about restricting the money to direct COVID relief. And that was one of the complaints we consistently got from our local managers and mayors. They were severely impeded from using the money that was available to them because the restriction that it had to be used for relief was not always the best way they could deploy the funds available to them in response to the pandemic crisis. So we have all sorts. If you just were restricted to kind of the medical field or the healthcare field, you couldn't use it for law enforcement, for instance. You couldn't use it for safety. There were other things that portions of the operations that were dramatically affected by the pandemic, but the mayors had no flexibility to use them. So I think by constructing it the way we did, responded to all the input we were getting. And again, the comment that my ranking member Jason Smith made, that this was a blue state priority, is absolutely not sustainable by the facts, by the data, or by the process that was used. And I think it's actually kind of interesting that where on the one hand, you say we want, Republicans keep saying we want it targeted, and when we actually target the relief to counties and cities and towns, that they say, oh, we want it based only on population. So you really can't have it both ways. And again, I think when you look at the states that have very small populations, many of them very red states, Idaho, North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, Wyoming, they're going to come out far better overall under this formula than they would on a strictly population-based formula. So thanks again for the question.
Well, thank you for the response in this bill, because you just raised the two biggest things that I've been hearing from our towns and boroughs in my district. I've got 57 different municipalities in my district, and what I've been hearing from them over and over is they need the money directly, and they need the flexibility to spend it on the additional costs that they've had to incur or the reduced revenues. So this is going to be really, really appreciated in my district. Representative Velasquez, the work that the Small Business Committee has been doing has really been astonishing, and you've had to continually adjust this program as it's gone forward. But what we've seen is those adjustments have had an impact as we've been able to more precisely target money to our smaller businesses and the ones that don't have access to the big financial institutions. Can you speak at all to the program that's going on right now? I believe there's a 2-week program that's specifically targeting minority and small businesses.
Yes, so I work with the administration, President Biden and SBA, to make changes so that we have a 2 weeks window exclusivity for the smaller businesses, of the small businesses, 10, 20 employees and less, particularly in underserved community, to have the opportunity to access the PPP program and other financial assistance like the EIDL. So what we have seen from the beginning was that there are a substantial amount of underserved businesses that do not have pre-existing relationships with banks. And we needed to provide opportunities so that we provide this lifeline for them to be able to succeed and to remain open. We have seen in the Black community, African American community, Latino community, Asian American community that have been losing those businesses. And added to that, the fact that it has been so difficult for them, given the fact that they do not have those pre-existing relationships, the fact that we decided to target mission-based lenders such as CDFI, MDAs, micro lenders who are rooted in those communities. And what we have seen based on the data that we are getting is that it's making a difference.
Thank you. And I can attest that it is. We had a meeting with the Regional Small Business Development Center at Widener University just at the end of last week. And we heard from multiple small businesses for whom this had made the difference between being able to keep their doors open, being able to keep their employees on the books. So thank you for that. And just one last quick question to Chairwoman Maloney. You know, we've seen that the pandemic has really exacerbated our racial, wealth, and gender disparities. I wondered if you might speak to the gender disparities.
Well, the gender disparities, the equal pay for equal work, we're still at 75 cents to the dollar. It hasn't changed in over 30 years. And we have done studies that show that this compounds over a lifetime. It's not just a disparity for that paycheck or that year, but over a lifetime, it contributes to women being the largest segment living in poverty in our nation because their 401k is less, their Social Security is less, and it just compounds and causes even more trouble. And we know that under COVID, women have suffered more than any other group. They lost most of the jobs. They really are carrying the burden of teaching the children at home and many other suffering in other ways. So that is another challenge that we've had. And women have been forced out of the workforce, and paid leave provisions that we've put in here for emergencies that many have paid leave, sick leave, but for the emergency leave where they have to stay home either with a parent or with a child, this has helped them balance their lives better. I just can't urge my colleagues to approve this plan so we can get it out of Congress and into the states and cities and counties helping people.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do hear from the moms and the caregivers in our region just how it's upended their lives, and so many people have lost jobs. So we are looking forward to passing it. And with that, I would yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And thank you to the panelists for their testimony and for their hard work on this reconciliation package. You'll pardon me, but I'm identifying this afternoon with a passage from a well-known children's story, which goes like this. "But I don't want to go among mad people," Alice remarked. "Oh, you can't help that," said the cat. "We're all mad here. I'm mad, you're mad." "How do you know I'm mad?" said Alice. "Well, you must be, or else you wouldn't have come here." So I'm feeling a little bit like that this afternoon. But there's actually another passage that seems to be more apropos when Alice says, why sometimes I've believed as many as 6 impossible things before breakfast. And frankly, to believe my Republican colleagues care about bipartisanship, you'd have to be Alice. Was it bipartisan to call COVID-19 a hoax? Was it bipartisan to insist on reopening the economy while 500,000 Americans were dying from the spread of the virus? Is it bipartisan to initiate over 60 failed lawsuits aimed at discarding fair election results? Is it bipartisan to object to the results of the Electoral College and participate in the big lie about election fraud? Is it bipartisan to sit idly by while millions of Americans suffer irreparable harm? Or is it bipartisan to reject measures supported by a large percentage of the American public, including Republicans? Now, I believe in bipartisanship. It is impossible at times to believe my Republican friends do. Only when it suits them, or only when it's time to talk about process do they suddenly have bipartisanship interests. And frankly, I suspect that even if some of the amendments which we object to had been considered appropriate, and even had they been adopted, I'm pretty sure we wouldn't have any support for this package, because I think fundamentally we have big differences on what needs to happen and how quickly it needs to happen and how dangerous the situation we find ourselves in. But with that, I do want to ask, and I did hope to have an opportunity to ask a couple of questions of our panelists. I don't see Chairwoman Waters here, but I did want to comment on the rental assistance program. Perhaps Chairman Yarmouth may know the answer to this, but if not, if perhaps we could talk after this and have the question answered. But it deals with the rental assistance in the current reconciliation package. And I do want to, just say how much I appreciate Chairwoman Waters' leadership on the issue of providing emergency rental assistance for tenants who, as a result of the pandemic, no fault of their own, have fallen behind in their rents. And frankly, if it wasn't for her leadership and the leadership of others on this panel, from the original HEROES bill, we would have not gotten the $25 billion in rental assistance in the December package, of which my state and the state I share with my dear friends and chairs Velasquez and Maloney, the state of New York will be getting nearly $1.3 billion from that December package. But let's be clear, the $25 billion in December was really a down payment given the tremendous need for rental assistance. I think it's Moody's still predicts, even with that allocation, there are still close to 6.8 million delinquent renters owing $34 billion in rent. So what I am curious about is there's the new language on the rental assistance program in the current package seems to drop the previous prioritization of rental arrears for the rental assistance funds from the December law. And there is a letter that was circulated by the major housing associations about the reconciliation, which is dated just last week, February 17th. And I would like to ask unanimous consent to have this letter entered into the record, Mr. Chair.
Without objection.
Thank you, sir. But I do want to read one passage from that letter. And this is a quote: efforts to amend program rules, eligibility, or even add additional eligible activities to this new ERAP appropriation will slow disbursement of funds, cause confusion among grantees, property owners, and renters, and could ultimately be detrimental to the success of the ERAP and the financial security of our nation's renters. So at some point, I would love to get some response to the question of why the language was removed, and just some explanation, because I think this demonstrated a strong commitment to tenants and property owners who are all struggling right now as a result of this pandemic. And I don't know if there's any panelists, I hate to put you on the spot, Mr. Chairman of the Budget Committee, if anybody has any knowledge of why that language was modified.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Morelli, I can't help you.
Okay.
I don't know.
Then, Mr. Chair, I'll reserve that and hopefully get an answer from the Financial Services Committee or staff in the next several hours. I do, if I can, also just ask a little bit of a comment from my friend and fellow New Yorker, Chairman Maloney, about the states and the local governments. I notice I've heard referred to a certificate of need that demonstrates or that has to be filed prior to the disbursement of funds to states and counties and local governments. Could you just describe a little bit or give me some perspective on what would be needed to be included in the certificate of need to demonstrate that there is an impact on their budgets?
You had to show that it's going to be very easy for states and cities and counties to do, that it's had an impact on their budget. Most of our states and cities and counties have huge budget gaps because of the monies they had to expend. Also, the certificate of need was requested to have more flexibility. So, and all of the states, red and blue, are asking for more flexibility. And
does this, yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. Does this flexibility include, so it would not only be directed towards direct costs associated with dealing with the pandemic, but would it also, would allowable expenses include a loss of revenue as a result of decline in economic activity?
Absolutely. Sales taxes are down still dramatically in most states and cities. Property taxes are holding up for now, but property tax collections and commercial property values don't usually start to decrease until well after the recession has started. And this is interesting. A survey by the National League of Cities from late November indicates that cities face an estimated, on average, revenue decline of 13% and cost increases of roughly 9%. And I'd say that the revenue sources that cities and counties depend on have been hit much, much harder than in normal recessions. These include the hotels, the restaurants. As you know, New York, probably all states and cities have had many restaurants closed, the business licensing, the parking fees, all of that. And all these findings really conclusively prove that the fiscal harm caused by this pandemic recession are persistent and deep and strong and will be felt across more fiscal years than any other downturn in modern history. We've heard many talk about the 10 billion people that are 10 million people that are out of work, greater than the Great Depression. And as the mayor of Tucson, Arizona, a Republican mayor in Arizona said in one of the letters, we got 400 letters from mayors, Republican and Democrat. He said the aid contained in this legislation is, and I quote, far from excessive. Rather, it is the bare minimum that our states and cities must have to meet our essential missions during this historic challenge. And funds are very flexible to allow states and localities to address a broad range of needs. States are different, but all of them have been hurt in this incredible historic challenge that we're confronting with this virus.
Well, I certainly appreciate your extraordinary leadership in this regard. And I know in our home state of New York, which does rely on income taxes, so highly sensitive to the economic trends, we've had considerable impact. And I do note that I think that the modest change in the formula, which recognizes the percentage of unemployed people in your state, I think is more in line with those states who have faced grave challenges as a result of that. If I can, Mr. Chair, let me just close with my strong support for this package. I often say to friends that problems that must be solved and where I believe there is a solution that is clear, that it's simple. It's not easy, but it's simple. I think this is simple. We are a nation facing a continuing and deadly public health crisis. We face an economic crisis resulting from that health crisis. We also face a national crisis as it relates to racial equity. This legislation will address all three. Is it easy? Obviously not. But it is built on the moral imperative to save and heal our citizens and get back on the road to recovery. It will not finish the job. We'll be back here once again dealing with the impacts of this, but it is a critical next step. So I congratulate the president and all of you on this panel who have been involved in the leadership and making this happen. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will support the rule. I will support the underlying bill, and I will yield back my time. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Desaulniers from California is recognized if he turns on his camera. We'll come back to Mr. Desaulniers. Ms. Ross from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I only have a couple of comments, mostly about the state of North Carolina and about bipartisanship. I just want to share with the committee on the question of aid to local governments in North Carolina that my very close friend, a Republican town councilor in the town of Cary, is now the president of the North Carolina League of Municipalities. And she and I have worked on a number of things over the past decade. And I was thrilled to have her be one of the first people who lobbied me as her congresswoman and asked me for that aid to local governments, and in particular to bypass the state. And I am thrilled that that is in the package. I am thrilled to be able to work in a bipartisan way with her. She and the North Carolina League of Municipalities are very grateful for the work that we have done in this package. And I just wanted to report that to you from North Carolina. Also wanted to say that there are two particular things in this package that will help North Carolina more than other states. And for those things, I'm grateful. One is making sure that these few remaining states that have not expanded Medicaid have an opportunity during this coronavirus pandemic, when people who don't have health insurance are most at risk, have a sweetener, a slightly higher federal match going up to 95%. If North Carolina takes advantage of this, that could result in more than $2 billion for healthcare in our state during the next 2 years. And I know that my colleague, Congressman Butterfield, was very supportive of this, and I am grateful that that is in the package. Also, North Carolina has some of the most paltry unemployment insurance benefits, both in terms of how much you get and for the period of time. And with the additional unemployment benefits here, people who have lost their jobs through no fault of their own in North Carolina will have a lifeline. So I want to thank all the chairs of the committees that have worked on this. This is a good package. It is not going to solve all of our problems, but it will get us through the dark hours until we crush this virus. We're on our way. This is a way to help our people. I am very much supportive, and with that, I yield.
Could I ask the gentlewoman to yield on the points that you mentioned briefly? I promise to be short. Congressman Pallone? Oh, I wanted to say, with regard to the Medicaid expansion, you know, with the ACA, the idea was to cover people that were uninsured by expanding Medicaid and then by providing premium subsidies or tax credits, if you will, for people who can afford to buy insurance. And with regard to the increase in FMAP that you mentioned, it's a little different and I think better because it actually bumps up their Medicaid in general. So it's not just a bump up to pay for the new people that would be expanded, but actually for the entire Medicaid program. So that's why we think that this might be more of an incentive to get some of those 12 states that did not expand Medicaid to expand. And then I don't think that either myself or the Ways and Means people mentioned, but because it is within their jurisdiction. But we also have the biggest expansion of subsidies, not only as the subsidy increase to help pay premiums for people who are already getting help with paying their premiums if they go on the marketplace, but also we eliminate the cap so that people at a higher income would be able to get a subsidy as well. I don't want to jump on Ways and Means. I got to be very careful, but I know that this is something, you know, I don't know that we mentioned either of these things, so I'm glad that that the gentlewoman brought it up.
Gentlewoman, yield back.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Ms. Ross yields back. This completes the questioning for the first panel. I want to thank our witnesses for their testimony and their perseverance, and you are all now excused.
Thank you.
Now I want to welcome our next panel of witnesses. Chairman Bobby Scott and Representative Wahlberg from Education and Labor, Chairman DeFazio, and Ranking Member Sam Grave from Transportation and Infrastructure, Representative Fulcher from Natural Resources, Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member McCall from Foreign Affairs, Subcommittee Chair Stevens and Ranking Member Lucas from Science, Chairman Takano and Ranking Member Bost from the Veterans Committee, and Chairman David Scott and Ranking Member Thompson from Agriculture. I want to thank you all for providing testimony today, and any written materials you submit will be entered at rules.documents@mail.house.gov before the conclusion of this hearing. And without objection, they'll be entered into the record. Now, if Mr. Scott is there, I will recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, and then after that, Mr. Wahlberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Cole. The American Rescue Plan will deliver urgently needed relief for our communities, and I'm pleased to speak on today's legislation and the key investments under the jurisdiction of the Education and Labor Committee, which will support students, workers, and families. For students, the bill provides critical relief for K through 12 schools, institutions of higher learning, and child care providers. Now, we all agree on the importance of getting students back into the classroom. And this bill ensures that schools will have the resources they need to reopen safely for in-person instruction. We all want the schools open. We know that students do better academically. We know that they have access to school meals when they're there in person. They develop the social and emotional skills if they're in person. We know that mental health problems and child abuse cannot be detected if the students are not coming to school. And let's get serious. We're not going to reopen the economy unless we reopen the schools. So we've got to reopen the schools. The only debate is whether or not we're going to open the schools safely or whether we're going to just reopen the schools. Now, we know that according to the CDC, we need to buy PPE. We need to have fewer students on the buses. That means more trips, more money. We need to have ventilation, proper ventilation, costs money. We need to have personnel like nurses, costs money. Smaller class sizes, because you got to spread the students out. More teachers, more money. They have to have the resources if they're going to do it. If they're going to do it right, and the resources are in the bill. And so the debate is that Democrats want to open the schools safely, and others just want to open the schools, whether it's safe or not. The rescue plan provides $130 billion, which will be available within days of enactment to help schools open safely, protect the students and staff, and in addition to that, make up for lost time in the classroom. Just last week, national education groups, including superintendents, school boards, PTAs, urban and rural school leaders, wrote to Congress expressing the urgent need for this funding. We should listen to the people on the ground who understand what it takes to open safely, keep them open, and address the impact of this pandemic to our students. And there's one point that's keeps coming up, and that says, well, they haven't spent the money that we already gave them. Well, if you hire a teacher today, you're not going to spend the money tomorrow afternoon. You won't spend that money for a year. Well, we have a letter according to the school leaders that says that they have budgeted every dollar that they expect to receive already, and they still need more if they're going to open safely. For higher education, we know that institutions of higher education are critical to the health of so many communities. They're facing drastically decreased enrollment and revenue. And so we provide money for the institutions and for the students who are facing hunger, homelessness, and other hardships due to the pandemic. We also preserve the child care industry by investing money in child care providers and another $1 billion for Head Start. We cannot fully reopen our economy unless we stabilize our child care system. for our nation's worker. There are many provisions for our workers. First, the minimum wage increase by 2025 to $15 an hour. The House parliamentarian doesn't have a problem with this, so it will remain in the bill. This will provide workers and families with over $300 billion in wages, which will mean more customers for our businesses. It also provides money to expand workers' compensation coverage for COVID-19 to maritime workers and public servants. And it provides $150 million to the Labor Department to better protect workers from the virus. Finally, the bill includes emergency support for struggling families and adults. For child hunger, $5 billion to continue the pandemic EBT program, $800 million for the WIC program, and it also puts another $800 million towards addressing domestic and gender-based violence. To support older adults, $1.4 billion to the Older Americans Act, including food assistance and vaccination support. It also expands affordable health care by subsidizing COBRA coverage for workers who've lost their job-based coverage during the pandemic. Mr. Chairman, this relief package will deliver on our promise to defeat the pandemic, provide relief to struggling students, workers, and families, and build back a stronger economy. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my fellow, Mr. Chairman, and I also specifically thank the Speaker and my fellow committee chairs and members of the Education and Labor Committee for their work on the provisions that are in the legislation, particularly those within the jurisdiction of the Committee on Education and Labor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. You yield back. Mr. Wahlberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Cole, I'm delighted to be with you, though I must, in all honesty, say that I am a bit disappointed and feel bad. I guess that's maybe a better term, because of my high regard for my chairman, Representative Scott, on Education Committee, and the rest of you that I work with. But I must take this opportunity to speak against the Democrats' budget reconciliation scheme. All previous COVID-19 bills were passed with bipartisan support. Despite Democrat calls for unity, they are unilaterally pushing a sweeping bill that President Biden's own spokesman admitted has nothing to do with reopening schools this year. In fact, only 5% of what is in this expenditure bill will be used in 2021. This will destroy jobs at a time when so many Americans are desperate to get back to work, and it allows federal funds to go towards abortions. These are just a few of the bill's ill-advised and destructive provisions. But notice that none of these items I mentioned have anything to do with defeating COVID-19. In fact, only 9% focuses on public health measures. Only 9%. These are taxpayer dollars being used to pay for liberal pet projects at a time when millions of Americans are struggling to make ends meet. I talk with them every day. Under President Trump, Congress allocated far more than the $25 billion CDC argued was necessary to reopen schools safely. And I want to reiterate that. We all want schools to open safely. Yet Democrats are on a spending spree and want billions more. At every turn, Democrats are pushing their own ideological agenda instead of fighting the pandemic's real immediate threats. We could all agree on dealing with the immediate threats. Republican members have tried to improve this legislation multiple times now. Earlier this month, the Education and Labor Committee held a 14-hour markup where Republicans offered over 30 amendments, and every amendment was opposed by committee Democrats. And this week, my colleagues and I submitted more than a dozen suggested improvements to this bill, focusing on reopening schools, including childcare centers, where only 19% of this bill, 19% of this bill for childcare is only used in 2021. That's a concern. Childcare in rural areas is important, or workforce development space. We offered amendments in those spaces. I hope that the committee will make all these amendments in order so the full House has an opportunity to vote on them. Mr. Chairman, a $15 minimum wage won't help parents who had to quit their jobs to stay home and educate their children. It won't protect the small business owners whose doors have been shuttered for months. In fact, the CBO estimates it'll put up to 2.7 million jobs at risk. At the very least, those getting the supposed $15 hour minimum wage, most of them that are actually below that right now will end up with a zero wage because they'll lose their jobs. But it makes powerful special interest groups and the left-wing activists happy, just as keeping schools closed placates teachers' unions and abortion funding empowers the same liberal activists. And so it's truly appalling how far the Democrats will go to enact their radical agenda. This bill will not protect struggling Americans. It will hurt them. We should get back to work on bipartisan solutions that are targeted and tied to COVID relief. And before I yield back, I'll say I'm willing to work in that space in a bipartisan fashion, working on the issue relative specifically to COVID relief. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
We've had a lot of witnesses today, Mr. Wahlberg, and we're running a little late, or I'd get into a substantial debate with you right now on a couple of your points, but we're going to keep moving.
I'm sure you will.
I'd like to recognize Mr. DeFazio, Chairman of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Peter, you're on mute.
Mr. DeFazio, please unmute.
Yeah, okay. All right, yeah. You can hear me now, you just disappeared. There you go. All right, good. I'm pleased to be here today to testify in behalf of the entire package, which will provide vital assistance to tens of millions of Americans. But in particular, I'm here to address the portions that came from my committee or related to my committee. Transportation workers have been hit particularly hard. Quite a number have died. Transit operators, flight attendants, and others have died of COVID during this because they were still working and serving the public. We're looking at tremendous fall off in ridership. There's $30 billion in here for transit. That includes, and some people are saying, oh, it's just for the big cities. No, not just for the big cities. It goes to small cities. It goes to rural areas. It goes to intercity bus service, which is critical for rural parts of my district and a lot of other members' districts. It also will help acquire life-saving PPE for transit workers who still have to work during the COVID epidemic. That's about 435,000 people who will be assisted by that. The package provides $1.5 billion to sustain Amtrak and would have them restore daily long-distance service and bring back those workers who have been furloughed. There's also there's a bizarre railroad retirement program, and they are not eligible for regular unemployment, so they would not be eligible under this bill without a provision here, which would give them the same unemployment benefits as other Americans for the next 24 weeks. $8 billion in emergency aid to primary and non-primary airports across the country. $800 million to concessions, first direct allocation to concessions. Some airports have been good in giving relief and sharing with concessions, others not so much. So this is very necessary, and 80% of that will go to small business concessions, including a lot of minority-owned business enterprises. New program that's modeled after the PSP program for the airlines, arguably the most successful scandal-free program, unlike PPP and others that have had a lot of problems. The PSP program in aviation, the airlines can't touch the money. They don't even get a processing charge. We use them as an efficient unemployment agency, unlike my state, which has a totally dysfunctional unemployment agency that still hasn't paid some people from March. And this is a very successful program. We are now going to apply it to 5,000 aeronautical repair stations and 1,500 suppliers, and these are scattered all around the country, who provide parts to the larger manufacturers. Then that's $3 billion. And then the largest portion is to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, $50 billion. They're spending $250 million a day to reimburse the states, maintain the National Guard activities around the country. And the president is giving relief to states, which will further, temporarily waiving their match during the COVID crisis. And this will provide those states with essential funds. And then finally, it has $3 billion for the Economic Development Administration. That is, to provide for economic injury that has been caused to businesses because of the pandemic, and 15% is reserved for assistance communities that have had been particularly hard hit, those who are dependent upon travel and tourism businesses. With that, concludes my brief statement. As I mentioned, the aviation payroll support that was done through the Financial Services Committee because it's now deemed a Treasury program.
Gentleman yields back. A number of us have not voted on the bill on the floor. We're going to take a recess, subject to the call of the chair. Those that have voted, thanks, but everybody hustle back here as quickly as you can. Without objection, we are in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Mr. Graves, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me all right?
In stereo.
Well, thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole and members of the committee. Last year, Congress passed trillions of dollars in COVID relief packages, which included $113 billion for transportation workers and businesses, and more than $45 billion for the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA's disaster relief fund, which has been used to provide personal protective equipment, support vaccine distribution. It's been used to supplement state unemployment insurance. Unfortunately, the process of bipartisanship was abandoned out of the gate this year at the direction of the Speaker. Today, we're considering this massive, one-sided, $1.9 trillion package that, if the manager's amendment is adopted, includes more than $96 billion in transportation infrastructure, the committee's jurisdiction. And all this despite the fact that it's only been 2 months since Congress passed the last major COVID relief bill, and billions of dollars in our area remain unspent. That's just it's a fact. Our committee's portion of this package was considered during a nearly 9-hour markup, but we may as well have bypassed that step too, because despite areas where the majority indicated support, they rejected each of the more than 50 amendments that were offered by Republicans. That was all at the order of the Speaker. Among the shortcomings of this bill, which Republicans tried to address through multiple amendments, but those shortcomings are a clear imbalance towards funding programs that benefit urban areas over America's rural communities. Another shortcoming is a need to focus more on aiding vaccine distribution efforts in order to more quickly defeat this pandemic, obviously, and open the country back up. And although the majority claims the situation was too urgent to make any changes to the bill in committee, since then the bill has been changed after all. Under the new manager's amendment, T&I provisions received an additional $461 million that even further tilts funding towards the urban areas. And I take issue with folks that do say that this is a even distribution, because with this manager's amendment, more than 90% of transit funding is going to the urban centers. And although a small amount was added for rural transit, I'd say that providing 1% of the total $30 billion for transit it's putting lipstick on a pig, is what it is. This has not been a thoughtful process or a transparent process. It's not been an approach tailored specifically to ending this pandemic, to getting kids back in school or getting the economy opened up as soon as possible, which we could have achieved if we had worked across the aisle. You know, I hope to see a return to bipartisanship when this body turns to surface transportation or other infrastructure bills, and I remain committed to that effort. I would encourage my colleagues on this committee to vote against this sham process and instead allow members to work together as we have on every other COVID package, as has been pointed out, so that we can ensure that we're addressing the actual needs, which is working to defeat COVID and not leaving significant sections of the country behind. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Fulcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to just point out before I start that I recall your comments on the opening of this session regarding war and peace. And so I want you to know that I've taken those to heart. And those of us in Natural Resource Committee, we are full of love and kindness. So in that spirit, I've stricken all of the war and I come to you in peace. Mr. Chairman. Also to Ranking Member Cole, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all today. This is possibly the most polarized congressional environment that's happened in our lifetime. And bipartisan cooperation is more important than ever to address the needs right now in the wake of the pandemic. I too was disappointed to learn that the packages move forward in such a way as to circumvent the standard markup in Natural Resource Committee. When my colleagues and I were notified that we would not be holding a markup or even a hearing, we've got about $1 billion worth of reconciliation instructions, and we communicated with our Chairman Grijalva, and Democrat leadership, urging them to engage in open dialogue. But unfortunately, we were not allowed that opportunity. Mr. Chairman, it is important to note that in 2018, Chairman Grijalva and about 100 of the Democrat colleagues accused the Republicans of supporting a rushed and ill-conceived reconciliation process that occurred behind closed doors, bypassing full and fair debates in Congress. Well, interestingly, the process undertaken this year with this legislation is even more rushed than that was back in 2018. The members that were picked to serve on our committees were chosen in part because of their experience and expertise on the issues. And by not allowing the normal process to take place, we're ceding our jurisdiction to committees which have lesser or possibly even no subject matter expertise in our areas of jurisdiction. That damages the authority of our committee moving forward, and it just undercuts the basic rights of the minority. And by eliminating the submission of dissenting views and the possibility of offering amendments, most of us have been in the minority before in one form or another, and history suggests that rotating that political cycle will continue to ebb and flow, and who knows who's going to be in the majority the next time. But leadership should understand the importance of ongoing open deliberation and a robust discussion. Also, please note that current actions regarding natural resource committees really are unprecedented. According to the Congressional Research Service, whenever a reconciliation bill became law that had directed the Natural Resource Committee to report legislation, the committee has always fulfilled its duty to hold that markup. Senate Concurrent Resolution 5 directed our committee to increase the deficit by approximately $1 billion. And so doing without a single hearing is just not right. And it's very difficult for us to go back and explain that to our constituencies. Republicans in the Natural Resource Committee are organized and ready to get to work in a bipartisan fashion on this COVID relief. However, that's just not possible right now without leadership cooperation. In absence of the markup, Republican members of the House Natural Resource Committee have submitted our amendments to the bill. And I'm hopeful that you'll consider those amendments today. With repeated calls for unity from President Biden still echoing from the Capitol steps, I ask that you will consider our ability to access this and just will not shut us out. Working together is the only way we can restore legitimacy to the budget reconciliation process and grant our constituents the wise stewardship that they deserve. Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I yield.
Thank you very much. I now yield to the Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Chairman Meeks.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. I appreciate this opportunity to speak in support of the international provisions of the American Rescue Package. A small but yet critical investment in fighting COVID and its effects around the world. The title includes a total of $10 billion in foreign affairs funding to address COVID-related needs around the world. In our efforts to fight this global pandemic, we must have global health front and center of any response. You know, more than $4.6 billion of this title will go to global health. It will support efforts to relieve overburdened health systems and medical workers and provide assistance to governments to help plan vaccine development and distribution, tremendously important. And of that money, $3.5 billion of this funding will go to the Global Fund to support COVID relief efforts, as well as address the impacts of COVID that COVID has had on ongoing work to fight AIDS, malaria, and TB. PEPFAR will also receive $250 million, which will help ensure critical activities continue and strengthening supply chains. We've all seen how the COVID pandemic is exacerbating humanitarian crises and risk creating new ones. Included in the title is more than $3 billion for the most immediate, life-saving assistance, including shelter, food, clean water, and basic medical care. Some of the world's most vulnerable populations are those who are displaced, or those who are refugees that are fleeing from conflict or other disasters. And COVID then adds on and presents an additional risk to them all. This measure would provide $500 million in COVID-related support for those refugees. $580 million will be available for voluntary contributions to multilateral partners, such as UNICEF and the World Health Organization and others, who will get help out timely and quickly and demonstrate our commitment to our multilateral partners. The pandemic has cost the global economy over $28 trillion in lost output through 2025. This measure will provide $930 million to fast, flexible funding for economic support to help ensure that even more need isn't created as a result of the economic impacts of COVID. The remaining balance of the funding will go to our diplomats and our development professionals to enable them to scale up and adapt to this pandemic, to keep them up to date. You know, COVID-19 did not begin on the American shores, but I know that our innovation and our global health leadership to the rest of the world can help end it. I'm gonna stop there because this small amount of money will do great things in an ever shrinking world. That's what this is about. And I thank you. I look forward to answering any and all of your questions.
Thank you very much. I'm now happy to yield to Ranking Member McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Chairman Meeks and congratulate him in his new position. And we have started off on a very good note and a bipartisan basis, had a very good markup yesterday. And I think overall, what's in this package, I'm generally supportive. My comments are the lack of the committee itself to have any input into the budget resolution. That just didn't happen. We were sort of excluded from the markup process. And I believe the Foreign Affairs Committee, along with the two other committees, were not allowed to have a markup. That is of concern, obviously, to me. I don't think that's the way we, no matter who's in the majority, that's the way we want to operate. There's really no opportunity for members of the Committee of Jurisdiction to amend this legislation, which raises the deficit by $10 billion. And as I said, I support the robust international response to COVID. And I think this virus has no borders. And I think if we don't fight it globally, you know, we're not going to win this thing. So we have to make this international. There are amendments to the international affairs title, including the manager's amendment, that I think could make that better. If I could just very briefly submit my two amendments. One is that as we look at the Chinese Communist Party, they've been exploiting this pandemic, which actually came out of Wuhan, to project its influence around the world by providing PPE emblazoned with their flag. So for the very virus that came out of Wuhan, they were coming to the rescue with personal protective equipment with their flag on it. So I think it's critical that with this generous bill that we have, you know, the generosity of the American taxpayer and the assurance of American quality, it's crystal clear to these countries who are receiving the beneficiaries of our assistance know that it's coming from the United States. And we had a branding bill that passed last Congress, but I would submit that we be able to put the United States flag on, particularly all the vaccines that we're going to be shipping overseas If we have the American flag on it, they're going to know it's coming from the United States of America. My second amendment prohibits the president from making a voluntary contribution. We make mandatory contributions to the World Health Organization, but in terms of the voluntary one, until real reforms have been made to the international health regulations. The IHR is the body of internal national law that the Chinese Communist Party routinely violated in the early stages of COVID-19 outbreak. In fact, Mr. Chairman, they were required to do this within 48 hours, any SARS-like virus, to report that under the international health regulations. They never did that. They wholly failed in that mission to report this then epidemic, which became a global pandemic. This caused the regional pandemic to become global. It's killed more than 2.5 million people now. Simply put, if we don't reform the WHO, I think we'll be at the mercy of the CCP, and the man who runs it, General Director Tedros, is at their mercy. I think the influence of the Chinese Communist Party. I think these are sort of common sense. I know there are other ones. I want to close just saying this, because I just think these numbers are staggering when you look at the crisis of this pandemic. Just let me conclude by saying that more people died of COVID-19 in the United States than in combat during all of America's wars against our foreign enemies. And the worldwide death rate from COVID-19 now is 5 times higher. 2.5 million lives have been lost. The Chinese Communist Party, as I mentioned, never reported this initial outbreak as required to the WHO. There are people who would be alive today if it weren't for the malfeasance of the Chinese Communist Party. If they had reported COVID-19 cases to the WHO in the 24-hour period, imagine how many lives that could have been saved. But instead, 2.5 million lives were lost worldwide. And I think something needs to change, not to mention the fact they went in, silenced the doctors, detained them, they destroyed lab samples, and they never admitted that it could be transmitted human to human, even when the WHO's own experts in Wuhan were telling them that it was human to human. And even though the nation of Taiwan was telling them that as well. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer your questions, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I now yield to Subcommittee Chair Stevens.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Cole and members of the Rules Committee. It is a sincere honor to be with all of you today, and thank you for having me on behalf of the Science Investments in the American Rescue Plan Act. I would also like to recognize and share my gratitude to Chairwoman Johnson of the Science Committee and Ranking Member Lucas for their continued steady leadership of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee and their responsibility for all the great work that we produce and do out of that committee. As we all know, the COVID-19 pandemic has certainly required a whole of government approach to fighting this pandemic. It has been all hands on deck. And America's science and technology enterprise has been a wholly integral part of that approach from the very early days of this crisis and this pandemic's arrival. And both the National Science Foundation and the National Institute of Standards and Technology have played a unique and important role in this fight against COVID-19. So far in this effort for combating COVID-19, the National Science Foundation has invested over $200 million in research grants to better understand the virus and how it spreads in society. The National Science Foundation has also made critical investments in researching approaches to mitigating the negative effects of COVID-19. We know that a tremendous amount of the work of the NSF and what they could be doing remains frankly unfunded. And the money in this bill before us today is going to close the gap. And just to give you all a picture of some of the incredible efforts of the National Science Foundation, support for the Johns Hopkins coronavirus dashboard. If you've been monitoring this pandemic, you have seen this dashboard. In fact, many of us have clung on to this dashboard. And this is certainly one of the well-known projects on COVID-19. And it was supported by an NSF Rapid Award that went to the Johns Hopkins Coronavirus Resource Center. The dashboard was first publicly released on January 22nd of 2020, and it was to visualize and track the COVID-19 outbreak in real time. We also got a groundbreaking study showing that this was an airborne virus. A team of researchers from the University of Florida received funding to understand the transmission modes of COVID-19, and the resulting study provided the first ever demonstration that that live virus can travel through the air in a hospital room, capturing and detecting the live virus and aerosols. It's incredibly delicate work and requires very clever and tricky experimental conditions. And these results have been just tremendous to improving the accuracy of COVID-19 transmission models. And this work was highlighted in national and global news outlets. And so I could go on and brag about the NSF and all they do. Many of you probably have firsthand familiarity with this agency because they often do great work in our communities, particularly if you have a research university that has applied for their funding in the past. And so without a doubt, the National Science Foundation has played a critical role with COVID-19, will continue to play a critical role. And what we're looking at here with the appropriated $150 million is absolutely spot on to the moment that we find ourselves in as we get ready to pass the American Rescue Plan into law. Similarly, NIST, and this is just, a preeminent standards body in the United States. And they're often overlooked and underestimated, and yet they do such tremendous work. And they have, in particular, been able to bring in industry partners and other critical stakeholders on high impact projects to support the nation's response to the pandemic. Again, you may have had time working with your NIST MEP Center. One of the great results of the National Institute of Standards and Technology, they've got these centers that work very closely with our suppliers, the small manufacturers in our states through public-private partnership. And if you remember when we had the horrific supply chain disruptions in the early stages of the pandemic, not just as consumers going to the grocery store over and over again and not being able to find what we needed, but also what took place with the PPE shortages. And I come from Michigan, and in particular, the manufacturers stood up very quickly, particularly those in the auto industry, to source that PPE, to produce it, particularly the ventilators and the respiratory devices. And NIST played a role, particularly in identifying matchmaking opportunities between our small manufacturers so that they could produce that PPE, who had the specs versus who didn't. They put together the first manuals, right? We didn't even have the lexicon, let alone the HR operating manual for how to deal with this pandemic. And they put together some early stage manuals, working in partnership, obviously, with the other federal agencies, most notably our CDC, on how you can work safely in this environment, and also deployed some of the resources, the screen guards and temperature taking devices to the small manufacturers, not just in Michigan, but across the country. And so this is another thing that we're looking at in terms of the NIST allocation in the American Rescue Plan. And the funding in this bill is going to continue to allow NIST to engage in a push to support advancements in COVID countermeasures and manufacturing of critical supplies needed in the fight against this pandemic. So hearing today's rules committee meeting and all that we've covered, we know we're still in a moment of triage. I just got the identification, 1,100 cases identified in Michigan, most notably, and a sign of optimism, 1 death. And I would get these updates every day and see that death rate so high. And we obviously, that is what we're working on here. I know that's been shared quite extensively today, and we're going to continue to play a role together. The science is going to play a role, the R&D applications and efforts, and the role of these tremendous agencies, NIST and NSF, through what we're doing here today in the American Rescue Plan. So I'm eager to answer any questions you might have, and thank you again, Mr. Chairman, for having me.
Thank you very much. I now am happy to yield to Ranking Member Frank Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don't worry, I'll use the Oklahoma definition of 2 minutes. That said, thank you, Chairman.
That's why I love you.
Absolutely. Thank you and Ranking Member Cole for the opportunity to be here. This is my first opportunity to provide input on the Science Committee's portion of the budget reconciliation package, because our committee failed to hold a markup. The $750 million being spent through an amendment today was not debated or discussed. How can we hope to make good policy when our friends on the other side of the aisle won't even allow discussion? Unfortunately, that's where we find ourselves today. Pushing COVID relief through a partisan process isn't producing results that are in the best interest of American families, businesses, and the economy. Billions of dollars are going to special interests that already have $1 trillion in unspent funding sitting in the Treasury from previous COVID packages. Meanwhile, the research industry has not received a cent of relief. And in this massive $1.9 trillion bill, only $600 million is allocated to helping the research industry recover from the pandemic. That's less than 0.5%. We've relied on American scientists to combat COVID, but we're not giving them the funding they need to resume their work that's been stopped by the pandemic. Restarting our research work requires investment, and it's long overdue. The longer we go without passing substantial relief, the worse the situation becomes. We are losing both research and researchers. Graduate students and postdocs are struggling to find jobs, and our STEM pipeline could be damaged for years. At the same time, the Chinese Communist Party is working to overtake us in critical technologies. The longer our research remains stalled, the more ground we lose. We cannot afford to sacrifice our competitiveness. I've co-sponsored the RISE Act, which would invest $25 billion in restarting American research. That's the kind of COVID relief we should be considering today when it comes to science, not treating it as an afterthought in a massive partisan spending bill. And with that, Mr. Chairman, before I yield back, I would note that I appreciate you and the ranking member and 8 of the other Rules Committee members for co-sponsoring the RISE Act. Thank you. You did the right thing. Now we just need to take it a little farther. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm now happy to yield to Chairman Takano. Is Chairman Takano? I don't see Chairman Takano. Someone
Maybe he's out.
Is he trying to? Is he frozen or?
Yeah, it looks.
No, there he is. Mr. Takano?
I think you're muted.
Yeah. Yeah, I see Chairman Takano. Okay. No, hold on. Should we? Wait.
There goes. All right.
I was
Okay.
trying to unmute. My
Okay,
apologies.
You're on. Okay.
Well, good afternoon, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. I'm here today in support of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. And as Chairman of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs, I am painfully aware of the toll this pandemic has taken on our nation's veterans. Like so many Americans across our country, veterans are struggling to find work as unemployment numbers rise, and many have had their critical compensation and pension exams postponed, delaying much needed benefits. The task before us today is to deliver big, bold action. It's the only way to ensure America and our veterans can get back to work and won't have to fear paying for or delaying much needed care. Now, as of this week, over 10,000 veterans and 130 VHA employees have lost their lives to COVID-19. 226,000 veterans and 18,000 VA employees have tested positive. We must act now. This bill would provide funding to increase the Department of Veterans Affairs claims and appeals processing to reduce the backlog caused by COVID-19. It would also provide critical funding for the Veterans Health Administration, bolster VA's supply chain modernization, support state veterans homes to upgrade and enhance their safety standards, fund stronger oversight through VA's Office of Inspector General, secure assistance for unemployed veterans, and prohibit co-payments for medical care for veterans during the pandemic. The American Rescue Plan is critical to ensure veterans and the health system they rely on can continue to meet their needs and serve as a backup to America's overwhelmed healthcare systems. While a return to handshakes, hugs, and visible smiles is on the horizon, the path to getting there requires this Congress to do quick and thorough work to ensure that we all get there together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm now happy to yield to Ranking Member Boss.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I was having trouble finding the right button.
Well, we can hear you just fine now. Thank you.
Right. Chairman, thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today. But I'm here as a ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee to discuss the $17 billion that would be allocated to the Department of Veterans Affairs within this $1.9 trillion proposal. I wish I could tell you that the Biden administration arrived at how the Biden administration had arrived at this number. I wish I could tell you why it was needed, and I wish I could tell you how it would be used. But despite repeated requests to the VA, they have not provided us with information on any of those issues. And I can tell you that the VA received a record high level of funding last year, including billions of dollars in COVID relief funds that are left over. I can also tell you about the devastating impact that COVID has had on our nation's veterans. More than 10,000 have died. Millions have delayed needed care. Millions are suffering from increased isolation, stress, and anxiety. Hundreds of thousands have lost their jobs. And we will be dealing with the ramifications of this tragedy for many years to come. But that's why I was so proud when we worked across the aisle last year to make sure that the VA had every resource it needed to support the veterans during this crisis. We did that by providing VA with the biggest base budget the department has ever received, $243.3 billion, along with an additional $19.6 billion in the CARES Act. Over $10 billion of the CARES Act money is still left. It remains available to VA COVID relief efforts throughout this fiscal year. Based on the little we know, most of the money in that proposal is meant for anticipated needs in fiscal year 2022, or even 2023. If that is true, I'm committed to working across the aisle to provide those funds when they are really needed, just like we did last spring. But that is not what we're doing today, because we don't know that what those funds are needed for, or when they're needed, or why they're needed, or when the Veterans Affairs Committee was considering the proposal 2 weeks ago, Republican members also offered 13 common sense amendments. Our amendments were intended to make sure the money met veterans' needs and is targeted to the COVID relief. They were to help veterans get vaccinated, get back to work, recover physically, mentally, and financially, and hold VA accountable for the money that it's going to be receiving. I believe those are mutual bipartisan priorities for an honest COVID relief effort. Yet, our amendments were defeated mostly along party lines. Why? Because this proposal is not supported by facts. It is not targeted to COVID relief. It is not a wise use of taxpayers' dollars. Instead, it is costly, rushed, partisan, and wide open to waste, fraud, and abuse. Using reconciliation to ram through an additional $17 billion for VA without any hearings or documented need limits, or the ability to target spending where veterans need it most, it is also limiting our ability to hold VA accountable. One of the amendments that I offered during the markup would have allowed the VA to vaccinate more veterans and caregivers against COVID-19. That is key to getting us past this pandemic. It was disappointing that my amendment was not supported by the chairman and the other Democrats on the committee. But I do appreciate the chairman because he has now since agreed to work with me to do that, and we introduced the VA Vaccine Act earlier this week, and I appreciate him doing that. Our bill will be life-saving for veterans and their caregivers. I hope we can consider it in the House as soon as possible. I also hope that we can find more common ground around majority issues, major issues, like the ones we're moving forward. That is why my colleagues and I have offered 3 amendments here today. Each one of them would direct this money towards the actual acute needs the veterans and their families are facing right now. My amendment would help the veterans who lost their jobs because of the pandemic get retained to and compete in the new economy. Congressman General Berkman's amendment would address the mental health crisis that COVID has caused by supporting VA readjust counseling centers and implementation of 2 landmark veteran mental health bills that were signed into law last fall. Congressman Miller Meeks' amendment would provide additional funding for VA veterans employment through technical education courses, or Vet Tech. It's a pilot program to help veterans find jobs in the tech sector. I strongly urge the committee to make these amendments in order and to vote in their favor. And I'm happy to answer any questions. With that, I will yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And now I turn to Chairman David Scott of the Agriculture Committee. You have to unmute. Oh, here we go. Okay. Yeah, we can't hear. We can't hear you. So, let's see.
Yeah, they can call them to figure it out. Figure out the tech stuff and we can
What?
Mr. Thomas.
So what I'm going to suggest is that Nate in our office reach out to the Agriculture Committee to see if we can work out your tech issues. If we can't fix that, and then we'll go to Ranking Member Thompson first. That make, I think that, why don't we do that? Mr. Thompson, why don't we begin with you while we work out the audio issues with Chairman Scott, okay?
Will do, Chairman McGovern. Thank you so much. Ranking Member Cole, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today as we debate how best to bring additional relief and recovery and recover from this awful pandemic. The bill before us today spends $1.9 trillion. And unfortunately, my assessment, it's mostly in a haphazard manner. And quite frankly, with a grab bag of partisan priorities, many of which are completely unrelated to the pandemic. You know, Mr. Chairman, 2 weeks ago, we had a spirited debate in the Agriculture Committee about the assistance provided to the rural economy and this reconciliation package. The measure our committee marked up was drafted in secret by the Democratic leadership, seemingly without input from many rural stakeholders who have been begging this Congress for help. During our markup, the Republican amendments to improve the bill were praised universally by our Democratic colleagues, then almost universally then voted down by them moments later. Now, today I'm back to make one more attempt to help our struggling farm families and rural communities. I filed an amendment co-sponsored by all House Agriculture Republicans that provides much needed assistance to rural stakeholders neglected by the underlying legislation. Now, it supports struggling farmers and ranchers. It helps overburdened and under-resourced rural hospitals, health facilities, and schools. It promotes desperately needed broadband connectivity, offers a critical lifeline to utility providers and their customers, and aids struggling rural businesses. Now, this amendment is fully offset. It reduces the Federal Transit Administration grant program from $30 billion to $22 billion. But that still means in the end that what remains is $2 billion more than what President Biden has asked for and called for. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cole, make no mistake, this reconciliation process is terrible. I'm bitterly disappointed that the majority has chosen to find all of its wisdom and its counsel in the Speaker's office. I firmly believe that we can do better than this. Our efforts to amend and improve this flawed bill spring from that conviction. In the agriculture space, our amendments will help rural communities address the COVID-19 pandemic. This includes the long-standing issue of broadband connectivity, an issue that's been further exposed by the pandemic. Our efforts to improve this bill also have broad bipartisan support, and as mentioned, are offset with thoughtful reductions in spending in other areas of the budget. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cole, members of the committee, we have worked hard to craft thoughtful amendments to meet needs identified by communities represented by members across the political spectrum. For amendments that meet this test, I would request that they be made in order. And Mr. Chairman, I do have a letter of support for my amendment that I would request unanimous consent to address or to introduce into the record. This letter of February 25th is from the American Bankers Association, the National Rural Lenders Association, the Independent Community Bankers of America, and the National Rural Lenders Roundtable.
Without objection.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I'll yield back and prepare to answer any questions you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we're going to try Chairman Scott again.
Yes, Chairman. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Oh, wonderful. Well, first of all, I want to thank you, Chairman McGovern, not only for your excellent work that you do as our Rules Chairman, but also for your great service over a long period of time working with us as a member of our Agriculture Committee. Thank you for that. And also, I wanted to say hello to our ranking member, your ranking member, Tom Cole, and certainly wish him well. Now, Chairman, I heard my ranking member Thompson, whom I respect greatly, There's nobody I had a warmer and greater relationship across the aisle than he. But here is the fundamental difference. We can't wait. The American people are crying out right now for help. And nowhere are they crying more than for help from agriculture. Because it's the food. We're having a hunger crisis, and we cannot wait. We all know of the sustained and overwhelming impacts that this COVID-19 pandemic has had on our food system. It's under threat, Chairman McGovern, as you know so well. The agriculture portion of this bill, $16 billion, much of it goes to directly enhance and make sure we have food security at this critical time. The agriculture portion of this COVID relief bill provides targeted and timely assistance and is strongly supported by a very broad coalition, including nutrition advocates, companies like the Cargill Company, Bread for the World, the American Farm Bureau, all, and many others, all have endorsed this important measure going forward. And in addition, as I said, we got this hunger crisis. And folks need to understand, we have right now 14 million of our children going hungry, going to bed every night, malnutrition at best, many harming. There's been a news report recently of this young girl. Everybody in the school was wondering, why are you crying? Why are you hurting so? You know what she said, Chairman? She said, because I'm starving. Starving. It broke the hearts of hundreds of our American people who saw that report on CNN, and they helped her. So we've got to really win this fight. And you all see the lines, the car lines. Many of these car lines miles long, filled with people trying to get to their community food banks where they can get food. We cannot delay. We've got to meet that. So, to fight this domestic crisis, our bill extends the vital supplemental nutrition assistance program benefit 15%. That's important. A 15% increase, but only through September. Our bill also helps with the SNAP administrative burden on our states. It boosts the commodity supplemental food program, crucial. And it provides, we go even further, Chairman, by providing crucial nutrition assistance to our U.S. territories, some of which had never had that. This bill does that. And our House Agriculture Committee is planning and putting on right now, as you know, Chairman, a hearing on hunger and our food security, which will be coming up in March, where we will bring in the experts and people to make sure everybody understands why we must move aggressively so nobody will go hungry in our country. And as the first African American chairman of the Agriculture Committee, of which I can't tell you how deeply honored I am deeply honored. And that's why I'm proud that we invest $5 billion to improve equity for our Black, Hispanic, Native American, and other farmers of color who have long faced documented and proven discrimination in government programs. And not only have we put this in, but our committee is moving aggressively to put together for the first time in history a hearing where we can bring our Black farmers in and hear from them how we can help them more, and to be able to answer and resolve these questions of discrimination against our Black farmers. Nobody has earned the right to be able to have these discrimination barriers removed as Black farmers. We were the pioneer farmers. And not only that, we did it for free under the whip of the slave master. We did it. We owe it to them. And we will move in just a few weeks to put together a hearing for the first time to address that. I'm also proud that we have been able to deal with this cumulative, effective, systemic discrimination that many of our farmers and ranchers are even more vulnerable to the market disruptions that are caused now by COVID-19. And many of them did not benefit, despite what some on the other side may say. This point is very important. Many of our African American farmers did not benefit from the $50 billion in direct payment that went out last year. That's why that is in here. And I know there's been some rumblings from the other side on this, but this is critical. And we have the support across the board from the American Federation of Farmers, from firms like Cargill. All of us in the agriculture industry are very much supportive of this bill, despite what my Republican friends are telling you or will bring up in their amendments or whatever. We also provide $3.6 billion for critical food supply chain resiliency efforts. Very important. We cannot have disruptions in our food chain all along. You remember what happened to Smithfield and Tyson's? We moved in quickly to correct that. And you know who's doing most of this work? It's people of color. That's why we got to remove all vestiges of discrimination and let the world know that here in America, regardless of race, creed, or color, everybody can enjoy and benefit and excel in our wonderful world of agriculture. We provided protective equipment for our food agriculture workers. We have $500 million in this bill for community facilities grants to assist our rural communities in their fight against COVID-19. And let me tell you, Jim, we have got to do more than this to help our rural communities. That's why we're pushing for rural development very strongly, so we can close that deal and get broadband in and assist our rural communities in this fight against COVID-19. Make sure we get the vaccines there. And I've had conversations with the president. Many of you were in the office, Oval Office, when I brought this issue up. and he agreed to help us make sure we get COVID-19 into our rural communities. And we got $100 million in here to reduce overtime costs for small meat and poultry processors who continue even to this day with backlogs. So you see, I hope everybody sees the picture. And finally, I want to really say how much I appreciate the manager's amendment, and I support that manager's amendment that you have that makes technical corrections to the language reported out of our committee to ensure no constraints of the United States Senate. And I also want to thank Budget Committee Chairman Yarm, who has put in who a big cry. Please help the American people. We need this COVID relief bill. Our Americans of all colors and walks of life are crying out in a loud voice for us to pass this bill now without delay. Thank you, and God
Thank you.
bless each of you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank my chairman of the Agriculture Committee for his, I'm proud to serve on that committee as well. And I want to thank all the witnesses for testifying. And Mr. Thompson, you know, I want to thank you as well because all day we've had members come up and refer to us as the Democrat Party. And I appreciate the fact that you refer to us as the Democratic Party and Democratic amendments. So thank you for that. And Mr. Bost, I wanted to say thank you to you for for highlighting the fact that you're working in a bipartisan way with Chairman Takano. And there are others on this committee, Mr. McCall, you know, who I have great respect for, who also are doing incredible bipartisan work. And so in the spirit of bipartisanship, I'm going to yield to my ranking member, Mr. Cole, for any questions he may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I regret I missed a fair amount of the testimony because I had a physician's appointment, and I thank all of you for your understanding. So if the question's a little off mark or not, or has been dealt with, please forgive me for that. Let me begin, Mr. Wahlberg, with you. Are you on here for Ms. Fox? I'm scanning this. Yep, there you go. Okay, thank you for waving your hand. There's a lot of faces on this Zoom thing right now. I suspect you you share my concerns that the Democratic majority, when using a COVID relief bill and a focused reconciliation package as an opportunity to move through a minimum wage. Now we know it appears that we're not going to have that issue in the United States Senate. It does not appear it will survive the rather arcane rules associated with reconciliation in that body. But I think it does send a pretty powerful signal, and I suspect we'll see this legislation again. So I'm curious as to what your thoughts would be as to what this massive an increase in the federal minimum wage might do in terms of job creation and the overall strength of the economy in a time when we've lost 10 million jobs, as people have repeatedly pointed out over the course of the testimony this morning and this afternoon.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that question. You know, back in Michigan, we've seen a prolonged shutdown and a very unequal shutdown, especially in the small business sector. And it's certainly tempting to say by a stroke of a magic wand, we put forward a $15 an hour mandatory federal minimum wage to impact people. But if memory serves me correctly, the majority of people who aren't working in a support the family situation that are making under minimum wage right now is a very small percentage. So what we're saying, those people that are just getting in the workplace, getting skills that can be used to develop them for further opportunities and expand their earning capabilities. Under this provision, if it's correct, what CBO says, that it will probably be at least 1.4 million jobs lost, up to potentially 2.7 million jobs lost. That means that these people that are learning as they're earning will go from a wage to a new wage that's zero because they won't have a job. That concerns me because in Michigan, we have many people who are trying to simply get through college, develop an opportunity, learn a skill that won't have the opportunity. And most people that are working in a family providing situation are above the minimum wage already.
Now, if I could, let me turn to Chairman Scott. Chairman, again, we all have read the news accounts that it looks like that minimum wage measure won't survive. As I understand it, there's a $54 billion cost associated with that in the legislation. I'm curious if you've given some thought to maybe redirecting that money. If this measure is not going to be in there anyway, there might be other areas to deploy those funds that might make a little more sense. Is that something that you're in a position to speculate about or consider at this point?
Well, not at this point. The Senate will decide what to do based on the Senate rules. The House parliamentarian hasn't indicated any problem with this provision in the bill. And so we expect that hopefully the Rules Committee will keep it in, and we certainly expect it to take place. The fact of the matter is that there's no county, no city or county in the United States where a full-time minimum wage worker can afford a modest two-bedroom apartment. Now, so everybody knows that the full-time worker didn't even make it a poverty wage. Everybody knows the minimum wage needs to be increased. The consensus figure has been $15 an hour, not overnight, but by 2025. That's been the consensus figure. We're now hearing alternative numbers, but that's only because I think they recognize that they're losing the debate and they have to come up with some alternative number that they could have said they were for, so they won't look as bad when they vote against the minimum wage. That's people know that the minimum wage is very popular. Democrats, Republicans, everywhere in the country. Now, when they talk about wage loss and talk about a range, the range is a modest, almost negligible job loss up to a significant job gain because of the increase in economic activity caused by people on the low end making more money and spending every dime of it. We have a bipartisan, nonpartisan CBO. So whether we like it or not, if we're going to be honest, we're kind of stuck with the numbers. You can talk about provisions. I would point out in the CBO report that what they did was averaged many of the recent studies, some of which showed a job gain. They just averaged it out and came with 1.4. Now, it doesn't mean 1.4 million people will lose their jobs if the minimum wage goes up. Minimum wage workers are notoriously sporadic. They'll work 10, 11 months out of the year. And maybe instead of 10 or 11, maybe they only work 9 or 10 months out of the year. And that would, if you add them up and do full-time equivalents, they come up with 1.4. I'll guarantee you that they will be making a lot more money in fewer hours at $15 an hour than they're making now at $7.25. In fact, the CBO report itself points out that several $100 billion more in earnings will be achieved with the passage of the minimum wage, even after you account for the negligible loss in hours.
Well, isn't it the case, Mr. Chairman, that if you want to raise the minimum wage, at the state level or in the local municipal level, you can do that now. Indeed, many states have always done that. I think one of the big disadvantages and challenges of the minimum wage is we all know the cost of living in New York City or San Francisco is considerably different than it would be in rural Oklahoma or rural Virginia. And in many ways, a number of these states, I think, actually have moved in the direction you suggest, and that might make sense for them, but it might not make sense for other areas. I think that's one of the core objections to moving with this. It just has a very unequal impact around the country. Would you share those concerns?
No, because that's been the argument for the last 70, 80, 90 years of the 70, 80, 90 years of the minimum wage. You have a floor. And as you have suggested, in some areas, they'll have a higher minimum wage. Or in fact, they'll have higher wages generally where the minimum wage becomes irrelevant. But you have to have a floor. A lot of places, because of the inability to form a union, you have right to work states where the ability to form a union is compromised. You have rural areas where you do not have much competition. You may have, if you're a nurse and there's one hospital in the area, you'll get paid what they want to pay you. If there are 3 hospitals in the area, they'll pay what you're willing to accept because you can negotiate. You can go somewhere else. And so in some areas, the only way they're ever going to get a raise is counting on the federal government to have a minimum, bare minimum, minimum wage. And that's what they're counting on. And as I indicated, it's gotten so it's been eroded by inflation to the point where everybody knows it is woefully inadequate and needs to be increased.
Mr. Wahlberg, let me go back to you on the same general question. That is, we've got to, potentially, we know this isn't going to happen in this legislation. We have an extra $54 billion that's associated with this particular provision. Are there other areas you could think of that perhaps we should be directing that money rather than, leaving ourselves tied to a provision that certainly isn't going to pass the United States Senate?
Well, thank you. I certainly think there would be. If we're going to spend it, let's spend it where it does the necessary work. And I think, as you've rightly said, every state, every locality is different, and we all have choices. I'm fortunate and unfortunate to some degree to live on the border counties of both Indiana and Ohio. It's frustrating to see a sign in Indiana now that says, "Thank you, Michigan, for sending us your workers." We've been slow in opening up. People have choices to do that. So let's, if we're going to use these dollars for truly COVID-related issues. Let's develop the PPP with more flexibility and meet the needs of businesses that are in the business of supplying jobs for associates, team members, staff that make a difference not only for the business, but for their own economy. They're the ones that will be providing for their families, for themselves, for their future, for their college education. So let's put those dollars where it really makes an impact in a general way, as opposed to saying one size fits all for a minimum wage, when very clearly there are certain states that are, as you've said, very different than others, and local communities within states that are different, where people choose to stay because of individual issues of concern. It's not necessarily, especially with our younger generation, it isn't always an issue of salary. It's an issue of benefits. It's an issue of free time. It's an individual issue of what I have a chance to do myself. So let's look for those areas that deal with COVID. Let's get the classrooms opened. Let's meet the needs of teachers. Let's get them vaccinated. Let's move on, as opposed to simply putting a wish list together that, in my case in Michigan, I've seen that the rank and file don't care about as much, but the union leadership love to see a mandatory wage increase, minimum wage, because that goes to their negotiation bottom line for percentages beyond minimum wage.
There are a couple of amendments that your committee considered, Chairman Scott and Mr. Wahlberg. I'd asked you both that really caught my eye. I thought they were really targeted and pretty good amendments. They didn't make it. One of them was Ms. Stefanik's amendment that would have added $4.58 billion in funding for the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act and required that 75% of that funding be spent on skills development and education. I thought that was a very worthy proposal. That's something that I would think both of us could agree on, particularly since we owe was a very bipartisan, very popular measure. And there was a second amendment that would have reserved a percentage of funds from the Child Care Stabilization Fund for rural child care providers. Again, I think they face a host of challenges. Child care is hard enough to find anywhere. It's particularly difficult to find in rural areas and a big barrier to people getting back into the workforce. So I was, number one, would like to hear the explanation as to why neither one of those, Chairman Scott, met with your approval or approval of your side. And second, again, since we've got extra money, is that something we could go back and look at?
You're absolutely right. The WIOA funding, the Workforce Investment Opportunity Act funding, is something that is desperately needed. There are millions of people who've lost their jobs that won't be going back to their jobs for a number of different reasons, and they will be looking for skills training. We expect an infrastructure bill to be coming up soon, and that funding, the expectation is that funding for job training and skills training will be part of that bill. So you're absolutely right. That is an area of significant bipartisan cooperation. It was just decided that that funding would be in the infrastructure bill, not in this bill. In the rural child care, the presumption in the amendment is that they're not covered. They certainly are covered. And so the presumption that they were not fairly treated, I think, is just not true.
Okay, Mr. Wolf, I'm going to give you an opportunity to comment on those two matters as well.
Well, I'm certainly glad to hear the support, and I think that those are things we could do, and we'll look forward to doing it. We could have done it this time as well. I'm concerned, as I mentioned earlier, that the child care portion of it, only 19% of what was put in this bill toward child care, rural or otherwise, only 19% will be used in 2021. The rest is 2022 and beyond. Right now is when we need the care. This is when COVID is hitting, and we want to provide the resources. So I wish we could have done that. Another area is in the area of rural technology, educational technology. We could have put money toward as well. I think an amendment was in there for something like 22 billion million for that, because there are a lot of districts like mine, rural communities, that there is no rural broadband. There's even a difficulty to get to a Starbucks restaurant to hook up with a MiFi. So some of those things could be added in, as opposed to all of the other stuff that doesn't pertain to COVID right now. Let's meet the needs now.
Yeah, I think you make a good point. Quite frankly, I think that's a problem that runs through the bill. There's a lot of missed opportunities here for cooperation. There really are things that people do agree on, some of which are in the bill, to be fair. And there are other areas that I think, had we had a normal legislative process, we could have come together on. The ones you mentioned, the two I asked about, and the additional one you raised, I think certainly would fall into those categories, and hopefully we can do better next time around. I think we missed a real opportunity here. With that, Mr. Chairman, again, thank you for your indulgence, and I'll yield back my time.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Torres. I think I'll move on to, I don't see Mrs. Torres, so I'll move on to Mr. Perlmutter.
There's Mrs. Torres right there.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. All right, let me go back to, forget it, Ed. Back to Mrs. Torres.
I'm going to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Burgess.
Great, thank you. Let's see, is Mr. McCall? Oh, you're still here, and Mr. Fulcher, I'm going to ask you the same question in just a moment. But for Ranking Member McCall, We heard earlier on the budget committee, of course, we heard from we got reports from a number of committees that had received instructions and had marked up bills. Whether I agreed or disagreed with them, we at least had their reports. But 3 committees did not report. And if I heard correctly earlier in this discussion, it's been many hours ago, so I may not be remembering it all that accurately, but that there just wasn't much to add from, say, the Committee on Foreign Affairs. So I would just ask you, Mr. McCall, do your minority members on the Foreign Affairs Committee, do you think they had input that they could have offered that would have been valuable to this process?
No, absolutely. I think frankly, I don't understand the leader's decision to bypass what I think to be one of the most important committees on the Hill. The second oldest one. We deal with matters of war and peace, and we had a lot of good input into COVID. We would have had a lot of good input at a markup had we had one, but we were completely the process ignored this committee. And I know Chairman Meeks feels strongly about the stature of the committee as well. I think we deserve to have that, our voices be heard. Now, having said that, we do have many of our members submitting amendments that we probably would have offered at a markup had it taken place. So in a way, Dr. Burgess, to answer your question, this is our markup on the Foreign Affairs Committee. And I have 2 of my amendments submitted, and I know there will be other members that I've coordinated with to submit additional amendments.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Fulcher. Did you have, how about your members of your committee on the minority side? Do they have input that you think could have been meaningful to this process?
Very much so. Keep in mind on this particular bill, there was about $1 billion of spending that would have gone through the jurisdiction of the Natural Resource Committee. And there simply should have been some Republican input. I think we have submitted about 9 amendments, but just to give you an example, 2 of those amendments are mine. One of them requests that we take about $30 million and we keeps our access open to our parks and lands, especially during the time during COVID. Here we've got a scenario where people have been locked up and they have opportunities to be able to get out and move around, but yet these facilities have been closed off. And so with a relatively small amount being repurposed and opening up those parks and lands, you can start giving people some outlets and also generate some revenue at the same time. We also, via executive order, have shut down access to public land and during any kind of exploration or those types of things. There's been significant job loss. A very small amount of money to understand what that impact that really has, I think, is also warranted. Those are a couple of examples, but back to the point, I think Mr. McCall made that. When these types of things happen, at a minimum, when you're not able to go through the process, you feel like your input is simply not valued. And I think that in and of itself helps drive some of that partisan wedge that we're all experiencing right now. And at a maximum, maybe there's some concern that some of the input we had just might be able to get adopted. And that brings up another question that's dangerous because we're not taking the best policy approach. So those are the concerns we have on the natural resource side.
I thank you for that input, and you've given Mr. Cole additional ammunition as to why we should have an open rule, and I'm sure he'll make that request when the appropriate time comes. May I just ask my friends on the Agriculture Committee? Of course, I'm quick to sing the praises of our frontline medical personnel during the time of the pandemic. Clearly, they stepped up. They did an enormous task for us, and we're very grateful for that. But we sometimes forget to thank our people in the transportation sector and the people, the growers and producers who kept food on our shelves during the very worst times of the pandemic. But then I can't help but observe about 10, 12 days ago, it got cold, real cold in the state of Texas. And we've not had a loaf of bread, a quart of milk, or a dozen eggs since. So I just offer you this as an observation. Mr. Lucas, when your Oklahoma hens are ready to lay again, your Texas customers are willing to buy. And we got some pent-up demand down here. Thank you all for your participation this afternoon. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Perlmutter.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a couple questions. Let me start with Chairman Takano. We talked a little bit about the minimum wage. And just curious, with respect to the vets, our veteran community, how does the increase in the minimum wage over the next few years affect that community?
Well, thank you for that question, Congressman Perlmutter. I just want to say that more than 20% of veterans make the current minimum wage of $7.25 per hour. We know that's a poverty level wage that forces many workers to take on an extra job or two just to make enough to pay their bills. This bill, the American Rescue Plan, will help especially those veterans and all Americans by raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour by the year 2025. Congress has not raised the federal minimum wage since 2009. That's 12 years of zero pay growth for our workers while their mortgages, rent, and overall cost of living continue to increase. Meanwhile, multi-million-dollar businesses saw record profits during the deadliest pandemic of our lifetime. This is a chance to help veterans, workers, and families. We must include a provision to raise the federal minimum wage in the American Rescue Plan. Workers cannot wait any longer for the pay raise that they deserve, and that includes our veterans. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, sir. To Mr. Thompson, I had a question. You referenced a letter from the American Bankers Association and the community bankers, but I'm sorry, I missed the subject matter of that letter, and I don't have it. So I'm just curious what it is.
Well, I appreciate the question to provide just a little more clarity on it. Obviously, as you heard where it came from, obviously, it's this was from the American Bankers Association, Independent Community Bankers of America, National Rural Lenders Association, and National Rural Lenders Roundtable, really representing over, and I'm citing their record, over 50,000 locations. And they were just writing to urge to ensure adequate funding for key USDA rural development programs in this bill. And my amendment would do this. Specifically, the part that they focused in on was to fund USDA's business and industry, the B&I guaranteed loan program through the current fiscal year. They note that the B&I program is expected to exhaust current funding in the next few months and faces a projected $1 billion shortfall in loan authority in the fiscal year. And they talk about how that's vital to sustaining rural businesses and job creation, and obviously how the pandemic has strained rural businesses in spite of the demand for B&I loans as businesses seek credit to remain viable. They do go on to say that since this is a guaranteed loan program, and my amendment takes this into account, that the projected $1 billion shortfall, that a small allocation of approximately only $10 million can resolve the projected $1 billion shortfall in loan authority. So that's what it is.
Okay, no, thank you for that. I don't know if Chairman Scott has anything he would want to say about that, but I appreciate your explaining to me what that letter was about.
No, thanks for asking.
Sure. I do have a comment to my colleagues from the Science Committee, Mr. Lucas and Ms. Stevens. I will say the one place that I feel like we could do better in this bill is for NIST, for NOAA, for NASA, for the National Science Foundation. And but we did have a hearing, Mr. Lucas, I would say. We talked a lot about this the last few days in committee, and I think there wasn't any dispute among our committee that assistance was needed because of this pandemic to fill the pipeline of young students and researchers and scientists again, and to assist our laboratories and our universities in our science efforts. I mean, would you disagree with me, either Ms. Stevens or Mr. Lucas?
I would let my colleague go first.
Thank you. No, I think that's a great articulation, Mr. Perlmutter. And as we look at what we're doing with this rescue package and how we talk about it, and I know you were here, Mr. Perlmutter, for the Recovery Act and the efforts of coming out of what happened when the economy, for much different reasons, had a major recession, and we had to do the Recovery Act. And that was a whole effort. Right now, we're somewhere kind of in between that. You know, we're saying COVID relief, we're still COVID triage. And so when we start, you know, so triage, continuity, recovery, and if we're in between triage and continuity, how do we get to full recovery? And what we spoke about in our hearing yesterday, which was a tremendous hearing about what is happening to American innovation. If you recall, for those who were serving in 116th Congress and for those who weren't, were eager to share, the Science Committee continued with our hearings right off the bat. I don't think we were having the remote hearings, we were calling them meetings, but we do have them captured, what we were talking about. And the first one we had was on that same point. What's going to happen to the innovation? Because we don't want to fall further behind. So while it's quite pertinent, and Mr. Chairman McGovern, allow me to correct for the record, because I mistakenly said in my intro remarks that we were doing 150,000 for NSF. Well, I said 150 million. We're doing 600 million for NSF and 150 million for the NIST. And that is just very exclusively, as we all know, is so central to COVID relief on COVID. But the broader point that Mr. Perlmutter is raising for us in terms of these impacts on American innovation, if I'm going to pull Michigan here, electric vehicles, autonomous vehicle applications, energy efficiency, what not being in the laboratory has posed. And we know, as we reflected in 2019 on the 50-year anniversary of the landing on the moon, that we are in an incredible moonshot opportunity going into these next 50 years. And it is American ingenuity and public-private partnerships and leadership from the federal government, and it's got to come in terms of dollars. I'll just conclude by saying in 2017, the White House budget gave us the fear of having a lost generation of scientific research if that budget were to have gone through. So we are in a mad race, and I am eager to continue to work with the Rules Committee and all of you as colleagues as we move forward, getting this rescue plan passed, the resources on, and the further and additional funding that we're going to need as we make our way through appropriations and other legislation outside of what we're testifying before you here today.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas?
Thank you, Mr. Perlmutter. You and I both know the $600 million for NSF, broadly given so that basically is any COVID-related purpose. $150 million for NIST are appropriate and necessary funds. But that's out of $1.9 trillion. And that's after all of the previous COVID packages I voted for had nothing for science. $650 million in number 3. My goodness, we didn't even organize the Science Committee in time to have a hearing on our $750 million allocation. Now, I know that probably reflects part of the Democratic Steering Committee's allocation of members and setting things up. But how far down the list is science on your side of the room when it comes to filling out the committees, if that's the reason we couldn't organize?
All right.
Now that said, Mr. Perlmutter, give me my Michigan minute here. That said, in addition to the frontline medical people, in addition to the folks who fight every day in the streets to protect and help us, it's the scientific community that made the vaccines possible so quickly. It's the national laboratories. It's all of the research programs that we have set up across the country. And they've been devastated in the last year. You know that. You've been through the hearings with me. $650 million is a nice drop in the bucket. But we have to do more. If the Senate, in their ultimate opinion, takes away some of the rest of the bill, put that money in science.
I'm going to reclaim my time, sir, and I thank you for that. And I'm going to summarize your testimony that $650 million that's been allocated is not enough, and you'd like to add more money to the American Rescue Plan for science.
A lot more for science.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to just ask or just read a couple things to my friend, Mr. McCall. I don't know if he's still here or if he left. But you mentioned, sir, about Wuhan and China and the virus having spread from there. And I just, you haven't had the opportunity to come to the Rules Committee where I've been able to recite quotes from Donald Trump about how much he thought the Chinese were doing and how great they were. But I'll read you a couple. February 10th. I spoke with President Xi, and they're working very, very hard, and I think it's all going to work out just fine. February 13th, I think they've handled it professionally, and I think they're extremely capable, and I think President Xi is extremely capable. And it goes on and on and on through February and March. And so I do appreciate the fact that this virus did start in China, and the responsibility is substantial with that specific country. But also, I think that the president, Donald Trump, and using terms like hoax and suggesting people take Lysol and no development of a national plan, but have the states compete with each other and not have PPP ready to go. There's that. And I know my friend knows the term proximate cause. I'd say that's the proximate cause. But I yield to him for a second to respond, and then I'm going to yield back.
Well, thanks, Ed. And I don't associate myself with President Trump's comments. What was interesting, too, is that the trade deal was being signed in the White House right about the time this was breaking outside of Wuhan when they had the big lunar festival, 5 million people leaving Wuhan and traveling throughout the country and then internationally. And that was a point where it went from an epidemic to a global pandemic. That was a point where it possibly could have been stopped. I would encourage you, I'll send you a copy of our China Task Force report, but the origins of COVID-19, pretty clear about what happened and the failures of primarily the Chinese Communist Party's cover-up, detaining doctors, silencing them, destroying lab samples, not adhering to the human-to-human transmission. Taiwan warned about this. The WHO's own expert in Wuhan warned about this. Director General Tedros with an international emergency meeting to determine if they were going to send out an international emergency alert. Tedros declined to do so in light of all the mounting evidence and suppression of evidence within the Chinese Communist Party. So, yeah, I know the rhetoric of the president. I think he was trying to butter up to President Xi on a trade deal, but
let me reclaim the time.
They are the ones that are responsible for sure.
All right. Well, thank you. Let me reclaim my time. I'd say there's a lot of blame to go around, and part of it is the Trump administration not suggesting masks and undercutting Dr. Fauci and, politicizing the CDC and all that sort of stuff. But the purpose of the American Rescue Plan is to get this country on track in terms of the physical health of all of us, the emotional health, because we know this has taken its toll emotionally on everybody, and the financial health. That's the American Rescue Plan. It's national in scope. There's a federal effort here that we didn't have during the Trump administration, and that's why I'm going to support this rule, and that's why I'm going to support the bill. And I thank my friend, Mr. McCall, for being a witness here today, and I yield back.
This, if I could say also, this COVID knows no boundaries. So I know about Americans First, but what I do like about this package is the assistance to vaccines globally to the Global Health Fund. We have to tackle this globally. And that's why I'd like it to bear the American flag so they know that it's coming from the United States.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Mr. Rushenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Takano, it's my understanding that during your committee's markup that at least 2 amendments were offered to address veteran unemployment, including one from Ranking Member Bost. The fact that veteran unemployment just for the month of January is still at 5.5%, which is actually 2% higher than it was in January of 2020. Why do you think the majority rejected amendments that would have actually provided for assistance, frankly, critical assistance for veterans?
Try to unmute.
Chairman Takano, I think you're on mute.
You're good. Okay, great. Thank you. I think as I try to click to unmute, they were trying to, the toggling was sort of getting in the way. Well, let me just say that while I and others have supported retraining programs, the task at hand in committee was to make sure that we were within bounds of the budget resolution. And there are many amendments with which we agree with in concept, but the reconciliation bill was not the proper vehicle. I thank Ranking Member Boss for acknowledging the fact that we came to a bipartisan agreement on a standalone bill that on vaccines being administered to veterans who do not qualify or who are not eligible for the VA, and veteran caregivers, family caregivers, to receive the vaccine. The current way that regulations work and the current way the law works, we had to seek a legislative solution that was very carefully crafted, and frankly, that is much faster in solving the problem than inserting it into the reconciliation bill. The way that the ranking member characterized that particular measure on vaccines was not quite correct. If we had approved that amendment, it would have not have achieved the purpose that he was seeking. So simply amending the reconciliation bill or providing amendments does not always achieve that purpose. And in this particular case of the retraining bills, if we were to go outside of the guidance set forth by the budget committee, that would not have served those purposes either. That being said, I've got many members on the Democratic side of the aisle who want to work with our Republican colleagues on the committee to work on many of the 12 other amendments that were offered, to work with them on a bipartisan way through a regular committee order. Many of these ideas we can explore and probably come to agreement on. But in many cases, the amount of money allocated, the amount of money that was being asked for, often went outside the budget committee's guidance and determinations.
Thank you, Chairman. I know Ranking Member Boss is not presently with us, but General Bergman, is that your recollection of events? And additionally, what what approach would the minority, would the Republicans have taken had we been afforded an ability to work in a bipartisan manner?
Well, thank you. You know, let's face it, there was a saying when I was in the Pentagon, if you want it bad, you're going to get it bad. And, you know, there's no reason to bypass working processes that actually benefit the veterans if we do our due diligence at our level. But the amendment, as referred to, you know, it was structured off text of legislation that passed the House last year in HR 7105. It passed by a voice vote. While the majority, you know, giving billions of dollars to the VA with pretty much little or no justification, there are veterans are getting shortchanged here because cutting the number of slots available for needed programs in half. Last month's jobs report found that we have about 500,000 unemployed veterans across our country. We should be doing all we can to help the veterans and expediting where it makes sense to fund needed training and put the veterans back to work. For example, Vet Tech. This is a successful pilot program that was authored and championed by Leader McCarthy. VA's recent data shows that about 1,500 students have already completed the training program, with most of those already employed and receiving salaries roughly about $62,000 per year. While Congress expanded the early funding for the program from $15 million to $45 million last year, there are thousands of veterans who are eligible for the program but will not be able to receive training if we don't authorize additional funds. So, for example, Ms. Miller-Meek's amendment would address this by increasing the annual funding for the program by $100 million, which would allow for thousands more veterans to attend the training. But the amendment got shot down. So, to me, that's and to all the members of the committee, at least, those of us trying to advance the training and the quality of training for veterans that leads to jobs. That's just wrong to shoot that amendment down. Thank you.
Thank you, General. I appreciate it.
Could I
Chairman
respond
DeFazio. Yeah, absolutely, Chairman. Go ahead.
Well, if you're referring, if General Bergman's referring to the Miller-Meeks amendment, which sought to provide additional needed funds for veterans to receive training through the training program. This program provides GI Bill style benefits to veterans to receive innovative training jobs in the IT sector. Well, the amendment was, the proposal was problematic for several reasons. First, the amendment directed nearly $300 million to a program that has never seen an annual budget larger than $15 million. And let's not forget that Congress just authorized an additional $30 million in January, which is still being implemented. Second, the amendment increased the cost of the legislation before us and it would have violated the agreements made with the House budget appropriators and Senate appropriators and Veterans Affairs. And that means adopting this amendment would essentially block any of the priorities that we're discussing today from seeing the assistance that they need. Third, the amendment would ask VA to allocate $220 million of unspent funds, which simply don't exist. VA worked directly with the committee to craft the underlying legislation, and there simply isn't $220 million in funds just sitting around that can be spent in this program or others. And finally, while the Vet Tech program has shown promise, it was only recently a pilot program, and the committee has not yet received the promised reports from VA showing quality job placement and favorable outcomes for participants. So going from essentially $15 million in annual funds up to $320 million in annual funds is something that we just could not agree to prior to seeing an evaluation of the performance of the pilot program. I yield back.
Thank you. And General Bergman, instead of going back to you, just for the sake of time, I'm going to move on if that's all right with you. Chairman DeFazio, I want to talk about just transportation infrastructure for a second. It's my understanding that through the markup of this legislation, that you had actually acknowledged support for a lot of the policies that were being put forth by the Republicans on your committee. Yet when it came time to vote, you opposed every single Republican amendment despite vocally showing your support. And it just wasn't you, from my understanding, it was also some of your witnesses. From my understanding, on February 4th, there was a hearing, and it was just 6 days prior to the markup, that your own aviation witness testified that the implementation of a domestic requirement for air travelers to provide proof of a negative COVID test before flying would, and I quote, hurt the airline business and actually make us less safe. That was the quote from the majority's own witness. Yet, when it came time to vote, not one Democrat voted for Representative Van Dyne's amendment that would have actually prohibited funds made available in the act for any program mandating a domestic air traveler has to test negative before travel. Chairman DeFazio, can you just speak to the decision to exclude this amendment despite having vocally supported some of the Republican positions, and additionally, the fact that your own witness had testified in support of this amendment?
You got to unmute.
Sure, I was already actively engaged with the Biden administration in killing this stupid idea, and we did kill it. And beyond that, because of the dysfunctional Senate, who follows the rules of a senator who's been dead for 10 years, which is absurd and ridiculous, we were told that that would violate the dead senator rule, the Byrd rule. So that was why it was not accepted, but we did kill this proposal, and it was totally unworkable.
So let me get this straight. You had a witness, so you just called the rule stupid, that Beth Van Dyne had an amendment to basically codify what you're saying. Your own witness testified that you work with the Biden administration, but because of the Byrd rule for procedural grounds, you said, no, I'm just giving you a chance. I mean, that was your explanation?
Yeah, I call it the dead guy rule, and it's stupid. The Senate has a filibuster. They got the dead guy rule. It's going to cripple a lot of legislative initiatives. It's abysmally stupid. But I got the program killed before it got anywhere. It was being pushed by lower level bureaucrats at CDC. I brought it up personally with the President of the United States in a meeting, and shortly thereafter, the threat went away. So it's kind of like arguing about how many angels can fit on the head of a pin. This bill is stripping out support for fisheries all around the United States of America and the Great Lakes. That would probably affect, I don't know, 150 congressional districts because of the stupid dead senator rule. So no, I'm sorry. We're stuck with a dysfunctional body called the United States Senate and reconciliation. It's all really abysmal. The Senate should be run by a majority, which would be 51 votes. It's not.
All right, well, I want to keep the comments focused to the task force at hand, not what's going on in the Senate. But I'm getting the idea that you really want to keep these bills narrowly focused to the issue at hand, and that's why you did not vote for Beth Van Dyne's bill.
There
right?
were some other amendments that I also thought had merit that, again, would violate the dead senator rule. So yeah, I couldn't accept them, and that was it.
Yeah, and so I know. And so by that logic, you would agree that the minimum wage increase should not have been in the bill.
No, I support the increase in the minimum wage. My state is already going there on a phased-in basis. I fully support it, and it should be in the bill. And what I wanted to do was send challenges over to the Senate, like the fisheries, and say, no, you guys take it out. But unfortunately, that's above my pay grade.
So I noticed that also in the bill, there's $1.5 million for a bridge that would connect New York to Canada. it's also just happens to be a project that's being pushed by Majority Leader Schumer. Also, there's a $100 million there's $100 million that is associated with the Silicon Valley Rail project that is just near Speaker Pelosi's district. Given the fact that you've been saying this whole time that you want to have a large scale infrastructure bill coming up in the spring, do you think this is appropriate to be in this bill, or should these measures wait for your T&I package that you're advocating for in the spring?
Well, first, you brought up the Seaway International Bridge. This is totally a COVID-related provision because the bridge has been closed by the Canadians because they don't want all the infected Americans coming across. And traffic is down by 80%. And the bridge is maintained so as to not fall in. It's yet another decrepit bridge that I hope to deal with my infrastructure package. The Canadians ponied up for loss of tolls $1.9 million, which takes us till the end of March. And we're going to put up only $1.5 million under the optimistic projection that the bridge will open after the end of September. So the Canadians actually paid more to replace the tolls and do critical maintenance on the bridge than we did. And then on the other project, that is even more interesting. Actually, the project that is in here that the Republicans and you are complaining about is under a program uniquely created by the Trump administration. These are called Community Investment Grants, SIGs. And they said, if any jurisdiction puts up more than 50% local match, we will give that project expedited authority. Now there's only one entity that chose to do that, which was BART. But there are 23 other projects in this bill. And this has to do with the loss of local match, and the loss of local match has come with the deterioration of transit ridership in those 24 jurisdictions. So they can't meet their local match. And this project was picked out because they said, well, it's special because it's expedited. Well, I didn't create the SIG program, and I was against requiring entities to pay more than 50% to get a special rubber stamp from the Trump administration, but BART did. And so they are one of 24 projects in the bill. The other entities put up less than that amount of money, but they still have problems meeting their local match. So all of these are essentially the same thing. So it's a bunch of BS.
Ranking Member Graves, do you have any follow-ups or any additional thoughts on what has been discussed and how things were handled in your committee?
No, just, you know, what I pointed out earlier, and I think a lot of the problems we had in our committee was just the fact that, you know, Pelosi was, you know, were directing things. That's just all there is to it. But, you know, the things that I come back to is why, you know, at least within the transportation space, there are several areas that have unspent funds out there from previous COVID bills that I think we should spend first. You know, I've got, you know, I had a list of them. I talked about it in my opening. You know, there's 58% of transit funding that hasn't been spent yet. There's $2 billion for airports that hasn't been dispersed. Amtrak still hasn't spent $1 billion that it received in the last, you know, COVID package. The motor coach and passenger vessel operators are still waiting for the $2 billion, you know, search program to be set up so those businesses can receive their relief. So, you know, my thought is when we have unspent funds out there, I think we ought to just slow down and get those funds out instead of, you know, rushing to throw more dollars out there and you know, it's just I just don't understand you know, what the rush is when we have money that is simply unspent when these dollars could be used to you know, to focus on getting vaccines out there. It could be focused on getting kids back in school, on getting the economy back up and running, you know, whatever the case may be.
Thank you, Ranking Member Graves. Thank you, Chairman. With that, I would yield to Chairman McGovern. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me just let the committee know that after this panel, there are 28 more Republican witnesses that we're going to hear from. And so I just say that because we are going to definitely go to the floor whenever we're finished. And I think some of the questions on both sides and some of the answers on both sides could be maybe a little bit more succinct so that we can kind of keep this thing moving. But take that as you will. Just a little bit of advice. Mr. Raskin. All right. Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Chairman. I just had a quick question for Chairman DeFazio. With respect to the Seaway Bridge, which I'm familiar with because I grew up in that area, my understanding is that the request for funding came from the Department of Transportation when it was headed by Secretary Chow, and that it was actually a request that was highlighted by our own Representative Stefanik because it's such a critical part of that district's economy. Can you elaborate on that at all?
Yes, it does connect Ms. Stefanik's district with Canada. I mean, it's much more vital than just connecting her district. And yes, this was a concern of former Secretary Chow and the Department of Transportation, because as I said, Canada put up 1.9 million to replace lost tolls. And the Trump administration knew that that was going to run out very soon. And it happens to be the end date is coming up in March. I mean, we're getting the bargain. Canada put up 1.9, we're only going to put up 1.5, but we're betting that a lot of the sanctions from Canada go away by the end of September. I'm not sure that's true, but it is a critical investment to keep the bridge open. They still do allow some traffic across in a very restricted way, which is commercial traffic. No, what I don't even want to call it, civilian, passenger, whatever traffic. If without this money, the bridge would close. And therefore, I'm not quite certain how those commercial loads would get to Canada, maybe on a barge, I don't know.
Well, the commercial traffic is important, as is the tourism traffic for the entire region. Chairman Scott, just if you had anything else you wanted to add with respect to the necessity for this bill to assist our public schools, because this is National Public School Week.
Yes, they need the money to open the. I referred to a letter that we received from the. Let's see, I guess it's the superintendents, the school board association, the teachers associations, the PTA, and everybody else, saying they support the money. They appreciate the money they've gotten, but not only do they need to reopen, they need to invest so that they can do more. They've got a lot of catching up to do, so they're going to be need money to support remote learning, hiring nurses, rethinking school calendars, which suggests to me that canceling summer vacation is on their minds. That costs money. Improved ventilation, expenses, other expenses associated with catching up, but also the expenses needed to open safely. And so they've encouraged us with urgency to pass the legislation so they can get on with educating the children.
Thank you. As a former teacher, I am hearing a lot on this topic. And as I was going through mail here in my office today, I must have 25 letters from teachers at Beverly Hills Middle School in the Upper Darby School District asking us to please pass this quickly. So thank you very much for your efforts, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. And I want to focus a little bit on the ag portion.
In parking lots of a library that has a hotspot trying to make connectivity. We know it's important for healthcare. We know it's important for commerce. It's certainly important for precision agriculture, of what that means for, the most efficient agriculture in the world, and what that does for a healthy environment and a healthy economy. And so, yes, it would be. And there is no road. See, the Rural Utility Service is under the jurisdiction of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and the Rural Utility Service is instrumental in closing this digital divide in rural America. And quite frankly, it's been left out, and it's a great toll, because for every, for example, for every $16 that we invest through the rural utility service, that usually winds up with $100 of loans. And so it leverages money in just a tremendous way. The amendment was pretty straightforward. It provides $800 million for broadband, $300 million for urgent distance learning and telemedicine grants, $500 million for broadband infrastructure, including retail broadband access, middle mile networks, and community connect grants. Certainly the pandemic has shown us the urgency of those needs, and both in providing tools to help hospitals and schools and meeting the needs of their communities and providing connectivity. And so I certainly believe, and that is again a part of this amendment, that quite frankly is fully offset, and offset in a way that it still provides allows a $2 billion plus up in the transportation grants over what the President Biden has requested. I think you're on mute, Michelle.
Oh, am I?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I was trying to minimize the noise in between. So, but thank you, Ranking Member Thompson. And I will just say, my district is home to 8 ethanol plants, and that are a critical piece of the rural economy in my district, and to many others across the Midwest. The biofuels industry is so important to us, and in the wake of the pandemic, biofuel producers lost billions in revenue due to the economic slowdown and people not driving as much. But the bipartisan Congressional Biofuels Caucus, which includes myself and many other members of the Agriculture Committee, have long sought to provide direct COVID relief for these effects. And my colleague, Congressman Davis, offered an amendment to provide just that, but it was also rejected on partisan margins, straight partisan vote. Shouldn't directing dollars towards these industries hardest hit also be a priority in the COVID relief package, Ranking Member Thompson?
Absolutely, and we have included that language within the amendment number 191, which obviously I've offered. Our biofuel producers obviously were hit hard at the onset and throughout the pandemic as people just didn't drive, as they sheltered in place. What that did to an industry that really has helped us has been part of what I believe and I would call a conservative climate solution in terms of reducing emissions. And as cars sat parked, stockpiles of ethanol began to amass, really forcing many refiners to idle plants entirely. So far, there's been absolutely zero federal assistance has been provided to these producers. Now, remember that this is also, the plants are used to produce the ethanol. That's a lot of our farmers and ranchers out there. So it's not just the ethanol plants, it's our farmers that a significant number of farmers throughout this country that have been hit hard by this. And yeah, we have the CFAP program, CFAP 1 and 2 has been great. Part of our amendment is calling on the Biden administration to get CFAP 3 out. That'll help those farmers that have been impacted. But we really, there's been no federal assistance been provided to the biofuel producers. The COVID package in December included discretion for the secretary to support biofuels, but didn't provide any dedicated resources. So this amendment, number 191, would provide $1 billion to biofuel producers to help offset some of the tremendous losses that they've endured.
And Ranking Member, I was going to comment to Chairman Scott, please go ahead.
Yeah, let me respond if I may. And Chairman, Ranking Member Thompson and I have discussed this over and over. That amendment that he offered, however well-intentioned, would have severely interrupted the $16 billion that we had already placed in the COVID-19 package, which was squarely devoted to COVID-19 relief and in critical areas. Now, the other thing is this. I have been articulating, everyone knows it, on all of the public announcements I've had, as far as all of the news media and different ones who called on me to be interviewed as the new incoming chairman. I have placed rural broadband and rural development as a priority for our committee. And we are going to do that. But rural development is going to require our undivided attention the same way that we are having our undivided attention on COVID. We have to have our undivided attention on hunger and focus, whatever legislation, however much money. There are correctional things we have to do with making sure our community food banks and Feeding America, who are running out of food, these are specific targeted areas that we have to move. But I have made my public commitment. There's nobody, absolutely nobody in Congress that is more concerned about making sure we save our rural communities. I was born in a rural community, Ainer, South Carolina. I grew up on that farm. I know I can look back when I was a kid, I was just talking about it. And Ainer was a booming community. It had a movie theater. We had drugstores. We had the South Carolina State Fair there one time. But now it's drifting away, almost gone, like so many others. So I feel it. I know it. Now, here's what I need for all of my Republicans to do. Let us get ready for this hearing. Let us bring in and listen and do the same, give rural broadband the same quality attention, undivided, focused, so we will know. I'm the one who said I'm sick and tired of talking about rural broadband needing. I want to put the money there, the appropriations, the legislation. We need to know how we're going to go about doing it, where we're going to do it, how much money it's going to take, and put a timeline on an objective of when we want our communities to be connected to the rural broadband. Now, all I'm saying is, and Ann Simmons, our staff director, is working feverishly with your staff, Ranking Member Thompson. You know this, we're putting the hearing together. We've got to bring in the rural community. We got to bring in agriculture and farmers. There is no greater issue we need to deal with than saving these rural communities, because our industry, agriculture, that's where they are. But we got to be creative and just don't talk about broadband. We also have to come up with tax incentives and other things to get the processing and the whole food supply chain as much as possible to remain in the rural communities as we move to get the broadband there. So in conclusion, I just want you to know that simply because we were not able to get your amendment in, Ranking Member Thompson, that does not quash in any way the enthusiasm in me and the dedication. Just as soon as the staff, and they're telling me within the next 4 to 5 weeks, we should have the rural development hearing in where we can come out with your ideas and proposals and get the money behind that.
Yeah. Well, Chairman, I appreciate that, but let me just respond that hearings, we talk about things, and we've been talking about rural broadband. The Republican members of the House Agriculture Committee are absolutely unified and all co-sponsors of this amendment that actually addresses rural broadband. And you all are going to pass this budget reconciliation bill. It is $1.9 trillion. What we're proposing for investments in rural broadband is a drop in the bucket. This is a train that's leaving the station. I am looking forward to the hearing because I love our work together. But we talk about things at hearings. We don't advance legislation. So Mrs. Fishbach, I appreciate the question.
Let me just say this, and I say this at this time, just give me this moment because I want everybody to hear me. We are going to move on your ideas, the Republican ideas and the Democratic ideas, and we're going to associate that with putting money there to get that rural broadband established. That is my commitment. That is why I want this hearing exclusively devoted to rural broadband and rural development. But I assure you, we will get it done.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate your commitment to rural broadband, and you yourself said there's no bigger issue, but yet we spend hours and hours on a climate change committee meeting the other day, and I see rural broadband as a far more emergency type issue at this point, because we do have students missing education opportunities. You were on the committee hearing when my very own internet went out at my home, and so I appreciate your commitment to it, and I'm going to hold you to it because and including Ranking Member Thompson in that discussion, because it is that important, and it's not in this bill, and that is what we are concerned about. But I'm very, very happy with Ranking Member Thompson's amendment, and I appreciate what he has put in there. It does make key investments in the rural community and features bipartisan solutions, and most of those solutions were completely absent from the plan the Democrats pushed through without any Republican support through the committee. But and Ranking Member Thompson, I did want to just give you an opportunity, if you'd like it, please, to talk a little bit more about that amendment, because I think it is so critical, the amendment you did put together. But we have had a discussion, but your option.
Well, let me just say a point of what I was very discouraged with in the really one-sided unilateral. I've always believed, and I've worked with many members that are on this call that have been serving, that legislation that we put forward, the best legislation we put forward is bipartisan, where we all come to the table. We did have an amendment that passed out of committee, and so I just levy some criticism at the chairman's amendment. In August of, we had a Finstra amendment that actually did pass with Democrat support, much appreciated. But it's been stripped out in the manager's amendment. Once again, assigned only 2 amendments to pass, and one of them stripped out. And so this must have been a terrible amendment that would do harm to the American people. And yet, what this had to do with was in August of last year, the costliest thunderstorm in American history tore through Iowa with 70-mile-per-hour straight-line winds that leveled crops, destroyed grain bins, and caused $8 billion in damage. Mr. Finstra, Randy Finstra from Iowa, offered an amendment in committee that would just extend disaster relief into 2020 to not only cover losses from this derecho, but also numerous other causes like hurricanes, blizzards, wildfires, drought, and flooding. Almost every area of the country suffered some kind of losses would have been covered under this amendment. And it was adopted with bipartisan support. However, the Yarmouth manager's amendment will strip it back out of the bill. Now, I find this appalling and proof of how backwards this process has been. The bill we are considering was crafted in secret in the Speaker's office. This was about not serving the people of rural America, and that's really what we do in the Agriculture Committee. We serve every American when it comes to access to quality, affordable, and safe food. This was about serving the Democratic leadership and handed down to the committees with the edict that not one jot or tittle may change. And that's not how the legislative process is meant to work. And the committee should be allowed to work their will, and bipartisan amendments that were adopted should remain the bill. So I really appreciate this. Mr. Chairman, you've been very generous with extended time on this. You know, my amendment number 191 will provide $2 billion to cover those disaster losses in 2020. And quite frankly, once again, the amendment is fully funded with an offset that still allows a $2 billion plus up to the amount of transportation grants that President Biden is requesting over and on top of that. So thank you very much, Mrs. Fishbach. Appreciate the opportunity to address that.
And thank you, Ranking Member Thompson. And I know that Mr. Feenstra will be is one of the ones scheduled to testify a little later. And I've got one more, Ranking Member Lucas. He's still on. There you go. From my experience, you know, this committee or this bill has been rushed through just as a partisan package, and all of the Republican ideas have been blocked. And I'm just has that been the experience on the Science, Space, and Tech Committee? Just curious about that.
You know, actually, we have a very good relationship on the Science Committee. And as Chairman McGovern knows, before I was the ranking member on Science, I was ranking member on Ag and chairman of the Ag Committee. And we actually worked together to do farm bills. We worked together to reform nutrition policy. We worked together. When I had the privilege of taking the reins as the ranking member, I started working on that culture on the Science Committee. So while I'm surprised that we didn't have a markup, I don't blame my chairman. I don't blame my colleagues on the committee. I just think somebody somewhere chose to wait to put the Democrats on the Science Committee to the last possible minute so we couldn't organize. Whether that was an accident or intent, probably an accident, it nonetheless prevented us from having some wonderful debate, because I promise you, Edward and I can have some really exciting philosophical discussions.
Well, thank you, Ranking Member, and I yield back.
Okay. You sure you don't want any more time? I see, Mr. Morelli, I think do you have any questions? No? Okay, Mr. Morelli's fine. Mr.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeSaulnier?
Just briefly, Mr. Chairman, because that BART project in the Bay Area has been brought up a few times, and just to add to what Chairman DeFazio said in his succinct way on the maintenance of effort, one of the reasons we're able to do this in the Bay Area is because the voters have voted both statewide and in the region over and over again to increase their taxes by a supermajority. And all of this has evolved in a time when the federal percentage has flipped from 80% to 20%. So just in way of background, this is an important project. We qualify for it. And as Chairman DeFazio said, it was actually under the leadership of the former administration that made this project available. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ross?
In the interest of time, I will pass. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I think everybody has asked their questions and then some. So I would say to all those who are the panelists, thank you very much. We will see you either very late at night or early in the morning, but we will finish this and get relief to the American people as soon as we can.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
Before we begin the next section, if you want to dismiss the panel, please do. Don't let me interrupt that.
Can I dismiss this panel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you guys are all dismissed. Thank you very much. Mr. Cole.
I just had a question, Mr. Chairman. It's my understanding, it's been brought to my attention, you're now circulating a new version of the manager's amendment. And if that's the case, I'd like to know what's different in it.
There are three small technical changes, which we will happy to highlight them for you, but they're technical changes.
Okay, well, if you could let us see what they are, but I certainly accept the word on that and appreciate the information. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now I want to welcome our next panel, Representative Mast, Murphy, Lesko, Biggs, Rose, Amade, and Hinton. We'll begin with Representative Mast.
Chairman, thank you for recognizing me. I just wanted to start with one quick question. Is the rule already written for HR 1319? Do you mind clarifying that for me, Chairman?
I don't have a finished rule before me, but I think you can probably guess where we might be going.
Certainly.
You're welcome to testify. I mean,
Being said,
and I say that because when the Republicans were in control, you used reconciliation to try to undo the Affordable Care Act. And so this is we've been through this process before. The gentleman knows this process, but I'm happy, we welcome you here and the floor is yours.
so my question goes to that. Republicans, Democrats, both guilty of getting rid of the House Rule 16 Clause 8, which governs the reading of the bill. Both sides have done this. I would like to ask that as the Rules Committee takes up the rule, that you not eliminate the ability for us to ask for a reading of the bill. I think that as we spend $2 trillion, that we the people that we each do our best to go out there and represent should have that ability to hear, if they so feel like tuning in, to hear where their dollars are being spent on a host of different places. I know you all have used a number of different ways to describe the bill. I wrote some of them down listening throughout the day. Some of you all have said it's America's wish list. It's what America wants and needs. You yourself, Mr. Chairman, said 70% of the American people want this. And so this is my request to you. Would you commit to me that you all would allow a reading of the bill? If you do not take that out in the rule, then I will be asking for a reading of the bill.
The bill is online. You can read it. So do you need me to read it to you?
No, certainly not. I don't know, maybe you guys have some people that can't read, but I got it on my phone here. I can read it here.
Okay,
I'm pulling it up into my email. My request is for my constituents that might want to hear the text of the bill read. That's why we have it there. Like I said, I've been reading it. I got it up here as well. So we have that for a reason.
Okay.
Will you commit to allowing the bill to be read, to not taking that out in the
No,
rule?
The answer is I will not.
So you don't believe that we, the people, deserve to hear how their $2 trillion are being spent?
The people can read it online. We have it's all been posted. So you can read it to anybody who calls your office. But if what you're saying is that we should delay this process so that somebody can read aloud every word in this bill on the House floor, so that we could just delay this for no good reason. And if you ask me, am I going to commit to that? No. People
Absolutely.
are hurting.
We have this as
hurting.
for a reason. There's a
Okay.
reason that exists, Mr. Chairman, for us to have a reading of the bill numerous times. Like I said, both sides are guilty of getting rid of this. But I think it's important that we, the people, get to hear, the people that got up this morning at 5 o'clock in the morning and went to work, or that are getting ready to head off for third shift as we speak, or others, that they get to hear how their dollars that come out of their pocket is being spent. You all have spoken how proud you are of how it's being spent. Then let it be read aloud.
Well, you're testifying, and I'm supposed to be listening. But let me just say, there's a reason why we post this stuff online, and I don't know, about your constituents, but legislative language is not the most exciting, thing to have to listen to. But in any event, I appreciate your testimony, and if you have nothing further, we'll go to the next witness.
I have further. I don't know if my time has expired, but certainly, As I said, I'm aware it's not exciting. I've been reading through it myself. I held up my phone with that on it. I get it. That doesn't mean that people don't want to hear it and that they don't want to go out there and know that it's being given that level of deliberation. That's our job, whether we agree or disagree, you and I, over an issue. That the effort and the deliberation is something that's owed to each one of we the people out there, and that's what I'm asking you for, is give it that deliberation. That's why it exists.
Thank you.
And it's being literally extracted. It's literally being extracted that we not be allowed to ask that.
I have a radical idea for the gentleman. You can, when you leave here, go live on Facebook and read the whole bill. And hopefully lots of people will tune in, but I appreciate the gentleman's testimony.
Maybe that's radical in your district for
No.
you to read the full text of a bill. Not radical for me.
Yeah.
I don't mind reading it, but
Good. Terrific. Problem solved. Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll try to do these 4 amendments pretty quickly. I know everybody's tired. It's been a long day. First is amendment number 2, reopen schools for vulnerable populations. It's amendment RAMD number 12 at the desk. Mr. Chairman, while I'm saddened that my colleague's amendment to reopen schools for all students was opposed by the majority, I hope we can all agree that the most vulnerable to the harms caused by school closures should have the chance to return to the classroom. The rapid shift to online learning revealed just how large the homework gap is for our students. With those with access to remote learning devices and high-speed internet, we're much better equipped to face the challenges of online learning. But unfortunately, those without such access are falling even further and further behind. According to a recent study from the National Center for Education Statistics, 14% of children aged 3 to 18 do not have internet access at home and are having difficulty in completing these assignments, while almost 17% of children live in households without a laptop or a desktop computer. I think everyone on this committee, I dare say, is concerned about those statistics. And at least 11 million students don't have a computer for online learning at all. Unfortunately, those students without this access are the ones least able and can least afford falling behind. According to a 2018 study by Pew Research, 35% of low-income households with school-age children do not have access to high-speed internet. And even in addition, I'll take this a step further, closed schools have been a particular challenge with students with disabilities and their families. Often the specialized instruction and related services needed by students with disabilities to thrive in the educational setting simply cannot be repeated online and replicated. Closed schools are robbing millions of students of the educational access guaranteed to them by federal law. Like Republicans, I know my Democratic colleagues care deeply for our most disadvantaged students, which is why I'm offering this amendment to require that federal funding go to schools that reopen for vulnerable populations as defined under ESSA. This amendment does not make relief funding contingent on allowing all students to return to the classroom. However, it does require that those being the most harmed be allowed to get to the education that they so desperately need and deserve. We cannot sit idly by while our children continue to fall behind. We truly want to help those in need. Then I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lesko, welcome back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I miss you guys, although I don't miss the hours and hours of sitting there like you had to do today, but I do miss you guys. I have an amendment, and I'm here today to talk to you about my amendment number 53. To ensure we provide relief to Americans directly impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, especially school-age children who have become collateral damage due to school closures across the country and are struggling with mental health issues and suicidal thoughts. The current bill provides $50 million for Title X family planning grants. This money, unfortunately, in my opinion, could be used to subsidize groups like Planned Parenthood who provide abortions. If my Democratic colleagues truly want a bipartisan bill, I think you know that adding this is a poison pill that many Republicans cannot support. I want to show you an article. It's from the New York Times. It's entitled Planned Parenthood Refuses Federal Funds Over Abortion Restrictions. And I'm just going to read a little bit. It says Planned Parenthood said Monday, this is dated August 2019. Planned Parenthood said Monday that it would withdraw from the federal family planning program that provides birth control and other health services to poor women rather than comply with the new Trump administration rule that forbids referrals to doctors who can perform abortions. Planned Parenthood receives about $60 million annually through the federal program known as Title X. So to me, this kind of tells you that Planned Parenthood was willing to forfeit $60 million a year in Title X funding just because they couldn't refer their patients for abortions. So apparently the abortions profited them more money than the $60 million a year that they lost. My amendment would strike the $50 million from the Title X and redirect it to a youth suicide prevention grant program. Title X already has more than $286 million in the fiscal year 21 appropriations as provided in HR 133, which we just recently passed. In my own state of Arizona, suicide is the leading cause of death for children ages 10 through 14. Social distancing and lockdowns lead to isolation and less opportunity for children to interact with one another. It is hard to fully understand how important it is for children to be in the classroom and to be able to meet and make new friends and be involved in sports and extracurricular activities. The least we can do is make sure that any COVID-19 relief package is targeted to help children dealing with the mental toll of isolation and loneliness, and not ending lives before they begin by supporting organizations that provide abortions. This grant program, the Suicide Grant Program, will provide crucial resources to address suicide prevention for children and adolescents. We must take into account the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the mental well-being of American children and do what we can to make it right. Members, I urge your support for my amendment. It will not change your top line number, but I believe it will not only save babies' lives, but it will save adolescents' lives. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lesko. I'm now happy to yield to Representative Biggs of Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Cole. Thank you both. Appreciate the time. I am here speaking on behalf of my two amendments, number 11 and number 12, those two amendments. I'm deeply troubled by the incredible amount of dollars that are in this bill that are related to non-COVID spending. And much of the underlying legislation doesn't address the needs of millions of Americans who are out of work today due to oppressive state and local policies. And the Democratic Party has abused the COVID-19 epidemic to advance their agenda. And don't take it from me, the majority whip told this conference just last March, this is a tremendous opportunity to restructure things to fit our vision. And unfortunately, my Democratic friends in Congress and across the country have lived either up or down to that purpose. Mr. Chairman, I don't know how we can in good conscience tell the American people that it's okay to spend $270 million for the National Endowment for the Arts and the National Endowment for the Humanities in the so-called American Rescue Plan, especially when we consider that in the omnibus bill of December 21st, we spent literally $167,500,000 apiece for each of those programs. Now, while $270 million may not be much for people in DC, but back home, $270 million is still considered a hefty sum. And that's why I've introduced my two amendments to this bill. The first would strike Section 2021, which gives $135 million to the National Endowment of the Arts. And the second strikes Section 2022, which would give $135 million for the National Endowment for the Humanities. And again, just a little over a month and a half ago, we gave $167,500,000 to the National Endowment for the Arts and the same amount to the National Endowment of the Humanities. It seems to me this money should either go back to the general fund instead of expanding our debt and our structural deficit, or we could find some better use to help those who are struggling in small business or who need some other COVID assistance. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, I ask that you strongly consider making these amendments in order. And with that, I thank you again, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Representative Rose.
Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, and members of the Rules Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of my amendment, number 156. My amendment today is very simple. It expresses the sense of Congress that the $2 billion in emergency coronavirus relief funds that Congress has already appropriated to the motor coach, passenger vessel, and school bus industries be distributed as quickly as possible. These funds are desperately needed by transportation carriers throughout Tennessee and the nation. Prior to the pandemic, the motor coach industry was made up of approximately 3,000 companies, providing nearly 100,000 jobs and moving millions of citizens annually. These companies have long reflected the diversity of this country, as many are minority and women-owned businesses, but also by who they employ and who they transport. The motor coach industry is an essential part of this country's transportation system. It connects people to jobs and opportunities, connects rural areas to urban hubs and medical facilities, and connects students to the educational opportunities. It also moves our military and their equipment, and in times of emergency, moves people out of harm's way. Most motor coach companies that do remain in business today are operating at 10 to 15% of their 2019 capacity. In 2019, motor coach revenue was $15.3 billion, and that number plummeted to just $2.6 billion in 2020. Between March 2020 and December 2020, that revenue drop sadly equated to the loss of over 80,000 jobs across the country. While the bus and motor coach industry has struggled for its very survival, Congress has continued to support other modes of transportation through this crisis, including the airlines and Amtrak. But for some reason, this industry has consistently been left out. In the latest relief package, Congress did see fit to include a slimmed down version of the Coronavirus Economic Relief for Transportation Services, or CERTS Act, which had the support of 271 House members. But rather than including the bill's $10 billion in funding for motor coach, passenger vessel, and school bus operators, the funding was cut to only $2 billion in the final negotiations, and even that was a struggle to maintain. Congress needs to stand up for the bus and motor coach industry and stop overlooking such a vital component of this country's national transportation network. These companies desperately need the funding that Congress has already appropriated, and I hope that the Biden administration will distribute these funds to eligible transportation providers as quickly as possible. I urge the committee to make this amendment in order, and I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Amedee.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Ranking Member, thank you. I've been watching the committee's work all day, and it's been a while since I've been in front of your august group, but my hat's off to you. There's some serious marathon runners in this. I'm a guy who usually doesn't try to show up at this point in time in the process and ask you to do something to change legislation. However, my hands were kind of tied until about 14 days ago. The Small Business Administration came out with a policy statement to frequently asked questions in terms of how we took care of, or how they interpreted, the bill that we all voted for back in December, which talked about shuttered arts operations and who they thought was available and eligible and who was not. And basically their interpretation said, unless you were kind of an indoor event with seating bolted to the floor and lights and stages and all those other sort of things, you couldn't apply for this help, which, by the way, I voted for that. I fully support the arts. Here's the problem. With this interpretation, we just take a quick look around. How about the folks that are sitting on this conference call right now? We look at events that quite frankly represent over 3 million jobs that are excluded from this program. Let me give you some of the names. The Westfield Air Show. Sound familiar, Mr. Chairman? How about that thing everybody in the nation's heard of, the Boston Marathon, the St. Patrick's Day Parade? Mr. Ranking Member, how about out there in rodeo country? You know, those are things which have a phenomenal economic impact throughout all of our districts and our states, and in fact, the nation. So when we talk about things, and I'm just talking about things that basically have over 100,000 people showing up, which makes it kind of hard, my colleagues, to put those indoors. How about the folks on here from Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania Farm Show sound like something that maybe needs some help? How about the Deutschtown Music Festival? How about Southern California when we look at what's been going on down there in terms of just arts-related things that have happened down there? The Winter Park Sidewalk Art Festival in Florida, ladies and gentlemen, $350,000. My point is this legislation is meant to basically ease economic impacts towards the pandemic. There is no better example of what's going on in terms of pandemic repercussions than special events. They've been canceled throughout the past year, and rightfully so. So if we're really interested in the arts and we're really interested in special events and giving people a hand through these things, quite frankly, there's a whole bunch of those kind of folks in this country that need this support as well. But we're not trying to play favorites. If you look at Amendment 47, it basically uses the U.S. travel indicators for the NAICS codes. So in there, you're talking about lodging, NAICS code 7113, performing arts productions and festivals. So all I'm saying here, to boil it down, because I'm mindful of your time, is this. If it's really about the arts, then quite frankly, and you take a look at what the SBA said 2 weeks ago, can we help save arts festivals and special events? Significant number of jobs, phenomenal economic impact, and nobody's been more cooperative in the COVID stuff by canceling events entirely. I solicit your earnest support of this in terms of something that's worthy and squarely germane to this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very, very much. Representative Hinson. We can't hear you. So you know what? Nate,
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I've had this problem with Zooms before, so my apologies. But just wanted to say thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for being patient with me on that. Mr. Ranking Member, good to see you, and members of the committee as well. This amendment tonight, number 42, would require our schools to reopen for the remainder of the school year for in-person learning in order to receive the full funding for schools that's allocated in this bill. The underlying legislation authorizes an additional $128.6 billion for schools, but it does so without a requirement that schools actually offer an in-person learning option. This money, of course, is on top of the $68 billion included in previous relief packages before my time in Congress, but those packages obviously were to support reopening of schools. Much of that money does remain unspent. Millions of students across the country are still learning exclusively from behind a screen right now. They're struggling academically, they're struggling emotionally. And according to the CDC, from March to October of 2020, the height of the pandemic lockdown across the country, mental health emergency room visits increased by 31% for children ages 12 to 17. For young children, ages 5 to 11, like my boys, these mental health emergencies jumped 24%. So I introduced this amendment. I'm here tonight to talk with you, to ask me to do something about it, because I don't want it to be too late for our kids. they need to be back in school. The parents are struggling too as they try to juggle working with being full-time teachers. Some parents have been forced to decide between going to work and putting food on the table and staying at home to fulfill their new role as a homeschool teacher. Parents across the country have reached a breaking point, and no clear strategy exists or timetable for reopening in place in many communities. So this funding has always been intended for schools to spend on science-based safety precautions and mitigation efforts to allow our students and teachers to come back to class safely. That's what it should be used for, and it should be used for that this year. Parents need to at least have the option to send their kids back to school to learn in person. And my amendment number 42 does give parents the ability to make the best choice for their kids by ensuring that schools are offering an in-person learning option. So just wanted to advocate for my amendment tonight. And then also tonight, I wanted to come on and dispute the manager's amendment, which strips one of the only bipartisan measures in the reconciliation package, very important to Iowa actually, to our farmers and our rural communities, that has been now removed from the final bill. The provision, which had been added by my fellow Iowan Congressman Feenstra from the 4th District, would provide desperately needed relief to farmers affected by the derecho. For those who aren't familiar with the derecho, I heard a little discussion about it earlier, but the storm devastated Iowa's 1st District, most of the state actually, this past August. It hit us amid struggles of the COVID-19 pandemic. So really a 1-2 punch, 2 disasters in 1 year for our community, and we're still recovering. There are many of my constituents who literally don't have a roof over their head this winter. So you may be asking how this disaster relates to pandemic relief, and the answer is really simple. It compounded the struggles that my constituents already had to survive and wiped out many farms and small businesses in the process. If not for the pandemic, they may have been able to really recover from the derecho, but dealing with both catastrophes at once has really proven too much to bear for so many people without federal assistance. So despite facing challenge after challenge, our Iowa farmers continued to feed the world. Essential workers persevered. They kept the food and energy supply chain running in the midst of a global pandemic. In the face of this once-in-a-lifetime weather event, which was like a land hurricane, basically, Iowans continued to deliver for our country and for your districts as well. My constituents are not asking for gratitude for the food that they kept on the tables or the fuel that they kept in your cars while they faced those perils at home. Iowans are simply asking for you to show them the decency of sending them a small portion of this nearly $2 trillion package, a request that does have bipartisan support. Congressman Feenstra's amendment, which received votes from both sides of the aisle in committee, would ensure that Iowans get the targeted relief that they desperately need and deserve. So I hope tonight we can put politics aside on this, include this bipartisan amendment in the reconciliation package. After all, this package is supposed to provide relief to hardworking Americans like my constituents in Iowa's 1st District. So I urge the committee to include both of these common sense amendments in the final version of the bill, and just appreciate the time to come on and talk with you tonight to advocate for them. So with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for coming before the committee. We appreciate it. I've been informed that Mr. Murphy had something to add to his testimony, so we're going to go back to Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. I had 4 amendments, and I thought I didn't realize we were going to progress. I'm going to actually table one of the amendments. Number 15 was about the $15 national minimum wage, because it looks like that will be dead on arrival, thankfully. I'd like to talk about amendment number 2. Excuse me, apologies. Amendment number 50. Here we go. There we go. Apologies. Amendment number 105. Purpose of my amendment is to require a study to determine how school closures have affected minority and displaced students, including the assessments of effects on physical health, mental health, loss of hearing, and also require the study to be paid for by funds previously allocated to the Bay Area Transit Expansion Program. This program is otherwise known as the $112 million earmark for Nancy Pelosi's underground rail expansion for the Bay Area Rapid Transit Program. There's only the funding for the project, as was put in the language of the bill. Phase 2 of the Bay Area Rapid Transit Expansion was tucked into the House Transportation Committee section of the bill under a funding provision for, quote, all projects under Section 3005B of Public Law 114-94 that received allocations for fiscal year 2019 and 2020, except projects open for revenue service. There is only one project that would fit that definition, and that is the BART Phase 2 extension, and documents revealed by some news sources. Under the distribution formula of the section of that bill, the BART project would get approximately $112 million. What that has to do with COVID relief is beyond me. This pandemic has killed and plagued millions of Americans, yet Speaker Pelosi wants to sneak in language that funds her personal wish list. This money should be utilized for the American people during this pandemic. That is what the whole purpose of this bill is supposed to do. By requiring a study to determine how school closures, and by the way, many schools are still closed, have affected our youth and the most marginalized youth, whether that be mental health, physical health, or loss of learning, the public deserves to know and is a much better use of $112 million. Fortunately, this amendment will be solely funded by stripping dollars away from this particular pet project. I want to thank you for considering this for the committee. This is really the right thing to do. This is COVID relief at a time when we need COVID relief, not pet projects by the speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will yield back.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate everybody being here, and thank you for your testimony and your patience. Are there any questions on the Republican side?
Just a quick comment, no question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I just would urge that the committee make all these amendments in order and have the opportunity, I'm sure, to speak to that later. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Are there anybody on the Democratic side have anything to add? Did I miss anybody?
Mr. Chairman?
Dr. Burgess.
Hey, just as far as Mr. Mast's concerns, I just point out that we did read the healthcare bill in committee several years in 1917, or sorry, 2017. So it was his request was not entirely unreasonable. And I'd like to second what Dr. Murphy has offered in his amendment 105. And the mental health of our school children certainly has suffered. Let's not forget the 500,000 people lost in this pandemic, but we've also lost 750,000 people to the opiate pandemic that is still ongoing and hasn't gone away. So I think this is an important concept that he's brought up, and I'd certainly be supportive of Dr. Murphy's amendment. And I'll yield back.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Who's that? Who's that? Oh, you, Ms. Fishback, yeah.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to ask Mrs. Hinton a question, if I might.
Can you hold 1 second? So I want to just respond to Dr. Burgess on one point he raised.
I'm sorry.
I'm happy to go. No. You know, let's, you know, just for the sake of being consistent here, acknowledge the fact that every single bill, every single rule that was reported out by Republicans when they were in charge, you know, waived the provision on reading the bill. I mean, and so.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
This is boilerplate. You want to read in committee, fine. But the bottom line is, I just want to point that out for the record, that this is, you know, there's nothing at all unusual about this at all. So the idea here is if people want to read the bill, they can. We have wonderful technology. You can go online and you can read it, and everybody can tune in. Let's not make believe that this is some, you know, something that's, you know, that is unprecedented or somehow significant in any way. So I just point that out, and I'm happy to yield to Ms. Fishbach.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask Mrs. Hinton if she could maybe describe some of the extent of the damage that was done to the crops, to anything in Iowa, because I know it was pretty devastating. And so I think that maybe for the other committee members that weren't able, because I actually saw some of it, would be able to describe what you guys are facing.
Yeah, well, and I mentioned, thank you, Mrs. Fishbach, for the question. I mentioned in my remarks that it was like a land hurricane, and that's pretty accurate. It was sustained 140-mile-per-hour winds and for about 45 minutes. I was huddled in the basement with my kids, never having been through something that drastic myself, and the damage was devastating. In the suburban areas, you saw a lot of tree damage and tree cover loss. And that will take obviously decades to replace. But in terms of our agricultural impact, the grain bin, the storage damage has been unprecedented. Many farmers still don't have the storage because the actual processing for the storage facilities is backed up as well because of COVID and the pandemic, as I mentioned, kind of the 1-2 punch. Fields of crops flattened and completely lost. Structural damage as well as the crop damage, and then obviously the storage damage for our agricultural industry was quite impressive and unfortunately very devastating.
Thank you. And I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all of you being here. You are now dismissed. And before I call the next panel, I just want to respond to Mr. Cole about the manager's amendment. It makes 3 changes, and I want to quickly explain them since I know that we've been all in this hearing and haven't had a chance necessarily to review every detail. But all 3 changes are at the late advice of the Senate in order to fix critical privilege issues. On page 99, it strikes a reference to Title 31 and a reference with respect to overriding pay limits in the IRS appropriation. On pages 104 to 105, it modifies the definition of homeless youth with respect to the earned income tax credit. Those are the only changes from the revised text that we distributed to you last night. And I just wanted.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. That's very helpful, and I appreciate the information.
Okay, thank you. Now, our next panel is Representative Green, Representative Scott, Representative Franklin, Representative Barr, Representative Miller Meeks, Representative Wenstrup, Representative Rothman, and Representative Gonzalez Colon. And we will begin with Representative Green.
I don't see her in here.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, you need to turn on your video too, please.
Video. Okay, hang
Yes,
on. There
yes,
we go.
We see and hear you, yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate everyone allowing me to speak about an amendment that I'd like to add. This amendment number 10 is called Save Our Babies Amendment. This is co-sponsored by Representative Matt Rosendale and Representative Alex Mooney. Essentially, I come before the committee today to urge you to include my amendment in this America Rescue Plan coming before the House this evening. My amendment is very simple. It's no taxpayer dollars for abortion procedures, abortion health care coverage, or federal facilities who perform abortions. I believe that each human life is sacred from the moment of conception, and millions of American taxpayers share my view. No taxpayers should have to see their hard-earned dollars go to fund the extermination of innocent human life. I ran on the promise to my district that abortion should be outlawed in all cases. This amendment reflects the spirit of that promise by ensuring that even if the government continues to murder God's unique creation in the womb, no taxpayer will have a part of it against their will. I believe that every child is legitimate and made in the image of God. And my amendment is modeled after the bill introduced by Representative Chris Smith from the last Congress. So many of you may already be familiar with it. The only difference between my amendment today and his bill is that I don't believe that babies should be murdered simply because they were conceived by rape or incest or because of dangerous birth complications. It's never the case that a doctor has to first end the life of a child in order to save the life of a mother. That's a difficult thing. My amendment would also still allow medical providers to treat women, of course, who have medical conditions and infections as a result of an abortion, but remove the taxpayer subsidy of low-income healthcare plans that eviscerate the next generation of Americans and rob our country of these sacred lives. We've lost too many. We've lost over 62 million people to abortion. So I urge members of this committee to please think about enabling a $2 trillion spending bill to come before the House on the floor without allowing any pro-life protections. The American people can see clearly that this is something that's extremely important to millions of Americans, and also we need to make sure that we protect these innocent lives. My colleague Kathy McMorris Rogers has also introduced an amendment in a similar vein, which would preserve the Hyde protections on the bill before you. I simply ask that members of this committee please give the American people's representatives the option to take a vote on these amendments. And every human being, every single person deserves the protection of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that definitely includes the unborn. I've also co-sponsored the Life at Conception Act introduced by my friend Alex Mooney. And this is extremely important during this time where this bill is supposed to be about COVID relief. It shouldn't be about murdering more lives in the womb. So thank you very much, and I can answer any questions that any of you have.
Thank you. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have two amendments I'd like to speak to. The first I'll speak to is amendment number 73. And I'm hoping that there's an oversight by the Democratic Party and that you excluded women unintentionally from the debt relief afforded under section 10005. And I'd just like to read for you, Mr. Chairman, from the Government Accountability Office. The USDA regulations further define SDFRs, which is socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers, as belonging to the following groups: American Indians or Alaskan Natives, Asians, Blacks or African Americans, Native Hawaiians or Pacific Islanders, Hispanics, and women. And so I think you inadvertently used a definition from 1990, which excludes women, and my language would include all of those who are in the 1990 legislation, but also includes women. That's simply what it does. Any questions, Mr. Chairman?
Do you have another amendment?
Yes, sir. I do. I have another amendment.
The way it works is you testify, and then you have to listen to everybody, and then at the end, you get to, if anyone has a question, they'll ask you.
Perfect then. And this is a perfect amendment, and that's why it's number 100. It prohibits members of Congress from receiving the debt relief afforded through the USDA Socially Disadvantaged Farmers and Ranchers Program in this piece of legislation. I won't, Mr. Chairman, you probably know this because of being a member of the Ag Committee, but if you bear with me a second, the average loan through this program is $519,000. As you know, this particular piece of legislation will pay the person who has borrowed that money 120% of their outstanding debt. And again, the average is 519 times 1.2 is $622,800 that somebody would receive a check for if they had the average outstanding loan balance under the Socially Disadvantaged Farmers and Ranchers Program. The operating loan average is $279,000 and times 1.2 is $334,000. And if someone had both, that would be $957,600. Now, I think it would be a real shame if we had a member of Congress that actually received a check for that kind of money from the Treasury after voting for a bill. I think it would be very damaging to our institution from a credibility and a reputational standpoint. And so my Second Amendment simply says that no member of Congress shall receive debt relief under section 10005. By the way, even though the average is $1 million or $957,000, the maximum that the USDA loans or guarantees is $1.776 million. And if you multiply that out, people would potentially be getting a check for $2.1 million. And so I'm certainly opposed to this section, but if you're going to pass it, I do not think you should discriminate against women, and I do not think members should be eligible for it. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you very much, Representative Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is Franklin number 165. It improves oversight of the Coronavirus Relief Fund by requiring states and localities to demonstrate their need for funds, including balance sheets and a list of the intended uses to the Treasury Department and Congress. In a nutshell, it's promoting transparency and accountability. And basically, in business for the last 20 years in the company I ran, no one would ever come forward bringing forth a project without requiring to prove, to demonstrate the need and also show me what the cost was going to be. I know the bill as written requires that projects be certified, but it's very loose language and it doesn't require any real documentation to back that up. I think we need that. I think we have a responsibility to the taxpayers to provide that if we're going to be expending these kinds of funds. I've heard from my colleagues across the aisle that this amendment would tend to slow down the recovery by creating unnecessary bureaucracy. I would just point out that if these funds are so needed by these states and municipalities, that so much of the previous funding that we've already allocated wouldn't be still unspent. In fact, the city commission that I just recently came from before joining Congress was voting just as recently as last week on how they may spend the money that was allocated to them last year. They're not asking for this money. They don't even know how they're going to allocate what we've already given to them, and yet we're going to throw another $350 billion towards municipalities. I urge the Rules Committee to support this amendment. I think we have this responsibility for the transparency. And with that, I look forward to answering any questions you might have. I yield back.
Thank you. Representative Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I rise in support of my two amendments, Amendment Bar 190 and Bar 194. I have a number of co-sponsors on each of these amendments, and I ask for your support in an effort to curtail some of what I consider irresponsible spending in this so-called COVID relief bill. My first amendment prevents any funding in this bill from being made available to groups owned by the government of the People's Republic of China or the Communist Chinese Party, the Chinese Communist Party. The coronavirus, as you all know, started in China. It was made worse by the Chinese Communist Party, suppressing information about the spread of the virus. And in no way should the CCP be able to further benefit from weaponizing the global supply chain and receive U.S. taxpayer funds. My amendment ensures that none of the funding in this bill, and particularly none of the $10 billion in the international affairs funding, goes to entities owned by the Chinese government or the CCP. My second amendment prohibits any funding in this act being made available to non-governmental organizations, contractors, or grantees who participate in the boycott, divestment, and sanctions, or BDS movement against the State of Israel. Globally recognized research institution NGO Monitor lists numerous NGOs worldwide that purport humanitarian missions, yet participate in the BDS movement against the United States' most strategic ally in the Middle East. If we are going to send money abroad in this legislation, we need to ensure it goes to entities advancing American values, not to groups actively working against us and our allies. Again, the possibility that any of the funds in this so-called COVID relief bill would be used to harm our ally Israel should dissuade anyone from supporting it. The House Foreign Affairs Committee never even had the opportunity to mark up the reconciliation instructions directing the $10 billion in international affairs spending. So we should at least pass these simple, straightforward amendments to correct these serious flaws. These amendments are common sense. There is no reason why my colleagues should oppose them. American tax dollars should benefit the American people during a pandemic, not undermine the national security interests of the United States. Allowing funds in this bill to subsidize the Chinese Communist Party or the BDS movement would only further prove the lunacy of this, a nearly $2 trillion spending blowout that is being rushed through the House on a party line vote. I urge my colleagues to support both of my amendments, and I yield back.
Representative Miller Meeks. We can't hear you. So we gotta. No, still can't. Yeah.
Unmuted.
I don't know if you've unmuted or.
I've unmuted myself.
Yeah, now we hear you. Yeah, perfect.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cole, and members of the committee. I'm here today to offer my amendment, Miller Meeks, amendment number 83, which would provide additional funding for the Veterans Administration Veteran Employment Through Technology Education courses, commonly known as the Vet Tech Pilot Program. This 5-year program would allow eligible vets to use GI Bill style benefits to attend innovative job training programs to prepare them for future employment in the technology industry. This common sense amendment to support our veterans would increase current funding for the Vet Tech program from $45 million to $100 million per year to allow the VA to enroll more veterans in this great program. This program incentivizes educators to help teach our veterans and help them to gain meaningful employment. For example, even though this is very early in the course of this pilot program, over 1,500 vets have completed the program and found meaningful employment with an average salary of $62,000 per year. It is a very well-desired program within my district. I've spoken to dozens of veterans groups, and there is a large amount of support for this popular and common sense program. Our veterans have given so much to protect and serve our nation, and we are all familiar with the employment, financial, and mental health challenges many of them face when they leave the military. This is another highly successful avenue to assist veterans to re-enter the civilian workforce. And while I'm here today, I would also like to state my unquestioned support for an amendment offered by another fellow Iowan, Congressman Randy Feenstra. Last year, as Representative Ashley Hinson described, we saw devastating natural disasters across the country that impacted the work of our nation's farmer. Iowa farmers were hit particularly hard by the derecho or inland hurricane storm and are still working to recover their losses. Representative Feenstra's bipartisan amendment would make assistance available to producers who suffered disaster losses in 2020. This bipartisan amendment would not only help Iowans, but also producers in states harmed by wildfires, such as California and Oregon, and drought, like we saw in New Mexico and Texas. Representative Mike Thompson introduced a bipartisan bill last month that would do the exact same thing as Representative Feenstra's amendment, because supporting American farmers is not a red or blue issue. From the pioneering work of Norm Borlaug, whose statue is in the U.S. Capitol, our farmers feed and fuel the world and help reduce hunger worldwide. At the Agricultural Committee's markup of this package, Representative Feenstra's amendment was the only Republican-led amendment to be accepted, and I am disappointed to see that there are plans to block it from being included in the final package. His amendment was bipartisan, common sense, and would not increase the cost of this bill in any way. I would encourage the committee to support my Vet Tech amendment and Representative Randy Feenstra's disaster relief bipartisan amendment, and I yield back my time and thank the committee and the chair.
Thank you very, very much. Representative Wenstrup.
Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, I want to thank you for taking time today to hear the physician and healthcare providers' perspective on this coronavirus relief bill. And as members of Congress directly involved in patient care, we would like to improve upon this bill so it actually addresses the acute needs of patients during this pandemic. Our slate of 9 amendments aims to do just that. Our measured proposals will help patients access quality care, help get students back to school, and strengthen our emergency preparedness for future pandemics. My amendment would improve the underlying bill by adding common sense liability protections for our frontline healthcare workers in nursing homes and long-term care facilities. The last thing our healthcare heroes need to be worried about while serving on the front lines of this pandemic is a wave of frivolous lawsuits. As healthcare providers, we take an oath to do no harm. Staff in nursing homes treat the patients that are the most vulnerable to COVID-19, and they put their own safety at risk to protect valuable seniors and vulnerable seniors. In states like New York, healthcare providers were clearly overwhelmed and under-resourced as COVID patients were forced back into nursing homes. This amendment would not protect anyone who committed a gross negligence or willful misconduct while providing COVID care, but instead would change the bill to protect both vulnerable patients in nursing homes and our frontline workers who are doing everything they can to provide best care possible in the face of historic adversity. Healthcare providers in nursing homes were forced into these dangerous scenarios. While battling the pandemic head on, these healthcare heroes should not have to also battle trial lawyers. So, and I would also like to speak, if I can, to my Dr. Caucus colleague, Dr. Miller Meeks, one of her amendments that would require students' COVID-19 academic comprehension levels to be measured. We are hearing that people don't want to put the tests out this year. Increasingly, we're hearing more about that, and concerns from parents and educators that students are falling behind in their academic progress due in large part to remote learning, or worse, no learning at all through no fault of their own. And too many kids are falling behind, again, at no fault of their own because of these ongoing circumstances. We do need to evaluate our students' academic proficiency so we have an accurate understanding of their current comprehension and academic progress. When our kids do go back to school, which actually my kids have since August, when they go back, we can't have, for example, 6th grade teachers with a classroom full of students who are still at a 4th grade level. It would be unfair to both the students and the teachers. So we need to know what the great impact is of these school closures, remote learning regimens, and that's why I support my colleague's amendment to ensure states conduct their annual academic assessments for diagnostic purposes, with the added security of knowing that the results will not count against the schools or teachers because of these unique extenuating circumstances. So as a co-chair of the Doctors Caucus, I encourage adoption of our entire slate of amendments. As healthcare providers with real-world healthcare experience, I hope that my colleagues across the aisle will value our insight on healthcare policy, especially during a global pandemic. So if this is really a coronavirus relief bill, then I hope you'll take the feedback of healthcare professionals. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Grothman.
Hi. I have 3 amendments here. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Good. Okay, we'll try to rattle through them quickly. The first one is part of the minimum wage part of the package. I want you guys to pay attention to this because even if it gets pulled out of this, it's going to reappear. You are eliminating Section 14C of the Fair Labor Standards Act. 14C is the provision that allows people with different abilities to be paid under minimum wage. Okay, they work in places called work centers. Frequently they do packaging there, light manufacturing. Maybe they're making $4 or $5 an hour. Frequently you might have people with spina bifida, that sort of thing. This becomes their life, not only a way to make some additional money above what whatever governmental assistance they earn, but it becomes their social setting as well. There are people who don't like work centers. I would think if you don't like a work center, you've never toured them. So I would like it if the elimination of Section 14C was taken out of the minimum wage portion. And in any event, if as a congressman you want to have some fun, tour a work center. Second thing, I don't know why CDC has not made a big deal out of vitamin D. There was a letter that went out recently from 200 experts asking that it be used. I've talked to experts in the field. 40% of Americans are vitamin D deficient. If they would take vitamin D, the experts that I talked to, they feel we would have had a 40 or 50% or greater reduction in the number of fatalities so far. For whatever reason, the CDC, and by the way, Anthony Fauci once let it slip out that he takes vitamin D. So while he takes it, he hasn't made a priority of having other people take it. Like I said, I think if you look at the studies that I've looked at, University of Chicago, Harvard, Trinity College in Dublin, these 200 experts, we could be reducing the number of fatalities by, I think, over 50%, and like to make sure that the CDC has to pay a little attention to that. That's 2. The third one, our fear whenever we give money to local units of government, is that being from Wisconsin, we've been very responsible with our pension, that states that have irresponsibly not pre-funded their pensions are going to get a bailout. That's a bad precedent, not to mention it's completely unfair to all the states who pre-fund their pensions and fund as you go. So that amendment would ensure state and local governments cannot use funds in the bill to bail out underfunded state and local public employee pensions. So there are your three amendments. They're all pretty good. Isn't that great? You got three good amendments from one guy.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
As always, Representative Gonzalez Colon.
Now, if you can hear me, thank you, Mr. Chairman, ranking members and members of the committee. I know you've been, like many of us, since 9:30 in the morning, and I want to put all my amendments. There are four of them: 136, 137, 139, and 143 together, if you don't mind. Those amendments are, the first one is to assist nonprofits during the pandemic. The reality is that most, if not all of these organizations raise funds through public and in-person events or activities, in addition to a variety of federal grants. But the ongoing pandemic has particularly impacted nonprofit organizations and their efforts to acquire funding due to safety measures enacted during the pandemic, like lockdowns and social distancing, among many other things. This amendment will help eligible nonprofits by removing cost share requirements for federal grants until the emergency period expires. Eligible nonprofits will be those located in districts that have more than 20% of individuals living below the federal poverty line. This will empower them to maintain operations, undertake important work, and continue to help our most vulnerable communities. Once the emergency period expires, these nonprofits will be eligible for a 25% reduction of cost share expenses for a period of 5 years. As an example of that, the nonprofit sector in Puerto Rico is a critical component that provides stable and efficient services for more than 11,000 nonprofit organizations, and most have the expertise required to provide critical service related to health, education, and other areas at a fraction of the cost compared to the state government. Additionally, most serve women, children, elderly, and sick people on the island, and they generate more than 150,000 jobs. That means a lot of revenue that supports the island as well. And I assume this is similar across all states. So that's my first amendment to bolster the work of nonprofits and provide targeted assistance to either increase or maintain their operations during the pandemic. The second amendment will establish a maritime task force, which representatives from various federal agencies, including the Department of Homeland Security, Customs, Border Patrol, Coast Guard, Department of Health and Human Services, Transportation, State, the Federal Maritime Commission, will work in collaboration with the private sector advisory committee to develop a plan for the safe resumption of the cruise line operations. I think the Maritime Task Force and the Private Sector Advisory Committee will come together with a plan that will address the health, safety, and security and logistical needs that are needed to resume the maritime travel and the cruise operations in the United States during the current pandemic. I think I can give you numbers in Puerto Rico. I'm not going to do that because it's more than 44,000 American jobs all across the nation. Not just American travel advisors, hundreds of small, medium-sized businesses in the whole U.S. That are being affected just because of the cruise lines. This amendment was introduced in legislation during the last Congress, and it was got bipartisan support. Cruise Lines International Association supported, American Association of Port Authorities supported, as well as many people in the ports authorities in Florida as well. I think that we need to move forward and take care of our transportation and who's traveling aboard those ships. The next amendment, Mr. Chairman, addressed specific statutes that apply only to those living in Puerto Rico and territories in the District of Columbia. And in the event of a presidential major disaster declaration like this pandemic. Currently, there's a major disaster emergency declared in any of the 50 states. The Buy American provisions under 41 U.S. Code 83 do not apply, because during that kind of situation, in a dire emergency, any state can obtain life-saving resources from whatever most expedient or effective sources are needed. But that's not the case for the territories, District of Columbia of Puerto Rico. We need to require a special waiver on behalf of FEMA in order to acquire that. So this amendment would take away that different treatment for territories and the District of Columbia, and having the same treatment as the rest of the state. And I think that will help a lot. And those will be, and the last amendment will increase the portion of funding to set aside for communities that have suffered job losses in travel, tourism, and outdoor recreation sectors from 15% to 25%, without increasing the cost of the overall legislation. 40% of the jobs across the country has been in the leisure and the hospitality sector. So what we're doing is set aside 15% of those funds directly to those communities. The bill directs the money to be spent in communities that have lost travel jobs, but it does not say that the economic adjustment assistance grants should be spent on activities that bring back travelers to those areas. And because EDA does not typically invest in grants for travel promotion, there is no direction to EDA to fund travel promotion grants in that community. So the amendment will do three things. First, it increases the set aside from 50% to 25%. Directs the EDA to fund grants to address job losses in travel and tourism, not just to spend the money in those communities where job losses occurred. And third, it clarified that the funds may be spent on travel promotion, which EDA does not typically invest without specific direction from Congress. We are not increasing overall spending, and however, it uses similar language that is being already on the bill. With that, Chairman and members of the committee, I yield back.
Are there any questions on the Republican side?
Mr. Chairman, I would just urge that all these amendments be made in order. Thank you very much.
Any questions on the Democratic side? I thank the panel very much, and you are dismissed. We now call our next panel, Representative Feenstra, Representative Carter, Dr. Burgess, Representative Garrett Graves, and Representative Clyde. And we'll begin with Representative Feenstra.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Ranking Member. Thank you for the opportunity for me to testify here today about my amendment, number 201, that I'm introducing with my fellow Iowa colleagues, Congresswoman Ashley Hinson and Congresswoman Marionette Miller Meeks. This amendment, which was passed in the House Agricultural Committee on a bipartisan vote, would make assistance available to farmers struck by disasters in the midst of this pandemic. This includes producers in my state, which was devastated by a derecho last summer. The derecho, which occurred last August, is considered the most costly thunderstorm in U.S. history. The high winds damaged over 40% of Iowa's cropland. The wind speeds reached 126 miles an hour, the same wind speeds you would expect from an EF3 tornado or a major hurricane. All told, the storm had severe impacts to 3.5 million acres of corn and 2.5 million acres of soybeans. The storm was so strong it damaged or destroyed more than 57 million bushels of commercial grain storage and tens of millions of on-farm storage. The total cost of damage was over $7.5 billion. Not in 6 months, not in a year, they need it now. All across the country, farmers who've suffered from natural disasters in 2020 in the middle of this pandemic need this relief now. This is the livelihood for them. After the large spike in cases over the winter, our farmers are already beginning to work on getting their crops in the ground today. I am sincerely disappointed with how Democrats have chosen to approach this process. Since being elected, I have made an honest effort to legislate with both sides of the aisle. the fact that my amendment passed, again, passed through the Agriculture Committee with bipartisan support proves that this has merit. This $1.9 trillion bill is being called a rescue plan, but at the base text that was written without Republicans does not rescue farmers reeling from disasters during a pandemic. My amendment found common ground to address that, and Democrats agreed with me both in the committee and after the vote. That's why I find it even more disappointing that today House Democrats are choosing to go out of their way to strip this one last opportunity for bipartisanship that existed. This past week, I asked my Democrat colleagues why Democrat leadership would strip out my amendment. I got a few responses that I'd like to personally address. First, there are concerns that my amendment would bust the budgetary caps or take away relief. The Congressional Budget Office said this amendment has absolutely no budgetary impact on this bill. The truth is, the bill created a $4 billion pot of money for USDA. My amendment just adds another use for that money, and the Secretary of Agriculture has full discretion of how he feels the money should be spent. Secretary Vilsack was just confirmed 92-7 yesterday, and I share that confidence of my colleagues that he would judiciously spread the $4 billion where appropriate. Second, there was a concern that my amendment is not germane or would cause difficulty in the Senate. When I worked this amendment through the Agriculture Committee, the nonpartisan parliamentarian issued an opinion stating this amendment was germane to the bill. And any honest person can determine that giving relief to someone who suffered a disaster while trying to figure out what to do during a pandemic is way more relevant than a bridge to Canada or an underground train. The Senate parliamentarian already ruled against the germaneness of a $15 minimum wage hike, yet the Speaker has no problem keeping that provision in a that will be stripped out by the Senate. I can't bridge this logical divide for stripping my bipartisan amendment on these grounds. Third, and finally, some might say my amendment is too regionally specific. Well, the USDA Wildfire and Hurricane Indemnity Program benefits producers across the country, including producers who are impacted by severe droughts in the southwest of the United States or by wildfires in California and the Pacific Northwest, just to name a few. Derechos have never been covered by this program. Those who created this program may have not known that a derecho was or the devastation it can produce. Lastly, there are concerns that the $4 billion would not be enough. I find this to be the worst argument against the amendment out of all of them. Even a small amount of funding is greater than nothing. And nothing is exactly what we have been offered for days and weeks and months. There may never be another vehicle that could move with this provision. I won't apologize or meekly defer to some backroom legislative writer's room that think they know better. That isn't how a functioning legislature should work. To close, I want to put this in perspective. There is a $1.9 trillion bill being spent, and there was one bipartisan amendment in this entire process. One, and that's mine. That was adopted that allowed some funding to be spent towards helping areas of rural America that were devastated by natural disasters. This amendment concerns just part of less than 0.02% of the entire cost of this bill. And again, was approved by the House Agricultural Committee. Yes, it is being stripped for what reason? Because it happens to be offered by a Republican? Iowa deserves better from Democrats. Rural America deserves better from Democrats. As a breadbasket to the world, I will continue fighting tirelessly to deliver for hardworking men and women of Iowa and all across rural America. I encourage my colleagues to adopt my amendment and allow this relief to be delivered to rural America. I yield back.
Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got three amendments that I'd like to go through very quickly. First of all, amendment number 176. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, last July, the Energy and Commerce Committee that I sit on held a markup where we passed under unanimous consent a bipartisan bill to strengthen the strategic national stockpile. That legislation was later passed off the House floor, again, unanimously, in September. I'm troubled that this legislation, which has such strong bipartisan support and would greatly benefit our country during the pandemic, was not included in the coronavirus supplemental package. And quite frankly, I'm baffled why it wasn't included. And I'm baffled why this package includes only less than 9% of all the money is going toward healthcare in this package of $1.9 trillion. To my colleagues across the aisle, I want to work with you. These are bipartisan solutions. Again, this amendment was passed out of Energy and Commerce, unanimous consent, passed on the floor, voted out unanimously, and yet it's not included in this package. COVID-19 does not know whether it's a Democrat or Republican, and it's every single one of our communities hard. There's no reason that we should be using budget reconciliation on a stimulus package when we could be working together to craft a bipartisan bill. Budget reconciliation blocks our ability to work collaboratively and deliberately for the people of our country. I fear that we are leaving many useful legislative proposals out to satisfy the rules under which a majority has decided to govern. Bills like the Strengthening Americans Strategic National Stockpile Act, which we unanimously passed last year. It's my hope that we can still work to pass these many bipartisan proposals for the betterment of our country. I urge support for this amendment to strengthen the national stockpile, support that I would note again was unanimous last Congress. The next amendment is amendment number 179, the DIR reform package, fee reform. As you may know, independent pharmacies across the country have been targeted by pharmacy benefit managers, PBMs. PBMs use predatory practices to recoup money from pharmacies through fees assessed at random, making it hard for pharmacies to budget, in some cases stay in business. These DIR fees, which are clawback fees, these are fees that PBMs go back months and even years later and claw back from the pharmacies, from the providers. They're destroying independent retail pharmacies. In the last decade, and hear me and please listen to what I'm saying here. In the last decade, DIR fees have gone up an astonishing 45,000%. 45,000%. In 2013, DIR fees accounted for $226 million. Last year, they accounted for $9.1 billion. That's how much they've gone up. Pharmacists are putting their lives on the line. They're playing an important role right now in the administration of the COVID-19 vaccine. Pharmacies have not closed. Independent pharmacies have not closed their businesses during the pandemic. They've risked their lives literally as healthcare professionals to continue to provide services, and they're doing it even today. They're doing it today by administering the vaccine. The most accessible healthcare professionals in America, pharmacies. 95% of all Americans live within 5 miles of a pharmacy. Most of them are getting their COVID vaccines at a pharmacy right now. Where did you get your last flu vaccine at? Probably at a pharmacy. And that's why they're playing such an important role. Already, I'm getting calls in my office from independent retail pharmacies who are being audited by the PBMs. They're being audited by the PBMs for administering the COVID-19 vaccine. That's obviously going to discourage them from wanting to give the vaccine, and therefore will result in less administration of the vaccine, which is the last thing we need right now. That's why this amendment should be considered for inclusion in this COVID stimulus package. In addition, again, this is a very bipartisan issue. Legislation was introduced last Congress to fix this issue, and it had 77 bipartisan co-sponsors. In a letter I led to leadership last summer, pushing for passage, had 114 bipartisan signatures. These practices by PBMs have got to stop. over 2,000 community pharmacies have closed in the last 2 years. Almost 4% of all independent community pharmacies have closed in the last 2 years. And much of it because of the low reimbursement, because of the DIR fees, and because of the bullying of the PBMs. We must end DIR fees and support independent pharmacists in their efforts to care for our communities during this pandemic. The third and the final amendment, Mr. Chairman, the minority vaccine uptake, amendment number 180. In December, Congress passed $2.8 billion for contact tracing, vaccinations, outreach, and other COVID-related care for minority communities. But it is not enough. That's why I'm proposing an additional $500 million to address vaccine hesitancy within minority communities. Recent reports suggest that only 5% of vaccine doses to date have gone to Black Americans, and only 11% have gone to Latinos. That is unacceptable, Mr. Chairman. You know that. Whether you're a Democrat or you're Republican, you know that is unacceptable. Unacceptable that only 5% of the vaccine doses to date have gone to African Americans, and only 11% have gone to Latinos. In addition, we've had a racial data for roughly half of the vaccine recipients. I have great concerns for the safety of these communities and the success of the vaccines. I have a large minority population in my district, as I'm sure most of us do. But even if you don't have a large minority population in your district, even if it's a small minority, it's still important. They still deserve to have the vaccine. And we've got to get past this vaccine hesitancy. We need more outreach to these communities to address the health inequity that exists. We need more data collection and transparency so we can truly see how badly impacted minorities have been from the pandemic. We should be giving funding to non-governmental organizations that are already connected to their communities to help conduct outreach and vaccination campaigns. I know every single one of us would support this, but Republicans are being shut out of the process. Why isn't this in there? Why aren't we giving more money? There are white Republicans, there are African-American Republicans, there are Latino Republicans, there are white Democrats, there are African-American Democrats, there are Latino Democrats. It makes no difference. Partisanship should not exist here. We need more outreach in the minority communities. All of us know that. I'll continue to push for these solutions and more funding directed toward minority communities to increase vaccine utilization. And I know many of my colleagues across the aisle would like to see additional funding as well. I hope we can continue to work together on moving forward. I urge support for my amendments, and I yield now.
Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it has been a long day, but it's been an important day. And we are cognizant of the fact that we are here passing a bill whose primary thesis is to crush the coronavirus. And I got to tell you, Mr. Chairman, I am, when you reflect on the timeline of your life, one of those times that stands out for me is always going to be a little after 10 p.m. on December 13th. A little after 10 p.m. on December 13th, I'm sitting on my sofa at home in Pilot Point, Texas, watching the 10 o'clock news, and the story pops up that the first FedEx trucks have left Kalamazoo, Michigan, with the ultra-cold storage of the coronavirus vaccine, the Pfizer vaccine. I'll tell you, Mr. Chairman, I was overwhelmed. I didn't expect that story to have the emotional impact on me that it did, but I'm certain it did for a lot of people in the country because this pandemic has taken a devastating toll on our country. Certainly the 500,000 souls we've lost, certainly the businesses have been shut down that have been lost that will never be returned. Now, here's the good news. The front page of the New York Times above the fold, they said today, the New York Times, for crying out loud, said that there was light at the end of the tunnel. The light at the end of the tunnel brought to you courtesy Operation Warp Speed. Because remember, Mr. Chairman, that date, December 13th, was exactly 2 days after the Food and Drug Administration issued an emergency use authorization for the Pfizer vaccine, which really spelled, I think, the beginning of the end for the coronavirus. Now, the amendment that I'm offering, Burgess 019, and I'm offering this again, as has been previously described. We have a 9-amendment Doctors Caucus endorsed slate of amendments, and this is included in that. And I brought that up at the beginning of our discussion today about the Doctors Caucus organizing and bringing forward a slate of amendments that we feel will help solve the problem with the coronavirus. And this is really one of the simplest and most straightforward things we can do. Right now, a lot of people don't realize that the Food and Drug Administration does not think they have the authority to use real-world evidence that is collected during the length of an emergency use authorization, during their ultimate review process. So the historic response that we've seen in the development of therapeutics and vaccinations, Dr. Fauci telling us in that bipartisan members-only briefing that we had at the end of January of 2020, that it would be 18 months before we had a vaccine under the best of circumstances. And he cautioned us that things never go exactly right when you're developing a vaccine. But there we were 10 months later with not one, but 2 vaccines, another one approved today for emergency use authorization. And you got to believe that the AstraZeneca vaccine is not far behind. This is what is going to solve our problem. But one of the difficulties we have is important data that is generated from patients utilizing the vaccinations and the therapeutics that have been granted this emergency use authorization. They're not able to be considered in the FDA's final approval process. And we do learn so much during the course of the rollout of this vaccine. There undoubtedly are going to be other suggestions. Are 2 vaccines really necessary? Will one suffice? The Johnson & Johnson product that was approved today is a single dose, doesn't have the cold storage requirements. We've seen recently where the FDA has loosened the cold storage requirements on the Pfizer vaccine. So we learn as we go along. But one of the difficulties is the Food and Drug Administration currently has the authority to consider real world evidence in the monitoring post-market safety, yet the agency needs additional congressional direction to ensure that that real world evidence generated for products that have been granted an EUA will be considered during the pre-market review. So that's what this amendment does. It simply says that the FDA may consider real world evidence. Most people think that it already does. The fact is the agency believes they need statutory authority to do that. So that's what, that is the purpose of the amendment. The next amendment, Burgess 07, the Medicaid Payment Error Rate Amendment. This amendment provides $200 million to the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services and $200 million to states for the purpose of bringing the payment error rate measurement under 10% in the Medicaid program over the next 4 years. This has to be a dedicated effort at both the federal and state level to address improper payments. I certainly want to thank Representative Brett Guthrie, who filed this critical amendment at the Energy and Commerce Committee markup. It's an important amendment. It was rejected when we did our committee markup, but that in itself was an error, and the permanent error rate measurement measures improper payments in Medicaid and CHIP and produces error rates for each program. The error rates are based on reviews of the fee-for-service, managed care, and the eligibility components of Medicaid and CHIP in the fiscal year under review. The next amendment, the Medicaid Home and Community-Based Services, Burgess 05. This amendment would increase funding, federal funding for home and community-based services by 7.35% for the next year. This funding must supplement and not supplant existing home and community-based service funding. I have constituents who show up at my town halls. They're frustrated about the availability of home and community-based services. During the pandemic, the demand for such services has increased. This amendment would increase access and availability of these services for vulnerable Americans who might be at risk of having the most serious cases of coronavirus. This amendment also allows for the FMAP to increase to apply to substance use disorder and mental health services. Americans who were struggling with behavioral health issues before the novel coronavirus pandemic. Things have shut down and they feel more isolated than ever, and these issues have indeed been exacerbated. An amendment that is based on a bill that was introduced by Drew Ferguson in the last Congress called the Big Act. This is Amendment Burgess 022. Drew Ferguson is a co-sponsor of the amendment. Again, he was the sponsor of the bill upon which this amendment is based. This amendment contains the text of the Behavioral Health Innovation Guidelines Act, which was introduced with Drew Ferguson last Congress as H.R. 3539. The bill was bipartisan, passed through the Energy and Commerce Committee, passed through the House with unanimous support. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention conducted a study from 2014 to 2018 that found that 1 in 6 students met the criteria for a childhood mental disorder. Likelihood this has actually worsened during the pandemic. The CDC released a report in Pandemic on pediatric emergency department visits due to mental health. They found that from April to October of 2020, the proportion of mental health related visits for children aged 5 to 11 increased 24% over that period compared to 2019. The statistics are indeed staggering, and we must do what we can to enable prevention, intervention, and early treatment of mental health conditions for these kids before their conditions worsen or become more serious. And then also recognize kids have been at home on virtual learning or a hybrid situation for over a year. When students are back in the classroom, many of these problems, these behavioral problems, are going to be augmented. Acting out is going to increase, and it really behooves us to be ahead of that, and that's the purpose of the Big Act amendment. Public Health Workforce Loan Repayment, Burgess 021. This amendment contains the text of the Public Health Workforce Loan Repayment Act, introduced with Congressman Jason Crow in the last Congress. It was 6578 for those keeping score at home in the last Congress. Look, the nation is fighting to defeat the coronavirus. To do so, we must ensure that our public health workforce has the support it needs on the front lines. We've all heard stories of how public health officials are overworked, and the additional staff are needed to efficiently combat this virus. Previous reference legislation, that is the text of which is included in this amendment, would reauthorize and strengthen the Public Health Workforce Loan Repayment Program, a student loan repayment program for public health professionals. Recipients would have to agree to serve a state and local or tribal public health agency for at least 3 years. Public health officials are on the ground testing individuals for coronavirus, conducting robust contact tracing, contributing hours to protecting the health of our communities. This amendment will enable these public health departments to enhance their workforce, thereby improving our nation's overall preparedness and response capabilities for now and for in the future. And Mr. Chairman, behind the gentleman for Pennsylvania is a ship heading, I guess, to Ellis Island. And it's just of historic note, those ships always had public health professionals on board the ship to evaluate the health of people prior to their arrival at Ellis Island. The public health service in this country has a long and rich history, and we should do what we can to bolster those individuals at their time of need. The next amendment, the Foreign Minerals Prohibition Amendment, number 21. This amendment prohibits federal energy assistance dollars provided through the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program, known as LIHEAP, for paying for energy generated by critical minerals mined in nations using forced labor, including China. The LIHEAP is an important program that ensures Americans are protected from extreme heat or cold throughout the year. Unfortunately, current law does not prohibit the federal agency assistance from being used to pay for home energy that is derived from minerals sourced from foreign countries, where those countries unfortunately used forced labor practices. By prohibiting LIHEAP dollars from being used to pay for energy production from products mined by forced labor, this amendment will promote both better practices overseas and more domestic investment here in this country for energy independence. Look, I support an all of the above energy strategy. Congress must do the right thing. Taxpayer money should not be used to fund immoral activities in foreign countries. The next amendment, number 71, coronavirus testing along the southern border. This amendment would strike Section 3013 on the global health funding and Section 3103 on Medicaid for inmates during the 30-day period preceding their release, and transfer those funds to ensure adequate funding for southern border states to test every person who crosses the border at ports of entry and is apprehended without proper documentation, to provide them with testing and personal protective equipment. The Trump administration did significantly limit unauthorized border crossings by implementing Title 42, allowing those without proper documentation to be retained in Mexico. This successfully limited some of the transmission of coronavirus from non-citizens, but in January, the situation changed. Customs and Border Patrol encountered over 78,000 people along the southern border, of which 62,000 were single adults. This is a significant 46% increase over the same period last year. When unaccompanied children, the unaccompanied children crisis occurred in 2014, the Office of Refugee Resettlement was overwhelmed. They were unprepared. They did not even have a doctor on their staff. One of my biggest concerns was the transmission into local communities of diseases like tuberculosis and influenza. In fact, all of the usual childhood illnesses were not covered by immunizations when those children came into this country. So my office worked with the Office of Refugee Resettlement to try to fix these problems, and now they do provide health screenings and regular vaccinations for usual childhood illnesses and influenza at the border, as well as screening for tuberculosis. Now with the significant increase in border crossings, we do need to limit the spread of coronavirus by testing all who cross at or between our ports of entry. And finally, an amendment to the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. The Provider Relief Fund we talked a little bit about before. This was an amendment that was offered by Brett Guthrie in committee. You heard Mr. Pallone and I go back and forth on this. There has not been adequate explanation for the amount of dollars left in the Provider Relief Fund. And as a consequence, the recommendation of Brett Guthrie and the purpose of this amendment is to increase the Provider Relief Fund by $35 billion. Mr. Chairman, there's at least 24 additional amendments I could offer. Again, I want to acknowledge the work that the Doctors Caucus has done in trying to crush the coronavirus. The amendments that have been offered by the Doctors Caucus as a group have been thoughtful amendments. Again, they total 9. You heard Dr. Winstrup, you've heard Representative Carter, you heard Dr. Marion Miller Meeks discuss some of the amendments. These all should be considered in our final product, and I do urge the committee make their adoption in order, and I'll yield back.
Well, I think after that, I need a doctor. Mr. Graves.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and I commend you for your resiliency, your patience today. But thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. Mr. Chairman, I want to just take a quick step back. This legislation spends about $1.9 trillion. The president had a candlelight vigil this week for the 500,000 that have died from coronavirus, and our flags are flown at half mast right now over the Capitol as we speak. And Mr. Chairman, it appears that there's discussion about taking coronavirus seriously. It appears that there's discussion about unity, but in practice, the previous, 5 bills we've done on coronavirus, all of them have had overwhelmingly bipartisan support or consensus, and this is the one bill that doesn't. And not only do some of the words and actions not appear to be really consistent with this, but Mr. Chairman, as you've heard other people say, there's a small portion of this bill that actually addresses or focuses on the coronavirus pandemic. And I just want to run through a few of our amendments that I think try to address some of the deficiencies. Number one, and Mr. Chairman, I'm going to refer to the numbers that are on your website for the version of the amendment. The first one is number 54 that pertains, and it's a secondary amendment to the Yarmouth Amendment, What this does is that the base text of the bill actually makes seafood an eligible purchase for purposes of agricultural commodities or for loans or grants to producers. Mr. Chairman, I know that seafood's a big deal in your state as well, and it certainly is a big deal in our state. I think our seafood's better, but you still have it. For some reason, the manager's amendment actually strikes seafood as an eligible use of funds under this agricultural commodities or food acquisition program. And I don't know why that's being done. I don't know what you would say to your fishermen. I don't know what I would say to mine, but all of these food producers have been harmed. It's a $4 billion program. And so, Mr. Chairman, our amendment number 54 simply restores seafood and seafood processors back into eligibility. It is not a forcing, it is not a shall, it is simply an eligibility under that program. And Mr. Chairman, just like your fishermen, I'd like for ours to be eligible. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, as you're well aware, the pandemic has caused job losses across many different sectors. In addition to the pandemic, some of the executive orders that have been issued are exacerbating job loss, and it's projected that just in my home state of Louisiana, we're going to have 50,000 job losses in the energy sector alone. Mr. Chairman, I listened to people talk about why we needed to put a total of $69 billion into transit because these transit workers deserve to be paid because the pandemic wasn't their fault. Mr. Chairman, these energy workers, it's not their fault either. And so what our amendment number 216 would do is it would establish an energy worker fund that would allow for displaced workers as a result of the pandemic or executive orders, allow them to have some type of assistance offered, because once again, this is the result of the government causing these people to lose their jobs, executive orders and other actions. And so I urge your adoption of that amendment. The third one I want to talk about is number 46. It pertains to the national debt. Mr. Chairman, you're well aware that the total price tag of this legislation is $1.9 trillion. Mr. Chairman, there are strong concerns expressed by Republicans and Democrats that this type of spending is going to result in inflation in the United States. Inflation results in higher interest rates. We're talking about a debt of approaching $30 trillion with higher interest rates. It makes that much, much worse. So what our amendment does, and again, it's number 46, is it simply says that if a child or if a grandchild born in 2020 or beyond would be forced to incur a debt of $15,000 or more through no fault of their own because of excessive spending, then this spending would not proceed. Mr. Chairman, I can't look in the eyes of my children, and I hope someday grandchildren, and justify that type of expense being forced on them. And the reality is, when you add the interest payments, we're probably talking $50,000, maybe even $100,000 per child and grandchild. And this is just extraordinary because, as I mentioned before, it's really difficult to justify the spending and some of the categories that have absolutely nothing to do with coronavirus that are in this legislation. The last one I want to bring up, Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to go through all of our amendments, although I would ask you to adopt all of them or allow them to be considered. Number 142, as you know, the base text of this bill provides unlimited sums of money. It says such sums as may be necessary, unlimited sums of money. It is an untold billions and billions of dollars to fund the pension programs of private companies and unions, perhaps entities that have mismanaged the spending. Yet our own public workers, our teachers, our firefighters, our law enforcement officers, and others that have put their lives on the line for us, Mr. Chairman, under windfall elimination and government pension offset, these groups of public servants that have chosen to serve the public, they are actually penalized in Social Security payments when they retire. Either they're penalized or their spouses are. All our amendment would do, if we're going to bail out private pensions and unions and companies' pensions, then why aren't we at least giving the same treatment to our public servants as their colleagues? And very simply, if you were a public employee, a teacher, a firefighter, again, a police officer, or others, there are millions and millions of people, because they work in the public sector, their Social Security benefits are actually reduced. Our amendment would very simply say, You're not going to get anything you didn't pay for, but you're not going to be discriminated against because you were in public service and chose to teach children, to put out fires, to be an EMS employee, or to be a law enforcement officer. So again, Mr. Chairman, that's amendment number 142. I urge adoption amendment, and I would be happy to answer any questions on the 4 amendments that I brought up or any of our other amendments, and yield back.
Mr. Clyde.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment is identical to the one offered in committee. It is a financially responsible piece of legislation, Clyde 001. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The amount of money this Congress has provided in response to COVID truly boggles my mind. And as my Republican colleagues have highlighted throughout this hearing, it is unclear if there is a need for more because so much of it has remained unspent to date. Given that Republicans were not consulted on how to spend the nearly $2 trillion Speaker Pelosi instructed the Democratic Party to find, the least we can do is ensure funds spent are used as intended. That is to provide pandemic relief to communities significantly impacted by COVID and to safeguard those dollars from becoming a slush fund for radical whims. Specifically, I'm concerned by the transfer authority the bill grants to states and localities. This transfer authority is undoubtedly ripe for fraud and abuse. Again, we're talking billions of dollars that could be subjected to this authority under Title V, Subtitle A of HR 1319. I want to be sure that any entity, whether a county, a state, or a nonprofit that ends up with taxpayer dollars is held accountable for spending those dollars in a targeted and narrow way. As such, my amendment, an amendment that is nearly identical to the language each of you supported in the CARES Act, which passed in a significantly bipartisan way, it takes the important step of ensuring the Treasury Department Inspector General monitors and oversees the use of the dollars paid out under Title V. If they are not used in the spirit of providing targeted COVID relief, the amount improperly spent will be recouped by the federal government. It will be difficult for the Inspector General's office, no matter how well equipped and staffed, to completely protect the trillions of dollars flowing out of Washington should the underlying bill become law. But I do believe my amendment will provide the increased oversight that all Americans expect when it comes to being good stewards of their hard-earned tax dollars, a notion I believe Republicans and Democrats alike can stand behind. I thank you for allowing me to testify today, and I urge all of you to support this common sense good government amendment. Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much. Thank all of you for your testimony. Are there any questions on the Republican side?
No, Mr. Chairman, just 2 points, if I may, quickly. First, I would urge that all these amendments be made in order. I think they're all substantive and worthy of consideration. And secondly, I want to particularly talk about or underscore Mr. Feenstra's amendment. I mean, when we actually have an amendment that passed on a bipartisan basis in committee, and now we're going to approve a manager's amendment to strip it, that's just particularly egregious. So I would hope that we revisit that and restore that amendment, which was worked in good faith, passed with votes on both sides of the aisle. It ought to be part of this package if there's going to be even a fig leaf of bipartisanship about this. Yield back.
Any other questions on the Democratic side?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I did have a question.
Mr. Rushenthaler.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. My question is for Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, this issue has often been confusing, as I know it is a confusing issue, but could you just explain the PBMs and how they use DIR fees with pharmacies?
Well, I appreciate that question, and it is a good question because it is very confusing. Remember, the DIR fees are fees that are recouped months, years after the fact. They come back to the pharmacies and they recoup them. The PBMs, which are owned by the insurance companies, yes, that's right. The insurance company owns the PBM, which owns the pharmacies as well. Not the independent pharmacies, but they own their own pharmacies. The PBMs tell you, we ask them, what are you using these DIR fees for? is to lower premiums on your insurance. I would ask you, have your premiums gone down on your insurance? Mine haven't. They are using them because they're making sure that they have profits. That's exactly what they're using them for. They're not using them to decrease premiums. My premium hasn't gone down, and I'm sure yours hasn't either. So if they would simply move them to point of sale where you can make sure that the patient gets that discount, then that makes them a little more palatable. But they need to be done at point of sale immediately, not months and years afterwards. This is just putting pharmacies out of business. What kind of business, regardless of what it is, what kind of business, whether it's a Democratic business or Republican business, whether it's healthcare or whether it's fast food, what kind of business can sustain when you have the people who are paying you coming back months and years later and saying, oh, I'm pulling back some of that money I paid you before? Simply doesn't work. That's why you see 4% of all the independent retail pharmacies in America going out of business. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Carter. I appreciate it. With that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No other questions? Hearing none, this panel is dismissed. Are there any other members who wish to testify on HR 1319? Seeing none, hearing none, thank God. This closes the hearing on HR 1319. Oh, boy. All right. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion from the distinguished gentleman from California, Ms. Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee grant HR 1319, the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, a closed rule. The rule provides that immediately upon adopting this resolution, the House shall proceed to the consideration of HR 1319. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the committee on the budget or their respective designees, and the chair and ranking minority member of the committee on ways and means or their respective designees. The bill waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the amendment printed in the Rules Committee report shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. Finally, the rule provides one motion to recommit.
Thank you. And let me just say that just so the record is clear here, that this reconciliation package has been carefully constructed and vetted in an effort to comply with Senate rules. And I know that my Republican friends can appreciate that because they reported a closed rule the last time they used reconciliation, blocking over 100 Democratic amendments in their attempt to overturn the Affordable Care Act and literally take health care away from people. So for anyone to suggest that this process is somehow out of the ordinary is just not accurate. We simply cannot add measures, even things that we may agree with, at the last minute because they could destroy privilege in the Senate and put this life-saving aid at risk. And so when we're finished in the Rules Committee, there will be obviously a delay as we put the report together because there will be several amendments that will be offered. But we will go to the floor and we will debate this bill and we will provide relief to the American people who are suffering, who are in desperate need of help, and who are counting on us to do our job. So having said that, are there any, you've heard the motion from the gentleman from California. Is there any amendments or discussion? Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have both. First on the discussion, well, I do understand the difficulty you have in operating under reconciliation, but I do point out for the record, it didn't have to be this way. We passed 5 bills last year in a bipartisan fashion of over or roughly $4 trillion. I mean, and that was with Donald Trump as president. He actually is more bipartisan than anything we're seeing tonight and in this process from the president, who ran on bipartisanship and unity, but made no attempt here to do it. So I don't consider the two processes comparable
Well, if the
in my
gentleman,
view.
if the gentleman would just
I
yield.
certainly yield to the chairman.
The reason why we're here is because in an attempt to satisfy Donald Trump and Senate Majority Leader then Mitch McConnell, what we did was not anywhere near adequate to the enormity of the situation. And that is why we're here today. But I appreciate the gentleman yielding.
So I will always yield the chairman, but I will add that I agree with the need for haste action, but one of the reasons is because my friends deliberately drug their feet from July until after the election and acknowledged the fact, because they didn't want to do anything in that time period. That was a strictly political calculation. But to the amendment, First Amendment I have to offer, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rules to provide for consideration of HRES 127 under a closed rule to make the necessary changes in the rule. Mr. Chairman, another primary concern surrounding the massive package that's before us tonight is that there's still money available to be spent on targeted COVID relief. As we've discussed today, this isn't just a concern amongst Republicans, but nonpartisan, even Democratic economic advisors have warned against the potential of negative consequences because of the extraordinary size of HR 1319. So my amendment would provide for consideration of a resolution of inquiry of Ranking Members Smith and Comer, find out exactly how much money remains to be spent out there. I recognize there's a dispute over that, how much is obligated. We know in the past we've actually underestimated, misestimated, maybe is a better term, these kind of figures moving so rapidly. So I think might be very helpful for us to have a better handle on exactly what we're dealing with. And I think HRES 127 would give us that opportunity. So I would move that it be adopted, Mr. Chairman.
You've heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? If not, the vote is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No.
Go.
The noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I request the yeas and nays.
Recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
Is no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier,
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross,
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler,
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach,
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would have an amendment to the rule that the committee provide an open rule for HR 1319. Today, we've heard from a number of both ranking members and committee chairmen alike, who frankly, voices were completely shut out of the reconciliation process. I know the Democratic majority can do better than that. We did it 5 times working together last year. This rush process is leading to a flawed product and has, I think, done a disservice both to the institution, the American people. And during a time of crisis, we need to listen to President Biden's own call for unity and bipartisanship. It's unfortunate this legislation does neither. While I know my friends on the other side are clearly trying to pass an exact legislative package with only the speaker-approved manager's amendment for rapid priority, and I actually respect it. I understand if we choose this process that your hands are to some degree tied. I just go back to my point. We didn't have to choose this process. We'd already proven we could do bipartisan relief in a bipartisan and thoughtful manner, and frankly, it could be done pretty expeditiously. I just remind my friends, we passed 4 of those bills in about a 10-week period, including one even larger than this in a matter of 3 or 4 weeks. So we can move quickly when we work together. I'm disappointed we chose not to, but I think with an open rule we could, and we could actually change the process in the Senate. So I would move the adoption of an open rule for the package.
Well, I would oppose that. We've had 100 hours of debate, 10 more hours today, 110 hours of debate. If we open this up, it would most assuredly probably be derailed in the Senate. And I think here's the choice. I mean, the question is whether or not you want to delay getting relief to the American people, or whether we think we've delayed long enough. And so I would urge a no vote on the Cole Amendment. All those in favor of the Cole Amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Either chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I request the yeas and nays.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier,
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms.
I
Ross,
just lost my sound.
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Cole,
Mr. Cole, how are you recorded?
Yeah.
He said he lost his sound.
I can hear him though.
Oh, no, I'm not getting anything.
But just say yes.
No, you're not, you're.
Tell him to say it.
Yeah, just say it.
Just say yes.
Say yeah.
Just say yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Eschenthaler,
Aye.
Mr. Eschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach,
Sometimes you put it
Yes.
in a package or.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Yeah, I'm just not hearing anything.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. I guess I'm now going to Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule to provide an additional hour of debate time. That hour being equally divided and controlled by the Committee on Ways and Means and the Committee on Budget. Mr. Chairman, the debate time provided by this rule is woefully insufficient. This package was marked up by 9 different committees. Over 200 amendments were blocked in committees. All amendments were blocked by the Rules Committee. And this majority even stripped our ability to offer a final amendment, a motion to recommit with instructions. The majority has silenced the voice of the minority at every step in this expedited and frankly sham of a process. And now to add insult to injury, minority members will only have 30 minutes to debate this 592-page bill that spends nearly $2 trillion of taxpayers' money. It's absolutely inexcusable that this majority would allocate more floor time to the renaming of post offices than time dedicated on the passing of a massive progressive wish list. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
So after today, 110 hours of debate, and to suggest that people's voices are being shut off, I mean, we just sat through over 10 hours of debate here in the Rules Committee. I strongly oppose the Reschenthaler amendment. The vote.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Perlmutter.
Thanks. And I just would caution all of us, after having been through that thing on January 6th, to be using terms like a sham process and all this, it's a process. It's a process through the reconciliation program of the Senate. And I just would caution all of us to be using words like that. And with that, I yield back.
The vote is on the Reschenthaler amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
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 Opinion of no, the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Would you
Mr.
like to
Chairman,
vote
I'd
again?
request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier,
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross,
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler,
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach,
Yes.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. I think I'm going back to Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much. That's correct, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order amendment number 20 to HR 1319 offered by Ms. McMorris Rogers of Washington. The amendment sunsets the funding in Subtitle D, Chapter 1, funding for pollution and disparate impacts of COVID-19 pandemic at the end of the COVID-19 public health emergency. Mr. Chairman, a crucial concern of Republicans, as consistently raised in the process, is the need for targeted relief for COVID concerns. The amendment simply sunsets this specific subtitle at the conclusion of the COVID-19 public health emergency. That, of course, would be declared by the president. And if this legislative package is truly intended to provide relief primarily for COVID-related concerns, then sunsetting programs at the end of the healthcare emergency shouldn't be a problem. So I would urge the adoption of the motion.
You heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Cole amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No.
No.
Noes have it.
On that, Mr. Chairman, we'd request the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays have been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
Mr. Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier,
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross,
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler, Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach,
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Ms. Fishbach?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order amendment number 24 to HR 1319 offered by Ms. Stefanik of New York. This amendment adds $4.8 billion for dislocated worker employment and training activities under the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act and requires 75% of the funding to be spent on skills development and education, reduces funding for the Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund by $4.58 billion. And Mr. Chair, as we discussed in our hearing earlier, this common sense amendment aimed at prioritizing resources that reinvigorate the workforce should be an approach both sides of the aisle can agree upon. And I urge the adoption of this motion.
Heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Fishbach amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Opinion?
No.
Noes have it. Would you like to read?
Mr. Chair, yes, I request the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays have been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin, Mr. Raskin, Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier, Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross,
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler,
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach,
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Raskin is not recorded.
I'd like to vote no. Thank you.
Mr. Raskin, no.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? I'm told to go to Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I have 3 more in this series of amendments. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order to the amendment number 66 to HR 1319 offered by Mr. Armstrong of North Dakota. This amendment authorizes the Keystone XL pipeline, including border facilities, and declares that a presidential permit is not required. Mr. Chairman, when the Biden administration, through executive fiat, halted the Keystone XL pipeline project, tens of thousands of good-paying American jobs were instantaneously put at jeopardy. During a time when people need a steady paycheck, our focus should be on reinvigorating the American economy and maintaining jobs, not destroying them. This amendment would immediately get those tens of thousands of Americans back to work by allowing the pipeline to move forward and nullifying the president's ill-conceived actions. Whether you agree with the project or not, this amendment is about protecting American jobs at a time when many people are looking for work. With that, Mr. Chairman, I urge the adoption of my motion.
You've heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Rushenthaler amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No.
No.
Hear the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays have been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier,
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross,
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler,
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach,
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Mr. Rushenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, on one of these, I'm going to get Mr. Perlmutter. I can just feel it. I just know it.
I don't want
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order. The amendment number 128 to HR 1319 offered by Mr. Voss of Illinois. This amendment expands the number of opportunities in the COVID-19 Veteran Rapid Restraining Assistance Program for the 17,250 slots to 35,000 slots. Mr. Chairman, the COVID relief funding should work to grow the economy and be targeted toward those who need it most, including our nation's veterans. I don't understand why the bill before us cuts a Veterans Retraining Assistance Program by nearly half. We must allow this error to be corrected by making an order to the amendment to restore this important training program for our veterans back to its original cap. I strongly support this amendment offered by the ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, Mr. Boss, to prevent drastic cuts to vitally important workforce training assistance that our service men and women rely on when they're transitioning from military service. We owe them a debt we can never repay. It is unconscionable that this package would drastically reduce the number of workforce training opportunities available to them. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would urge the adoption of this amendment. Thank you.
You heard the amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Rushenthaler amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. No. Continue to chair, the noes have it.
I'd request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
Getting closer, but no.
Mr. Perlmutter, Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier,
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross,
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler,
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach,
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Rushenthaler has a further amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule to make in order the amendment number 38 to HR 1319 offered by Mrs. Wagner of Missouri. This amendment prioritizes funding for women and veteran-owned businesses. Supporting prioritization of funds to invigorate veteran and women-owned businesses and diversifying the American workforce should not be controversial and should not be a partisan exercise. We know women and veteran-owned businesses have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, and this amendment ensures that this legislative package reflects that unfortunate reality. I thank Mrs. Wagner for her important leadership on the issue, and I urge adoption of my amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
You heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Rushenthaler amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 No.
No.
Continue to chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd request a recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
Too bad you're out of amendments, but no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
We're not out.
Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
No.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier,
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross,
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye, but just to reassure my friend from Colorado, none of us are out of amendments, including Mr. Rushenthaler.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler,
Aye.
Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach,
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Ms. Fishbach.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order. The amendment number 42 to HR 1319 offered by Mrs. Hinson of Iowa. This amendment requires the K-12 schools to have a reopening plan in place for in-person teaching for the remainder of the school year in order to access their full portion of the $129 billion from the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund in the underlying bill. And Mr. Chairman, Republicans continue to advocate for targeted resources and responsible ways to ensure our children can safely return to the classroom. However, the majority seems to be more interested in paying schools to stay closed. This thoughtful and responsible amendment ensures a plan is in place to give our children the best and safest in-person education possible. I urge adoption of the amendment, of the motion, excuse me.
Heard the gentlewoman's amendment. All those in favor, any discussion? Hearing none. The vote is on the Fishbach amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier,
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross,
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler, Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach,
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
And clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an amendment to the rule to make an order grant the necessary waivers for amendment number 101 offered by Mr. Hudson of North Carolina. This amendment increases funding for vaccine distribution and provides $1 billion in funding for teachers and other school personnel to receive the coronavirus 19 vaccine. This common sense amendment prioritizes the health and well-being of our children and educators. The underlying package fails to do enough to get our children out from behind screens and safely interacting with their teachers and their peers in the classroom. I frankly do not understand why this amendment should be controversial, so I urge its adoption and I yield back.
You heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none. The vote is on the Burgess amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No.
No.
The noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays have been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier,
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross,
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler,
Aye.
Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach,
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Dr. Burgess.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order, amendment number 210, offered by Dr. Miller Meeks of Iowa. This amendment would request the funding to evaluate our children's scholastic level after a year of this coronavirus lockdown, but ensuring that school districts are not penalized for poor results on standardized tests as required by federal accountability requirements, or realistically use this testing as a diagnostic as to how our kids are actually doing, how they have fared with this year of lockdown. And as Dr. Winstrup noted in his testimony just a short while ago, it is unfair to teachers in schools to have a sixth grade teacher who is going to inherit a classroom full of children who basically are still at a fourth grade level. The diagnostics need to be done. People need to know. So I urge the committee to make this important amendment in order.
You heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Burgess amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No.
No.
The noes have it.
Press the ayes and nays.
Ayes and nays have been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier,
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross,
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler,
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach,
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Ms. Fishbach.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order, the amendment number 25 to HR 1319, offered by Ms. Stefanik of New York. This amendment reserves 5% of the funds in the Child Care Stabilization Fund to address child care needs in rural communities. Mr. Chair, the resources provided in this legislation disproportionately favor urban areas. Well, unfortunately, the coronavirus does not distinguish between urban and rural, and many rural families face the same issues as urban ones. Ms. Stefanik's amendment simply tries to balance resources more effectively by providing for child care needs in rural areas. Rural communities face equal and oftentimes greater challenges than urban areas related to COVID-19. We must consider their needs as well as providing when providing in this relief package. So therefore, I urge the adoption of this amendment, and I would make a special appeal to Mr. Perlmutter, and potentially then I could always hold it over my colleague from Pennsylvania's head that I got your vote and he didn't. So I urge adoption of this amendment.
You heard the amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Fishbach amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Continue the chair. The noes have it.
I request a recorded vote, Mr.
Recorded vote
Chair.
requested.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
Very appealing, but no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier,
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross,
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler,
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach,
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order, the amendment number 53 to HR 1319, offered by our former colleague, Ms. Lesko of Arizona. This amendment strikes funding for Title X family planning and redirects that funding towards youth suicide prevention programs. No mystery, obviously, the Title X funding is controversial, certainly to Republicans, and the majority of those funds tend to go to Planned Parenthood. We simply proposed redirecting that money to an area that I think, frankly, all of us, no matter where you are on the political spectrum, are worried about. And that's the issue of youth suicide, which has certainly spiked during the pandemic. So I think the need is obvious, and we would hope that our colleagues see it the same way.
Heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none. The vote is on the Cole amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
On that, I would request the yeas and nays, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier,
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross,
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Eschenthaler,
Aye.
Mr. Eschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach,
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments. Ms. Fishbach.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment to the rule to make in order the amendment number 73 to HR 1319 offered by Mr. Scott of Georgia. This amendment requires the definition used by the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Farm Service Agency Loan Program for socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers to be included in the American Rescue Plan Act. And Mr. Chairman, under the current definition used in the reconciliation package, women ranchers would not be able to qualify for the Farm Service Socially Disadvantaged Assistance and Loans because women are not a socially disadvantaged class under the Food, Agriculture, Conservation, and Trade Act definition. This amendment fixes that oversight by returning the USDA's definition for socially disadvantaged in order to allow women farmers and ranchers to qualify for these assistance programs as they currently do for other USDA loans. I urge adoption.
You heard the gentlewoman's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none. The vote is on the Fishbach amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No.
No.
Any of the chair, the noes have it.
And Mr. Chair,
I request a recorded vote.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier,
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross,
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Eschenthaler,
Aye.
Mr. Eschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach,
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments. Mr. Rushenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule to make an order the amendment number 108 to HR 1319 offered by Mr. Bergman of Michigan. This amendment appropriates $50 million toward expanded services at veteran centers and $1 billion for the implementation of veterans legislation that was signed into law last fall, including 2 bills to prevent veteran suicide. Mr. Chairman, through all of the funding and aid we are providing in this reconciliation package, it is critical that we do not forget about our veterans. Chairman Takano's language in this bill halved the cap on the rapid retraining program designed to help veterans get back to work. The least we can do is ensure we have the resources veterans need for their mental and physical health. Certainly, the care of our veterans is not a partisan issue. Congress should come together to find bipartisan solutions that assist our heroes who served. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would urge adoption of my motion.
You heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none. The vote is on the Rushenthaler amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. No.
No.
Either chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon? No. Mr. Morelli?
No.
Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier? No. Ms. Ross?
No.
Ms. Ross? No. Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Burgess?
Aye.
Mr. Burgess? Aye. Mr. Reschenthaler?
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler? Aye. Mrs. Fishbach?
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman? No.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order the amendment number 109 to HR 1319 offered by Ms. Miller of West Virginia. This amendment allocates the pandemic emergency assistance funds in the underlying bill to states proportionally based on the number of children in poverty. There is considerable dispute, as you know, Mr. Chairman, about how we allocate these funds. But I think most of us would agree children in poverty make a great deal of sense, and certainly that's been a priority for the president and the administration. Sadly, the Democratic majority blocked this well-intentioned amendment that prioritizes funding to states that need it the most in order to combat child poverty. So we would hope that we could reconsider that here and change it. So I move the amendment.
You heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Cole amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No, no.
No.
Chair, the
No.
noes have it.
On that, Mr. Chairman, I'd request a recorded vote.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings? Mrs. Torres?
No.
Mrs. Torres? No. Mr. Perlmutter?
No.
Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin? No. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon? No. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier? No. Ms. Ross?
No.
Ms. Ross? No. Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Burgess?
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess? Aye. Mr. Reschenthaler?
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler? Aye. Mrs. Fishbach?
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman? No.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Dr. Burgess.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order, grant the necessary waivers for amendment number 67 offered by myself.
No.
This amendment provides $200 million to the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services and $200 million to the states for the purpose of bringing the payment error rate measurement under 10% in Medicaid over the next 4 years. This payment error rate measurement is the improper payment in Medicaid and CHIP and produces error rates for each program. The error rate is a measurement of payments made that did not meet statutory, regulatory, or administrative requirements. This is a policy that makes sense and helps our constituents, and I urge this amendment be made in order.
Heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Burgess amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
No. No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, request a recorded vote.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings? Mrs. Torres?
No.
Mrs. Torres? No. Mr. Perlmutter?
No.
Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin? No. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon? No. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli, no.
Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier? No. Ms. Ross?
No.
Ms. Ross? No. Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Burgess?
Aye.
Mr. Burgess? Aye. Mr. Reschenthaler?
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler? Aye. Mrs. Fishbach?
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman? No.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Ms. Fishbach.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order the amendment number 201 from HR 1319 offered by Mr. Feenstra of Iowa. This amendment makes assistance available to agricultural producers who suffered disaster losses in 2020. Mr. Chairman, I think that Mr. Feenstra talked about this at great length earlier, but this amendment is extremely important to our nation's farmers who suffered from natural disasters in 2020. In fact, it is so important, the Committee on Agriculture actually passed this amendment and added it to the bill. However, that bipartisan amendment, which is one of only 2 amendments adopted to this bill at all, is now no longer present in this package we are considering before us today. This is extremely concerning and a far departure from any semblance of regular order. We have an opportunity to fix this oversight by making this bipartisan amendment in order, and I urge the adoption of my motion.
You heard the gentlelady's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Fishbach amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. No.
No.
The chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier,
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross,
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Aye. Mr. Burgess,
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler,
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach,
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order, amendment number 144 to HR 1319, offered by Mr. Comer of Kentucky. This amendment ensures that the funds provided by this legislation are directly related to the ongoing COVID-19 national emergency. We all know when we look at this bill, it has literally hundreds of billions of dollars that have nothing to do with COVID-19. We've got tens of billions of dollars in school opening money that won't be spent for years. We've got tens of billions of dollars for bailing out multi-employer pension funds that have zero to do with COVID. We have an embarrassing litter of special projects for the top leaders in both the House and the Senate. We've just got an extraordinary amount of money here that has absolutely nothing to do with this emergency. So I think it's a good amendment. It ought to be something that we discuss on the floor. And frankly, we ought to slim this thing down because there's going to be a lot of people embarrassed as people find out what's actually in the bill. And I would urge you to accept adoption of the amendment, Mr.
You heard
Chairman.
the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Cole amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. No. The chair, the noes have it.
On that, Mr. Chairman, I'd request a recorded vote.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter, Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier,
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross,
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler,
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach,
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule to make an order grant the necessary waivers for amendment number 134, offered by Mr. Wenstrup of Ohio. This is the one where our healthcare providers and long-term care facilities have been working around the clock to ensure their residents stay safe, they remain healthy, and they receive the coronavirus vaccine. Often these providers are learning about new coronavirus safety guidelines and standards as the guidelines are rapidly changing, and we understand more and more about the virus. We are all simply trying to offer the best care possible with the information with which we are provided. This amendment will only allow states to use Elder Justice Act funds if they offer coronavirus liability protections for healthcare providers and long-term care facilities. These protections would not apply in instances of gross negligence or willful misconduct. Our long-term care providers are trying their hardest to navigate this pandemic and provide the best care that they can, and I urge this amendment be made in order.
Heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Burgess amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No.
No.
The noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Recorded vote has been requested.
Mr. Hastings.
Yeah.
Mrs. Torres.
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter.
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin.
With all respect, no.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross.
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess.
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler.
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach.
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule to make an order to grant the necessary waivers for amendment number 202 offered by Dr. Bouchon of Indiana. This amendment would extend the Good Samaritan liability protections that have been granted to medical professionals volunteering during the coronavirus response. Congress granted these protections as part of the CARES Act on March 27th, but they only apply to the existing public health emergency. Fellow Energy and Commerce Committee and DOC Caucus member Dr. Larry Bouchon introduced this amendment at the Energy and Commerce markup and has a standalone bill to extend these same protections. But seriously, equipping volunteer medical professionals who might be retired or employed in a different field with liability protections during a time of public health emergency is simply the right thing to do. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Burgess amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Votes aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No.
No.
Here, the noes have it.
Request a recorded vote.
Mr. Hastings. Mrs. Torres.
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter.
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross.
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess.
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach.
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. An amendment to the rule to make in order amendment number 62 offered by myself, Burgess of Texas. This amendment clarifies that the Food and Drug Administration has the authority to use real-world evidence collected during the length of an emergency use authorization during their review process. Mr. Chairman, simply without this legislation, the Food and Drug Administration might not consider data produced from patients using a product that has been granted emergency use authorization and may have been on the market for months, such as coronavirus vaccine. Congress must be looking for ways to make the Food and Drug Administration more efficient while upholding its rigorous safety and efficacy standards. Allowing for the use of real-world evidence is an effective way to do so. We've seen multiple examples of that over just the last 2 weeks. I urge this amendment be made in order. It's critical that we move on this.
You heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Burgess amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
No.
Continue the chair, the noes have it.
Recorded vote is requested.
It's been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings. Mrs. Torres.
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter.
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin.
Nope.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross.
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess.
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler.
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach.
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Mr. Rushenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order amendment number 6 to HR 1319 offered by Mr. McCall of Texas. This amendment prohibits the use of funds appropriated by this act for voluntary contributions to the World Health Organization until reforms have been made to the international health regulations. Mr. Chairman, throughout this global pandemic, China has been anything but transparent in their operations with the WHO, and the WHO has been complicit in China's misleading. Remember, Taiwan informed the World Health Organization in December of 2019 that this virus was spread human to human, but it was the World Health Organization, the CCP, who continued to perpetuate the false narrative that that was not the case up until mid-March. And then it was China who refused to allow inspectors into its facility in Wuhan. Additionally, no samples have been turned over to the international community. Because of China's and the WHO's cover-up of the seriousness of the COVID-19 pandemic and its inception, things must change for the World Health Organization to regain its reputation across the globe. But until that happens, Mr. McCall's amendment would ensure that no more funds go toward the WHO voluntary contributions. Ultimately, as the Democratic majority abdicated their responsibility to mark up the foreign affairs reconciliation instructions, this amendment would at least afford the opportunity for this issue to be considered on the House floor. I urge my colleagues to support this motion. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
You've heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none. The vote is on the Rushenthaler amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for you.
Recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres.
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter.
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Desaulniers.
No.
Mr. Desaulniers, no. Ms. Ross.
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess.
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler.
Aye.
Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach.
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Dr. Burgess.
Mr. Chairman, I have amended to the rule to make an order grant the necessary waivers for amendment number 21, offered by myself, Burgess of Texas. And this is the amendment that prohibits federal energy assistance dollars provided through the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program from paying for energy generated by critical minerals mined in nations using forced labor. Look, I supported all of the above energy strategy. Congress must do the right thing. However, taxpayer money should not be used to fund immoral activities in foreign countries, and I urge adoption of the amendment.
Okay, you've heard the amendment. All those, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No.
No.
The chair, the noes have it.
Request recorded vote, Mr.
Recorded vote has been requested.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres.
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter.
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Desaulniers.
No.
Mr. Desaulniers, no. Ms. Ross.
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess.
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler.
Aye.
Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach.
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Ms. Fishbach.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule to make and order the amendment number 22 to HR 1319 offered by Ms. Stefanik of New York. This amendment prohibits institution of higher education from receiving funds from the Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund if they have a partnership in effect with any entity owned or controlled by the government of the People's Republic of China or organized under the laws of the People's Republic of China. Mr. Chair, in this COVID relief package, the primary focus should be providing funding for our institutions of higher learning to help research and combat the coronavirus and provide educational services to its students, not funding wings of the Chinese propaganda. Ms. Stefanik's amendment ensures that this remains the situation, as it would prevent funds from going to entities partnered with the People's Republic of China. Even if you disagree that the government should not fund the advancement of China's political agenda, this amendment certainly deserves the opportunity for debate, and I urge the adoption of the amendment.
Okay, you heard the gentlewoman's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Fischbach amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. No.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Clerk will call the roll. My God.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier,
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross,
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Eschenthaler, Mr. Eschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fischbach,
Aye.
Mrs. Fischbach, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order the amendment number 30 to HR 1319 offered by Mr. Williams of Texas. This amendment prohibits Planned Parenthood or any of their entities and affiliates from eligibilities or use of funds from the Paycheck Protection Program. Mr. Chairman, this amendment would block federal funds from going toward a self-proclaimed provider of abortion services. This language would simply be in line with the longstanding and historically bipartisan Hyde Amendment, an amendment that sadly I think my friends are beginning to think of abandoning, but it would prevent federal dollars from being used for abortion services. As we've discussed, the majority of Americans agree federal dollars should not be used to provide abortion services, and it's disappointing to see my friends in the Democratic majority moving in that direction. With that, Mr. Chairman, I urge the adoption of my amendment.
Heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Cole amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
On that, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
I just sent it to you.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier,
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross,
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Eschenthaler,
Aye.
Mr. Eschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fischbach,
Aye.
Mrs. Fischbach, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Mr. Rushenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order the amendment number 199 to HR 1319 offered by Mr. Gottheimer of New Jersey and Mr. Reed of New York. This amendment denies individuals currently incarcerated for a felony with a prison sentence longer than 1 year the $1,400 COVID relief stimulus checks unless they designate those checks to another person for the purposes of paying child support. Mr. Chairman, this common sense amendment simply prevents those currently incarcerated from receiving a rebate from the government, but allows the stimulus check to be used for the purposes of paying child support. At this time, it is important we focus on providing relief to those who have lost their jobs and cannot work due to the pandemic. And Congress must ensure it provides targeted, responsible relief to those who need it most, including single mothers. While someone incarcerated certainly does not need a $1,400 stimulus check, this bipartisan amendment allows the check to be used to satisfy one's parental obligations and provide the necessary support for raising a child. For this reason, I urge the adoption of this motion, and I yield back.
Okay, you've heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Rushenthaler amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No.
No.
Any of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Desaulniers,
No.
Mr. Desaulniers, no. Ms. Ross,
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Eschenthaler, Mr. Eschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach,
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just alert my friends, it's the last amendment of the night, so I appreciate the applause from Mr. Perlmutter. That's more than I normally get. But Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order, amendment number 167 to HR 1319 offered by Ms. McMorris Rogers of Washington. This amendment prevents taxpayer dollars under the new COBRA credit and current law premium assistant tax credits from being used to subsidize health insurance plans that cover elective abortion, and also prohibits the use of taxpayer dollars authorized for public health grants and for the delivery of health services that are not directly related to preventing and treating COVID-19 to be used for elective abortions. Mr. Chairman, once again, this is a thoughtful amendment that would protect the longstanding bipartisan Hyde Amendment by preventing federal funds and legislation before us today from going toward elective abortions. This extends to federal dollars subsidizing health insurance plans and other public health service grants, preventing and treating COVID-19. Thoughtful people can certainly disagree on the issue of abortion. However, the majority of Americans still believe taxpayer funds should not be used to pay for abortion. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would move the adoption of the amendment.
You heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Cole amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No.
No.
Any of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I would request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Desaulniers,
No.
Mr. Desaulniers, no. Ms. Ross,
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Eschenthaler, Mr. Eschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach,
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Is there any other amendment or discussion? Hearing none, the question is now on the motion offered by the gentlewoman from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
Chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I would request a recorded vote.
What has been requested, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
Aye.
Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Perlmutter,
Yes.
Mr. Perlmutter, aye. Mr. Raskin,
Aye.
Mr. Raskin, aye. Ms. Scanlon,
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Morelli,
Morelli is aye.
Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Desaulniers,
Aye.
Mr. Desaulniers, aye. Ms. Ross,
Aye.
Ms. Ross, aye. Mr. Cole,
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Burgess, Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Eschenthaler, Mr. Eschenthaler, no. Mrs. Fishbach,
No.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman? Aye.
Clerk, report the total.
8 yeas, 4 nays.
The ayes, and the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Accordingly, I will manage it for the majority.
Mr. Chairman, before I reveal who will manage, just a modest suggestion to my friends. I know this is much easier for us. There's only 4 of us and we're in the same room, but you guys really need to work on getting that yes or no out together. I think we would probably call for fewer recorded votes, but it's very confusing. So again, I grant you, we have an advantage in this because of numbers and location, but it's just a suggestion. With that.
Is that a promise?
No.
No, but I will think about it very strongly. But a little choir practice never hurts anybody. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would, we will have Mr. Burgess managing this for the Republicans.
Mr. Burgess will manage this with the Republicans.
Aye.
I do not, it's going to take us a while for the staff to be able to put the report together because of the amendments. So we will let you know. Hopefully it won't be too long. And I will, we will get back.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Should I have a short or long cigar?
Well, you're not managing it, so you can take as much time as you want.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I always follow my chairman's orders.
Yeah, and let me thank everybody, and let me apologize to the staff on both sides. You don't get paid enough for this. So with that, without objection, the committee